In absentia, Councillor Cllr Morero, Councillor Cllr Morero, Whip of Council, Councillor Kazamula Chauke, Chair of Chairs, Emma, all political party leaders and whips, members of the Mayoral Committee present, to the Deputy Executive Mayor, Councillor Loiso Masuku, chairpersons of Section 79 committees, fellow councillors, City Manager, Dr. Floyd Brink, Secretary to Council, Mr. Andile Kobinga, officials of the City of Johannesburg, residents of the City of Johannesburg, members of the media present, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the 48th Extraordinary Council meeting of the City of Johannesburg Municipality. Before we proceed with the business of today's sitting, I wish to briefly update Council on an important engagement that took place this past Friday on the 7th of March. In partnership with the University of Johannesburg's School of Public Management and Governance, as well as its Government and Stakeholder Relations Unit, the legislature hosted a mock council sitting. This initiative brought together students from disciplines such as law, public management, and governance. I in particular want to thank the Office of the City Manager as well as GSPCR for being present at the event. Together, students from disciplines such as law, public management and governance, politics and international relations, the mock council was held under the theme Addressing Voter Apathy, Youth Democracy and 2026 Local Government Elections, a theme that speaks directly to the challenges and responsibilities we carry as public representatives. The program was further enriched by the presence of key stakeholders, including the Speaker of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Honorable Morakane Masupi, as well as representatives from SALGA, the IEC, and Public Service Commission. What made this engagement particularly meaningful was the opportunity it created to provide a platform for young people to engage directly with governance, processes, and structures. It was both encouraging and intriguing to witness students stepping into roles within council, including that of the Speaker, Executive Mayor, and other leadership positions. What was also very profound was the fact that they said to us, you make rules and your rules are so good, but you as councillors don't follow those rules when we watch you and see you on Facebook. They engaged in robust, thoughtful debates on real issues affecting our communities. Their participation and the solutions they put forward demonstrated not only a keen understanding of governance, but also a strong desire to contribute meaningfully to the future of our democracy. I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to the University of Johannesburg, all participating students, and our partners and stakeholders for making this initiative a success. And I know that some of them will be in the gallery today to once again watch how we perform in this council sitting. They'll be here for the 2 days. At this point, colleagues, I will allow 10 minutes for the number of councillors present in the chamber to be counted and verification of the number of councillors who have signed the register so as to confirm the quorum. We will be back at, it's now 9 minutes past 10. We will be back at 19 minutes past 10. I thank you. Can we also ensure that we are seated so that we can be counted?
accountant, so we have not yet started.
We have not started counting you. received the following apologies. Colleagues, I have patience for us to be seated whilst I am going to read out the apologies. I have all the patience. I will not scream and ask to go home early. We have Councillor J. Cllr, ill health, Councillor D. Ponsonby, a bereavement, Councillor F. Abdul, private business, Councillor Y. Zigebe, private business, Councillor M. Mpolobosho, private business, Councillor R. Harris, ill health, Councillor P. Smith, private business, Councillor L. Coogan, private business, Councillor N. Yonker, private business, Councillor M. Chabalala, private business, Councillor D. Brandt, party business, Councillor H. Bodenstein, party business, Councillor R. Benjamin, party business, Councillor M. Kukamur, party business, Councillor M. Mnisi, party business, Councillor V. Dagama, party business, Councillor A. Christians, party business, Councillor F. Chem, party business, Councillor B. Campbell Clutie, party business. These are the apologies that was written to us. Are there any other apologies? Can I see with a show of hands? We will go in this sequence. Councillor Lois will be number 1. Councillor Ndlela will be number 2. Councillor Smith will be number 3. Councillor Boer will be number 4. Councillor Action SA, Councillor, your name. Councillor Mtombela will be next. Councillor Mogape will then be next. Councillor Makuba will then be after that. Councillor Magwenshu will be next. MMC Twako, is your hand still up? You are covered? Okay, in that sequence, you know after who I mentioned you, so you'll just run after the other one. Thank you so much, Councillor Lowens.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning to the House. Just two late arrivals, MMC Kenny Konene and Councillor Deborah Volskutz. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Next.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Nyembe is out of the province. Councillor Tsetlo, ill health. Councillor Francisco, late arrival. Councillor Mutupi to leave at 14 hours. Councillor Ndo Libon to leave at 15 hours. Councillor Koma, late arrival. Councillor Kwapeng and Councillor Masha, they had a punch but they are coming. Councillor Ngwenya and Councillor Nkobong, political business. MMC Masugu to leave at 12 hours if you are not done by that time. Councillor Shange, late arrival. Councillor Rapadu, family commitment. Executive Mayor to leave at 13 hours. MMC Zungu to leave at 14 hours. And Councillor Tlatwayo Melody, ill health. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor. The next Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everybody. I've just got 2 to add for the full LOAs, and that's Councillor Roberts, private business, and Councillor Mpofu, ill health. Councillor Brand is actually in the House until 1 p.m., and I'm leaving at 11 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councillor.
For political business. Thank you.
Councillors. There's no debate on apologies for now. Next, Councillor.
Morning, Mr. Speaker. Morning, fellow councillors. I trust we will be done by 11 o'clock tonight. Madam Speaker, there's another LOA. I didn't hear the name of Councillor De Lange. He's also in private business today, but he will be here tomorrow. Thank you.
Can you repeat which councillor?
Councillor Franco De Lange.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Councillor. Next, Councillor. Councillor Ndlela, we've seen your hand, but let's give others a chance. You had your opportunity. Yes, ma'am. Councillor Ntombela.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Good morning, fellow councillors. Action SA, leave of absence, ill health, Councillor Nkomo. Party business, Councillor Whistler, Councillor Cotrius, Councillor Mokoka, Councillor Temba Mabunda. And private business, Councillor Richard Mabunda. Late arrival, Councillor Shumba, Councillor Munyai, Councillor Zwane, Councillor Edward, Councillor Kulu, and Councillor Apane. And last one, Madam Speaker, early departure request from Councillor Christopher Mohlala to leave 1400 hours if we're not done with the business of the day. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor Ntombela. Councillor. Please switch off your mics when you are done.
Thank you, Speaker. Greeting councillors from the caucus, from the EFF caucus. It's Councillor Ngwenya, Ill Health, and Councillor Khadebe, Ill Health. Late arrivals, it's Councillor Nkonkobe. Thank you. Oh, and the MMC Chwago will leave at 12:30.
Thank you so much, Councillor Mogape. The next hand.
Thank you, Speaker. For the IFP, MMC Mabaso, party business, Councillor Kanyile, private business, Councillor Mkize, private business, and Councillor Magani will arrive late. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Was there any other hand that we missed? Councillor Ndlela? Oh, sorry. Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, Councillor Commander will be running late. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor Ndlela?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Mnyamene is requesting to leave at 14 hours, and Councillor Madiba and Councillor Ntambani, late arrival. Thank you.
Thank you so much, councillors. Are these apologies noted? Thank you, councillors.
We now move to official notices.
Councillors, please join me in wishing well all councillors who are celebrating their birthdays during the month of March. Congratulations to all of you for growing a year older. Thank you. Councillor Belinda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like this House to note the DA Regional Congress has happened over the weekend, and I'd like to congratulate Councillor Nonhlanhla Sifumba, elected as the Deputy Regional Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Safumba.
Councillors, we proceed with the statement by the Executive Mayor.
Executive Mayor. MMC Zungu. MMC Zungu. We are having a statement from the Executive Mayor. Can you be seated, please? Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, Councillor Margaret Arnolds, the Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Kazamula, Chauke, the Chair of Chairs, Councillor Marema, leaders of political parties, and of course, congratulations to Nonhlanhla Sifumba from Orlando West Extension. You are congratulated. Let me also take this opportunity to congratulate one of the councillors of the ANC who also sits in this chamber, was elected the chairperson of the ANC Youth League over the weekend. Allow me, therefore, Madam Speaker, to place critical issues on our discussions as we navigate the challenges that continue to confront our city. let us take this opportunity to also say, whilst we are faced with these challenges, there's also great things that continue to happen in our city. Amongst others is the investment conference to be hosted by the President of the Republic of South Africa tomorrow. And they made a decision to host this conference in Johannesburg, which is an indication that Johannesburg continues to be an economic hub of our country and a gateway to South Africa. This investment conference hopes to raise billions of rands into our investment into the country, focusing primarily into infrastructure development. We welcome this decision by the President to bring this investment conference in Johannesburg. We also acknowledge that the city of Johannesburg has also been invited to form part of this conference. Once again, the Department of Human Settlements, together with Cllr, also hosted an important event on the 26th of March last week, right here in Johannesburg in Moederfontein. And that meeting was to look at what are the key issues that we have to look into in terms of housing and human settlement, largely in South Africa, so that we can respond to the growing demand of houses, especially in metropolitan cities or in cities and towns. And this summit was able to make practical proposals. And one of the key issues that has emerged from this conference is in relation to what is debated now, which is the Eviction Act, which is currently a bill that is debated in Parliament. And this is an attempt to try and amend some of the difficulties in that act, which has made it difficult for local government to deal, amongst others, issues around hijacked buildings or bad buildings in our city. The amendments into this act will then assist us and go a long way in the city's program to rejuvenate the city of Johannesburg. There was an article last week, Madam Speaker, in relation to the cities of Johannesburg not being unable to submit financials to the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, which is currently holding our bonds. And it is important to put on record, Madam Speaker, that yes, there were delays in the final submissions, but the engagements with the JSE now have been to clarify the matters with them and will be duly submitting the financials. And this was as a result of a dispute that we had launched with the Auditor General on particular issues, especially as it relates to assets. And once that matter has been concluded, we are just left with one of the three issues that were raised in the objection. And once those matters are completed, we should be able to submit to the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. Madam Speaker, the city is also undertaking a program or a process to raise investment into our water infrastructure. And part of the issues that we now almost finally debating and closing the discussion, it's in relation to ring-fencing particular percentages of the revenue of Joburg water so that we can invest into the infrastructure of water. We are also looking at possibilities of raising just around 13 billion rands with an intention to deal with the sewer and the water infrastructure, targeting at least about 2,600 kilometers of the total that is currently affecting the city with pipes that are leaking. We hope to succeed in raising this capital to allow us to be able to deal with those matters. Madam Speaker, there may be disputes and disagreements in this council in relation, of course, to the payment of the politically facilitated agreement. I need to place it on record, Madam Speaker, that it's the responsibility of this council. And this council approved the report that moved all employees of the City of Johannesburg to level 10, which therefore means that part of that decision meant we should then allow for a mediation process between the employer and labor, which mediation process took place almost the entire 2025 and arriving at the conclusion and the recommendations in October 2025. The recommendations, amongst others, included a payment schedule so that we deal with this matter once and for all and close it. It is important to also note that governments post-2016 that led the City of Johannesburg contributed particular portions and payments to the PFA. Included that is in 2017, 2018, when our Honorable Mr. Mashaba was the Mayor of Johannesburg and the Mayor of the Democratic Alliance contributed particular percentages to the PFA. Of course, we also came in government as the government of local unity. And at that time, under the stewardship of the Honorable Mayor Kwamanda, who also contributed a particular percentage towards the PFA. And it is important to therefore note that all of us have a commitment and responsibility to the employees of the city. But at the same time, the employees of the city has a responsibility towards the residents of Johannesburg and of course the employer, that they should also be willing to go a long way and an extra mile towards contributing towards service delivery and serving the residents of the City of Johannesburg. Let us also congratulate this executive and this council for having made a decision to honor the PFA. And I say to the workers of the City of Johannesburg, we will honor the PFA right up to the end and deliver on that mandate. Madam Speaker, we want to congratulate all the parties that stood up in defense of the workers in our last special council, and to congratulate all parties in the GLU. Yes, of course, it will push high our employee costs, but at a particular point, we'll be able to get out in the next 3 to 4 years and balance our budget much, much better, having dealt with this matter once and for all. We should not be scared to make bold decisions towards improving the quality of life for the citizens of this country and this city. Madam Speaker, decisions were made to insource security and cleaners in the City of Johannesburg, and that decision was made at the point that the mayor was the Honorable Mr. Mashaba. At that time, there were a number of disagreements and contradictions in this council, but that decision was eventually made. At the point of making that decision, it meant that an additional 700 million will therefore be added into our employee costs. It takes us a bit of time for us to recover since 2017, 2018, and only in the 2024-25 budget, we seem to have recovered from that investment that almost crippled our finances. However, it added into our employee costs. So it is important to note that from time to time, Madam Speaker, we will have this type of challenges and issues, but we must be ready to make bold decisions in addressing issues that affect the city. Madam Speaker, I cannot announce on my behalf. I hope some of the speakers who will speak today will also announce that last week at the meeting of the United Cities in Local Government Africa, UCLG Africa, I was duly nominated to represent the UCLG Africa into the international body called the United Cities in Local Government. We are playing a particular role, Madam Speaker, in the international space, and it's an important body that we must participate in so that we can show the capacity of the cities that we come from and be able to drive the agenda and architect of local government globally. So with all these issues being raised, we do acknowledge that residents of Rodiport suffered for the last 4 days without electricity as a result of the substation that burned down due to technical issues between our substation and the supply station of Eskom. We want to apologize to those residents, and indeed power was fully restored to the residents of the West. And we want to thank City Power and the technicians who were working 24 hours a day to resolve that problem. Madam Speaker, we will fight to end the challenges in Kensington in Ward 66 and Ward 118. We've had countless meetings, countless engagement with Joburg Water and Rand Water to find an everlasting solution in that area. And in the next council, we should be able to give a proper report that confirms that indeed we have resolved the issues of Kensington, Ward 118 and Ward 66. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for having awarded me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Executive Mayor. STC?
Councillors, we proceed with confirmation of minutes, and these are minutes of the 10th special meeting held on the 26th of February 2026. Read also with minutes of the 36th ordinary council meeting held on the 26th of February 2026, and also minutes of the 46th extraordinary council meeting held on the 12th of March 2026, and lastly minutes of the 47th extraordinary council meeting held on the 20th of March 2026.
Thank you so much, STC. Councillor N. Mkonza from the ACDP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Shalom, shalom. To you, Madam Speaker, the outgoing Executive Mayor, the Deputy Executive Mayor, the
Councillor Nkonza. Councillor Nkonza.
Yes, ma'am.
Which outgoing Executive Mayor?
Okay, I withdraw.
Thank you.
Yeah, Pop.
Councillors on this side, it's okay? Thank you.
I withdraw.
Thank you, Councillor Nkonza.
Unconditionally withdraw.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we stick to the minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
Councillors, I've dealt with it. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillors. Thank you, Councillor Nkonza. You are protected.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to all the councillors, our beloved residents of the city of Johannesburg.
Speak into the mic, please, Councillor.
I greet you all in the wonderful name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. Madam Speaker, I stand to confirm the minutes of the following dates: the 10th special meeting of 26 February, the 36th ordinary meeting of 26 February 2026, the 46th extraordinary meeting of 12 March, 47th extraordinary meeting of 20 March. Allow me to first quote from my guiding manual, the Holy Bible, as I dovetail what you said about voter apathy and petty disagreements in council. When I was a child, I spoke about childish matters. For I saw things like a child, and I reasoned like a child. But the day came when I matured. I set aside my childish ways. According to 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 11. And congratulations to Councillor Nancy Fumba. You are definitely not a token. You are a diligent, humble soul and a matured public servant, meeting the requirements or the characteristics of Exodus 18, verse 21, amongst the many honesty. 26 February, Madam Speaker, page 9, paragraph 3, we replaced daemons, D-A-E-M-O-N-S, with demons. The same page. Okay, let me leave this one because maybe Councillor Boer meant to say Freedom Fund Plus instead of EFF. Let me leave that one. And then on the 26th of the 36th ordinary meeting, all in order. However, Madam Speaker, if it will make a difference, remove my name from the early departures as I stayed until the last, but if not, leave it like that. Thank you. On page 9. And then the 12th March, 46th ordinary, no comments because I was not present. The 20th March, 46th ordinary meeting, all in order, Madam Speaker. Shalom, shalom.
Oh, Councillor Farisho.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No changes from the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you so much, Councillor Farisho. Are the minutes confirmed? Thank you, councillors. Where's the hand? I can't see the hand. Yes, councillors. Councillor Lois, and then Councillor Mazibuko. Your names are not on the list, but I'm taking you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's not to confirm minutes, but the Patriotic Alliance is requesting for a 30-minute caucus break.
Can
Please.
we finish the item, Councillor?
Noted.
Please, ma'am. Councillor Mazibuko.
No, good morning, Speaker. Good morning, fellow councillors. There are no corrections on behalf of the ANC, but I think today, Speaker, we need the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, no, we'll call the Holy Spirit. Thank you, councillors. The minutes are confirmed. We are going to the next item, but the PA has asked for is it 30 minutes? And can I ask that it be 30 minutes? And we come back at 5 past, 11:05. At quarter past, colleagues, please, please. take our seats? Can we all go back to our seats? Our time is up. Can we go back to our seats? It's 11:15. Can we get to our seats? Those that asked for the caucus, they've been here since 11:10, and we are just walking in. Councillor Lois, Simonse, you've asked for a 30-minute caucus. Can we get your report back?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, we have concluded. We can proceed with business of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just before we start STC, I want to welcome Solomon Musonza, Zinhle Ngubesi, and Mbali Chabalala in the up there in the gallery. They are the students from UJ. Thank you very much for being here.
Councillors, we resume with item 5, and those are questions for written reply, of which notice has been given in terms of Rule 105, subsection 2 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council.
In the absence of the Executive Mayor, we'll ask the Deputy Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. The responses have been loaded on the drive.
Thank you so much, Deputy Executive Mayor.
We now proceed with recommendations to Council.
Thank you so much, Executive Mayor. STC.
Thank you, Speaker. I stand to table recommendations to Council for consideration. Thank you.
Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to table the recommendations to Council for consideration on legislature. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, I've received a request from the Executive to elevate items 25 to 28, and I've acceded to that request. So we will start with items 25 to 28. Leader of Executive Business, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Apologies, Speaker. There's a further request to please, when you are done with that, we do item 63, the appointment, the recruitment report.
So it's item 63 that you are also asking to elevate after 25 to 28, am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, I'm acceding to item 63 as well. So we'll start off with item 25 to 28 and then go on to item 63, and then we go back to our normal agenda for the day. I thank you. Thank you, colleagues.
Councillors, elevated item 25 is the performance assessment report for Group Finance Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025, also read with item 26, which is the performance assessment report for the Group Information Communication Technology Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025. And both items read together with item 27, that is an oversight report of the Section 79 Finance Committee on the 2025-26 second quarter performance assessment report of the Group Finance Department and Group Information Communication Technology Department for the period October to December 2025.
Thank you. Thank you so much, STC. Member in charge, Councillor M. Cook. I don't see Councillor M. Cook. Is there anyone in the Section 79 Finance that will be in charge of the item for now? Can we get a finance Discipline, discipline, discipline. Please, discipline. Councillor Cook, your item. Councillor Cook, we are tabling item 25, 26, and 27. We need you to do your opening statements.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, I rise to table item 25, the performance assessment report for the Group Finance Department for the 2025-2026 financial year for the period October to December 2025. Read with item 26, performance assessment report for the Group Information Communication Technology Department for the 2025-2026 financial year for the period October to December 2025. And item 27, the oversight report of the Section 79 Finance Committee on the 2025-2026 second quarter performance assessment reports of the Group Finance Department and Group Information Communication Technology Department for the period October to December 2025.
Thank you so much, Member in Charge. Action SA, Councillor Essen Konyeni. I'm not sure if there's two in Konyenis. I see another one standing up at the back. Thank you, Councillor Konyeni.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Speaker. Good morning to yourself. Good morning to the House at large, our esteemed guests in the gallery, the residents of City of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on item 25, which tells us a story that the city is very good at billing, but very poor at collecting. Madam Speaker, based on the report, we have some suggestions as Action SA. We need to strengthen collection interventions to improve revenue performance. I think that goes without saying, Madam Speaker, and we've been saying it time and time again as Action SA. We need to review and optimize the billing processes to reduce overruns. We need to focus on meeting the 90% collection target. We need to address the 3.4 billion rand shortfall and improve the call center performance, which is basically the average call waiting time. We need to ensure that we enhance the customer engagement and the trust between our residents and the city. Implement stricter collection policies. We need to review and adjust budget projections within reasonable fiscal, with reasonable fiscal prudency. Review and, provide additional training for the call center staff, which is very important because they are the front line of the city. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Nkonyeni. Councillor Boer, Freedom Front Plus.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, to you again, and to fellow councillors. I rise to speak on item 25. I only got 3 minutes and there's a lot to say, Madam Speaker. If you look at the second quarter report of the Group Finance, the picture of the city is looking bleak. And it seems to me there's no acknowledgement that we are heading for disaster. It seems to me that the government of local unity, they can't be bothered anymore. They know they are not going to be in council again next term, and they're not going to be there to answer the questions for this mess that we are finding ourselves in. But the Freedom Front will be back, and we will be back in government to fix the city again. Madam Speaker, the figures are so dismal. The year-to-date profit for the city is standing at a minimal amount of 207 million rand. That is before transfers, against a budgeted figure of over 4.2 billion rand. What makes the situation even worse is that our capex spending up for the 6 months is standing at 26%. 74% of our capex still has to be funded in the next 6 months up until the end of June. Where are we going to get the money from? Madam Speaker, this report should have been the basis for the adjustment budget, but unfortunately it wasn't. And the figures are speaking for themselves. Our bulk purchases are over budget by 642 million rand for the 6 months. No adjustment has been made in the adjustment budget. Our interest payments are already 252 million rand over budget. No adjustment has been made. No, sorry, Madam Speaker, there was an adjustment made, 1 million rand. Our employee costs for the 6 months were already over budget by 1.2 billion rand. And we only made an adjustment of 1 billion rand for the PFA. This is not going to work. Our final report at the end of June of this year is again going to show us stacks and stacks of unauthorized expenditure that is going to be reflected on our financial statements if we get them one day. Madam Speaker, the concerning figure here is our water. Water is our city's biggest problem, and we can talk about ring fencing.
40 seconds, Councillor.
There is nothing to ring fence. Our water income is 334 million rand under budget. Our water expenses, 313 million rand over budget. And that shows us we're losing more and more water seeping into the ground. Madam Speaker, the situation in the city is really critical. Our collection rate for January apparently was 72%. We are heading for disaster, and we need to act, and we have to act very quickly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Boer. Councillor Jay Sherry from the PA. Councillor, can you take your seat? Just hold on. It's not a point of order on you because you haven't spoken. Councillor Belinda.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Please, can somebody look at the aircon? We are going to faint in here.
Colleagues, I was going to say it after Councillor Sherry has spoken. We are busy dealing with them with the aircon. They asked us to give them 15 minutes. There was a trip last night, and remember then everything goes off. So we are dealing with it. I'm just as hot here, colleagues. We can't take it. Hey, me and that councillor. Councillor Cherry, can you carry on?
Greetings, Madam Speaker, the Executive Mayor, Councillor Kenny Kunene in his absentia, the Joburg 11 councillors, and the residents of the city of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, the Patriotic Alliance notes the report with deep concern. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sherry. ACDP, Councillor Mkonza.
Shalom, shalom once again, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the students from UJ. You are most welcome. Madam Speaker, allow me to first quote from my guiding manual, the Bible, from the book of Matthew 23, verse 26. Reads as follows. Blind Pharisee, first cleanse the inside of the cup and dish, that the outside of them may be clean also. Madam Speaker, the ACDP believes that we have to clean the cup inside first. We know that we have what we refer to as low-hanging fruits, Madam Speaker. We've got councillors who are not paying, and we've got staff members who are not paying, and yet we expect our residents to pay. Now, if we do not clean the dish inside, the debtors book will increase. We are sitting at 71 billion now because we just come here and shout and talk, but we are so immature. The ACDP welcomes the 86% year-to-date collection rate, which gives hope, despite the overall disturbing 57% overall departmental performance on the second quarter. The ACDP Caucus continues to believe that more needs to be done on these low-hanging fruits, as I alluded before, which includes government departments and our internal customers when it comes to debt management strategies, looking at the worrying, growing debtors book. Let us continue to wash our dish inside, Madam Speaker, as we also welcome Mr. Lufuno Mashau to the finance team in an effort to deal with this stubbornly high debtors book and revenue collection. In closing, Madam Speaker, God bless South Africa, especially the families of those who are affected by the plus-minus 70 people murder daily in South Africa. The ACDP prays for those families because there's no war in South Africa.
30 seconds left.
But people die as if there's war in South Africa. We continue to pray for those people and also pray for the people of Sudan and the people of Tanzania. The people of Tanzania have been suppressed and the opposition leader has been arrested without trial for 2 years. I thank you, Madam Speaker. Shalom, shalom.
Thank you, Councillor Mkwanza. Action SA, Councillor T. Shai, you have 1.5 minutes. The councillor in the House? Thank you.
Firstly, I'd like to greet you in the wonderful name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Greetings, Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, members of the media, Fabulous 44, and the resident of Johannesburg. As Action SA, we prioritize the basic service to ensure maintenance and repairs. Now, let's focus on the item 26, performance report for group information communication technology. The department financial year period, October to December 2025. This reveals a department in crisis with 66.6 achievement rate. The department is failing to manage the digital backbone of the multi-billion rand metro. I want to highlight the three critical failures that this council cannot simply note and move on from. The hardware, firstly, the hardware crisis. The department is moving the goalpost by trying to divert the KPIs simply because they failed to procure basic laptops and desktop. Number two is the infrastructure's bottleneck. The 11 sites were connected to the new cable network, but only 5 had equipment installed with 0 activation. We have ghost connection that
you had one, no. I gave him a warning. I gave him a warning at 40 seconds, and his time is up. Thank you so much. I even noted that he has 1.5 minutes. Thank you. Councillor Santana from the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on the performance assessment report for the Group Finance Department for the 25-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025. Madam Speaker, just to give you context of what I'm about to say, and it brings back to why we're not speaking intensely on this item, is because our reports are coming way too late. Again, the MFA stipulates that the report must serve in council 30 days after the quarter, which means the earliest it should have been here is February. The best would have been at the end of January. But, again, we do everything back to front. We've done the adjustment budget. We've had the midterm review. We've had the Section 71 reports, which I'm grateful for. And then you get the quarterly report after all of that's passed. It makes no logical sense in terms of how we deal with council business. But be that as it may, hopefully when we're in government, we will rectify that and put it in logical order. Madam Speaker, yes, obviously what's not been said yet, because it's been mentioned in the Section 71 reports, is the fact that we utilised the Standard Bank facility of 3 billion rand, and yet our cash coverage was only still 9 days worth of cover. The collection rate tanking in January to 78%, our collection rate for the quarter at 82%. We definitely do have a cash crisis and a cash crunch. Capital projects also stagnating and not moving forward. I see it in the ground. I see it with my own projects in my own ward, where we are just not moving forward, and yet we are prioritizing other issues versus actually getting service delivery on the ground, which is critical for our residents and critical for the city. Of note as well is the fact that the JSE, as the Mayor mentioned, suspending our bond in the biggest city and of the country. Our bonds are suspended. And it all boils down to the fact that we are coming to council at lastminute.com, presenting reports. I've raised an issue to you in writing regarding reporting to council, and yet again last night we saw reports being loaded at the last hour. Yes, I understand it's probably for tabling. One of them is another loan item. Again, I ask, why are we not being proactive? You've had the whole month to upload documents. You've had the whole month to provide council with sufficient time in dealing with issues and dealing with matters, but no, we get it last minute. Again, I don't understand why there is a timetable that's from National Treasury, from legislation that says we have to abide by certain timelines, and yet we try and bring them in the last minute. I do think, like I said, when we're in government, we will deal with those issues and make sure they're here timeously. Madam Speaker, also I have to speak on the GICT, the fact that our MSCOA compliance and our MSCOA rollout is being stagnated and is coming to a grinding halt. And it all comes down to, again, we are not spending money on where it's critical for the city to ensure that our systems are adequately put in place. So, Madam Speaker, I don't know what to say. You know, when you're sitting with a surplus before capital grants of 200 million, and we are implementing items that we cannot afford, and the mayor categorically says this will take us 3 to 4 years to rectify and financially stabilize the city again, it doesn't help when we are forwarding all those costs onto our residents who are already strapped, who are already going to see an increase on Wednesday of over 10 and 6 rand respectively in the fuel price. And we are then expected to still then ensure that they pay our bills. But be that as it may, we have to just shoulder on and put our residents first, put the city first, and I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Santana. Action SA, Councillor Edward. You have 1.5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, greetings to you. From Councillor Edward, as Action SA would like to donate 1.5 minutes to Councillor Shai.
Councillor Shai.
Yes, he will speak.
Councillor Shai. Can you come?
Greeting once again, Madam Speaker. I believe all protocol are observed. Allow me to continue with my previous speech. As I was on number 3, about the compliance risk, 68% rate for MSCOR is illegal liability that risk the adverse audit and national treasury intervention. Therefore, as Action SA, we propose the following. They clear the hardware backlog without abandoning the target, to set a deadline for the network activations, and a roadmap to reach 90% MSCOR compliance by the 4th quarter. In closing, one success in the Reavaya system cannot hide the scrambling foundations. Johannesburg cannot claim to be a smart city
35 seconds
when its
left.
basic system are not in track. Thank you. I know the report.
Thank you, Councillor Shai. Economic Freedom Fighters, Councillor Nethemba.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the caucus leader of the EFF, Ginetwaku. Greetings to the chief whip of the EFF, Tabisa Mkhapi. Greetings to the 29th Battalion of the EFF. Greetings to all councillors. Greetings to the city manager, Dr. Floyd Brink. Greetings to the guests in the gallery. I greet you all in the name of economic freedom in our lifetime. Speaker, as the EFF, we want to encourage all the residents of Johannesburg to register to vote for the only party that will push the insourcing bill for all the residents. Speaker, as the EFF, we note this report and we support all the residents of Johannesburg to register to vote for EFF. Victory or death. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nethemba. From the ANC, Councillor R. Maswazi.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the Honorable Mayor, Executive Mayor, Councillor Dadamrero. Greetings to the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Loiso Masuku, members of Council and our Chief Whip, Councillor Kazamula Chauke. Speaker, we rise to engage with the financial and technological performance of the City of Johannesburg. Two pillars that are fundamental to effective governance and service delivery. The financial report before us reflects the city under pressure, Speaker, and the revenue collection remains below target. And liquidity constraints persist. But we must approach this matter with both honesty and context. Johannesburg is a city shaped by inequality, unemployment, and economic hardships. Many residents struggle to meet their financial obligations, not out of unwillingness, but due to limited means. However, Speaker, we must also confront the internal challenge within the city of Johannesburg. The billing inaccuracies, inefficiencies in revenue collection, and the delays in resolving customer queries undermining the public confidence and weaken our financial position. These are governance issues and they must be addressed decisively. On ICT, Speaker, we also see a similar pattern that there is progress, but it is not at the pace that is required. We cannot speak of the smart city while critical infrastructure remains incomplete. Technology must improve, the billing system must improve and enhance our revenue collection. And also it must strengthen service delivery. Speaker, this is a narrative of collapse. This is not a narrative of collapse, I'm sorry. It is a call for improvement. We must strengthen revenue collection, particularly from those who can afford to pay. We must improve the billing accuracy and restore public trust. We must accelerate digital transformation so that it supports governance and efficiency. As the African National Congress, we remain committed to building a capable developmental state, one that balances financial sustainability with social justice. We support the noting of these reports while calling for urgent and measurable improvements. Because the financial governance is not about numbers, it is about service delivery, dignity, and the future of our city. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor, MMC Masuku.
A very good morning to you, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor. We congratulate you on your election to the UCLG, which is an important body that deals with cities' interests in local government. It shows that the city of Johannesburg's leadership is recognized internationally, and for that we appreciate your leadership in that regard, as you also lead in working hard to ensure that we stabilize Joburg. And I want to link this starting point with what Councillor, through you, Speaker, Councillor Nkonyeni and Councillor Bura and Councillor Santana, including Councillor Mkonza, were speaking about. As you can't really translate closer, but if you were to translate it in the literal loose terms, is you bark. The dog barks at a moving car because the car is moving. So there's work that we're doing. That is why we must be criticized, and we take the criticism. Because if we were not doing anything, then there wouldn't be anything to say. And the reason why you have something to say is because there are actions that we are taking, and we are taking efforts to take the city of Johannesburg to stability. And we are clear in terms of our priorities. We are billing on average 6 billion a month. Yes, there are still challenges, but we are working to improve that. And we are going to be in council, Councillor Bur, again next year. we are going to be back in government. We are going to work to lead this Johannesburg collectively with every councillor that wants to work with us. So we are not using your language of saying only you can do better. We believe we can do better collectively as this council for the benefit of residents of Johannesburg. The CAPEX expenditure issue is really, look, CAPEX expenditure is not linear. Through you, Speaker, it's based on milestones, Councillor Boer. An example is that significant payments for human settlements are actually going to be paid on the 31st of March, which is tomorrow, and that's based on the milestones that were signed. And to both Councillor Mkonza, through you, Speaker, and Councillor Boer, we did say in the Section 79 that we are working on improving issue of revenue, and thank you for the acknowledgement, Councillor Mkonza, because those are some of the conversations we had at the Section 79, including how we're dealing with the issue of projects in the water environment, as we acknowledge that the backlog in the water environment, it needs us to bring partners on board, and this is supported by National Treasury, by the way, as well as the Presidential Working Group. So we are working with them. On the issue of Action SA, I think I couldn't get much, but I think what I'm getting is that if we agree on a council schedule as well, Councillor Santana, then as the executive, we can't just change it. We are bringing the reports because this is the time that is on the council calendar for us to bring these quarterly reports at this time. It therefore means we must change how we plan the council calendar and approve it together. So it can't be that now the executive all of a sudden is blamed. We are bringing the reports timelessly as it relates to how this council schedule has actually been approved by all political parties, in line with all the systems, the cluster work, the EMT processes, the mayoral committee timetable, and then ultimately the council table. So it's not a timetable of the executive, it is a timetable of the entire council that we approved. And by the way, just for information, in the Municipal Systems Act, councils have to convene at least 4 times a year, but we convene more because of this transparency. We hold our council meetings even more than any other councils actually sit in particular municipalities. Yes, Councillor Maswazi, I agree with you. Urgent measures need to be put, measurable improvements need to be there, but we thank you for acknowledging that there is significant improvement, and we aim to do that not just because we want reports to look good in the paper, but just because we want to make sure that we serve residents of Johannesburg, and we encourage you as councillors to continue to hold us accountable. Don't bash us. Criticize constructively so that we can improve for the residents of Joburg. I thank you, Speaker, and we ask Council to note the report.
Thank you so much, MMC. Member in charge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you to the MMC. I ask Council to note the report.
Thank you so much, colleagues. The recommendations are on pages 25.3, 26.3, 27.12 to 27.13 are the items agreed to. Thank you, colleagues. STC.
We move to the next elevated item. That's item 28, which is the performance assessment report for the Office of the City Manager for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025. Read with item 29, which is the oversight report of the Governance Section 79 Committee on the second quarter performance assessment report of the Office of the Chief Operations Officer, Office of the City Manager, Group Strategy, Policy Coordination and Relations, and Group Governance, Citizen Relations and Urban Management, Group Communication and Marketing, Group Legal and Contracts, Group Risk and Assurance Services, Group Forensic and Investigation Services for the period October to December 2025.
Councillor Maswazi, can you switch off your mic? Thank you. Member in charge, Chair Magwenchu.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to table item 28, read together with item 29 for council consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Member in charge. ACDP, Councillor Mkonza.
Yeah, shalom, shalom once again, Madam Speaker. Allow me to quote once again from my guiding manual, the Holy Bible, from the book of Exodus 18:21. It reads as follows: but you should also choose some of the people to be judges and leaders. Choose good men you can trust, men who respect God. Choose men who will not change their decisions for money. End quote. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on item 28, and the ACDP notes with concerns the reported 6% decline in performance compared to the first quarter, which signals emerging instability within the critical administrative functions. Of particular concern are the challenges with GFIS and the Office of the COO, both of which are central to the coordination, oversight, and execution of the city's strategic priorities. These declines are not merely statistical. They reflect systemic issues that, if left unaddressed, will undermine service delivery, institutional credibility, and governance outcomes. The ACDP caucus further is troubled by what appears to be politically influenced administrative interference, including the imposition of individuals into key positions and the introduction of parallel structures such as the so-called bomb squad, which this council has never formally adopted nor endorsed. Such actions risk eroding the professionalism of the administration and sending a message that undermines the competence and authority of duly appointed officials. Further, Madam Speaker, while the ACDP supports the initiatives aimed at institutional learning and improvement, we caution that any benchmarking exercise must be approached with discernment and integrity. The city must draw lessons only from credible and well-governed municipalities,
50 seconds.
particularly in the light of the concerning revelations emerging from forums such as the Madlanga Commission and the Ad Hoc Committee on SAPS. Benchmarking should not become a superficial exercise, but rather a strategic tool to strengthen governance, accountability, and performance. In this regard, the ACDP caucus seeks clarity on key matters. How far is the GSPCR in advancing the process of nominations, particularly with respect to intergovernmental relations? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. IFP, Councillor M. Nyembe.
Thank you, Speaker, Executive Mayor, all councillors, IFP caucus leader on his absentia, ivakashi zethu eyikhona, sanibonani. Speaker, I rise to speak on item 28 and 29. The report highlights key issues identified pertaining to the performance of all departments reporting to the city manager. The IFP notes achievements and challenges stated on the report for the second quarter of 2025 and 2026 financial year. A number of concerns were noted. No expenditure made on CAPEX budget by the Office of the COO. A number of departments overspent on employee-related services. Others underspent on contracted services. These challenges have been recurring for the longest time. We hope the city manager put measures in place to deal with these challenges. Ndolebua, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Nyembe. Councillor A. Mare from the DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, council officials, ladies and gentlemen, there is a particular matter of concern which I need to bring to the attention of council. The concern relates to the Group Legal and Contracts report, which intimates that the department is seeking to obtain the right for its legal advisors to represent the council and its entities in court proceedings in a bid to reduce legal costs. This is a very bad idea. Apart from the fact that it is currently unlawful under the Legal Practice Act, there is also long-standing authority that only in exceptional circumstances will a court allow any person other than a practicing advocate or attorney with right of appearance in the High Court to represent a juristic person. A juristic person is a party other than a natural person, and the city and its entities are all juristic persons. This was encapsulated in the rule in the case of Battle versus Irish Art Promotion Centre, an Irish case which has been followed by our own courts, most recently in the matter of Investec Securities versus Call Investments Holdings, a decision handed down in the Johannesburg High Court by Judge Webner in 2022. It is noted that in the Irish case, the court held that lack of available funds to obtain legal representation does not constitute exceptional circumstances. Then there's the long accepted practice in the high courts of discouraging litigants to act in their own cause. Abraham Lincoln is reputed to have said that he who represents himself has a fool for a client. The reason is clear. Litigation is complex, and an inexperienced person, even one who has a law degree or is admitted as a legal practitioner, may do more harm than good to a corporate or juristic litigant that he purports to assist. Indeed, most attorneys, despite being well qualified and having years of general legal experience, choose not to represent their clients in court precisely because litigation skills take years of experience in the courts to develop fully. There is also no real saving for the city in using its own personnel to conduct litigation on its behalf. Preparing an opposed case for court takes many days of preparation and involves a number of role players. The time of the city's legal personnel taken up in conducting litigation would be significant. Moreover, to handle these matters, the city would have to employ experienced litigators who do not come cheap. Most importantly, the objectivity which external legal advisors can bring to bear in evaluating the merits of a claim or defense would be lost. The DA does not recommend that the city employ its own personnel to conduct litigation on its behalf. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mare. Action SA, Councillor J. Apane.
Honorable Speaker, colleagues, members of public, all protocol observed. Greetings to you all. Madam Speaker, I rise on items 28 together with 29. Regarding the citizen relation and urban management, migration to Share Now platform has created disruptions in call logging, leading to incomplete reporting and perceptions of underperformance. Resolution rates for JRA fell to 31%. So many potholes in the city, which leads to inconveniences, damages to residents' vehicles, and sometimes accidents. Water and sewage by pick it up remains a challenge to the city. This drove unresolved backlogs and eroded public confidence. Resource concentration on high-impact operations led to neglect in other regions, creating an uneven service delivery outcomes. Region A, where I come from, Madam Speaker, and Region G recorded weaker resolution rates, 55% and 61%, while Region D achieved full resolution 100%. Balanced resource distribution remains a priority. The consolidated resolution rate dropped from 53% in Q1 to 50% in Q2. Persistent backlogs in JRA and city parks weighed down the overall outcome despite strong performance from Joburg Water and pick it up on that report. Action SA, if elected to power, Madam Speaker, will employ 500 JMPD members yearly. And Action SA will create a unit to deal with hijacked buildings. Action SA knows the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pane. DA, Councillor K-Wex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to address item 28. So, Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, guests, and residents, all protocol observed. Madam Speaker, this report once again demonstrates that this city is being held back not by a lack of plans, but by a lack of execution, accountability, and urgency. While GS, PCR, group governance, and group communications and marketing achieved all their KPIs, these successes are overshadowed by systemic failures that continue to cripple service delivery and erode public trust. Let us confront the facts. Firstly, a city failing to spend its own budgets. Several departments and entities recorded 0% capex expenditure by the end of Q2. These are economic development, health, social development, tourism, and even GFIS. Not a cent spent on infrastructure, clinics, social programs, or economic stimulation. This is not just underperformance. Madam Speaker, it is governance paralysis. We have continually sounded the warning. When a city cannot spend its grants, it risks losing them. When it cannot deliver capital projects, communities suffer. This is breathtaking considering we face a 300 billion infrastructure backlog. This is totally unacceptable. Secondly, Madam Speaker, a wage bill out of control. Across departments, employee-related costs are ballooning. CRUM overspent by 32.7 million, group governance by 10.6 million, and others show salary to OPEX ratios as high as 94%. Add to this the exorbitant 10.8 billion PFA agreement recently voted for, a decision that will come back to haunt this council in one way or another. Madam Speaker, our position is clear in the DA. Yes, we do care about the workers in the city. However, when salaries consume the budget, service delivery becomes unsustainable, and it will eventually harm the well-being of the very city workers that we are trying to protect. We need leaner structures. We need to fill critical posts, and we need to ensure that there's performance-linked accountability, not runaway payrolls that deliver no value. Madam Speaker, thirdly, chronic underperformance in core departments, core functions. The Office of the Chief Operating Officer achieved only 63% of KPIs, the same as Q1. Repairs and maintenance accounts for 39% of the annual budget, crippled by procurement delays, unsigned SLAs, and invoicing backlogs. This is why Joburg infrastructure is collapsing at such a rapid rate, because the systems meant to maintain it are stuck in administrative quicksand. Madam Speaker, we are ready to help the city to restore itself. And we ask that we really all consider the state that we are in and that we need to work hard to fix these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wax. Councillor Nkhatebe, EFF.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm not Nkhatebe, I'm Councillor Redewe. She's sick. Greetings to the 29 committed EFF battalions, Caucus leader, Komisam Gnichwaku, EFF whip Tabisa Mhapi, MMC Enima Kafula, Chairperson Rasurute Hospital, fellow councillors, officials and the residents of the city of Johannesburg, whose lives are directly affected by the decision we take in this chamber. Speaker, the OCOO achieved 12K EPIs from 19, which is 63% of the same question 1, reporting not sure if it's still copy and paste as usual. Overspent on depreciation by 345,000 in question 2 reporting. Total salary cost has increased in question 2, reporting without clear indication of whether there is more staff or maybe some overtime, or has there been a 7K change in headcount or workload that justified the increase. And total OPEX increased from 14 million in question 1 to 21.9 million in question 2, reporting that is 56% jump to OPEX, with salary cost only increased by 2.6 million. Was driven the 7.9 million increase in OPEX. Operating expenditure has increased in most of the departments in this report without clear and tangible explanation, and trust me, it's definitely not service delivery to the residents of the city of Johannesburg. Speaker, the residents of Johannesburg are not interested in achieve KPIs that may be refined in future. They want to see grass being cut, the department potholes of Johannesburg being fixed, speed humps being installed next to the schools as per their request, electricity and water being present in their everyday lives. They want to see projects being completed, not stalling projects from previous term. Faction storm, water infrastructure during rainy days. Speaker, in Ward 108, we have bus pipe located in Julius and Harriot Street that we reported previously, and till today, nothing has happened to that bus pipe. And then we are running the ward without water for almost 5 months to 6 months. And in Queen Street, we have a big hole that one of our residents fell inside, and still JRA is doing nothing about that. The people of Johannesburg deserve clear service commitments, strictly accountability, and a municipal administration that takes performance serious. The EFF knows the...
Councillor, can you take your seat? Chair.
No, thanks, Speaker.
Ethics.
Speaker, can you check your team so that they can able to flat the screen so we can see the speaker when he's speaking? Because we're only seeing now, we're being abusing only.
You must start over. You must.
Councillor, can you continue with your speech, Councillor? Chair of Ethics, can you take your seat? Thank you, Councillor. You can carry on.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker, because I think I must start over.
No, start where you ended.
I think I must start over because I was not being recorded.
Your time is there. Start
Okay,
where you
Speaker,
ended.
let me continue. The people of Johannesburg deserve clear service commitments, strict accountability, and municipal administration that takes performance seriously. As the EFF, we note the report. And Speaker, I would like to wish myself a happy birthday today. Happy birthday to myself.
I hope you yourself, you're going to give us cake later. Thank you so much, Councillor. Councillor Mokwena from the ANC.
Thanks, Speaker, and greetings to you, EM, DM, members of Mayoral Committee, fellow councillors, guests in the gallery, resident of City of Joburg, not forgetting the Chief Whip and Chair of Chairs. Speaker, we are noting the report. Let me start with Cllr. We are noting the report from Cllr that on KPIs out of seven KPI, out of 8 KPIs, they've reached 7. That indicates and reflects the department's operational and visible alignment with the city developmental priorities. We commend the exceeding integrated service delivery operation and citizen engagement program, which has already surpassed its annual target. This demonstrates the commitment and participatory governance where residents are active. However, Speaker, concern remains the decline in the city-wide resolution rate from 53 to 50%, driven by underperformance of entities such as JRA and city parks. It is unacceptable for residents experiencing the city as one administration and in failure of one entity, it affects the whole city. Uneven regional performance, Speaker, particularly the sharp regression in Region D and Region E, is equal to concerning a decline from 97 to 36% in Region D cannot be normalized. Financial position requires an agent and operating expenditure at 108%, largely due to staff cost and unsustainable continuing cash flow challenges, delay payments, and stalled capital projects undermine service delivery and development. We nevertheless acknowledge the positive impact of programs such as Alexander Water Warriors and Community Work Program. Cllr has shown that delivery is possible by consistency and accountability, and financial discipline are essential for sustainable impact. Speaker, I just want to highlight on other departments, and I'll skip others. Speaker, on group forensic services, these departments play a critical role in combating fraud and corruption. However, the failure to fully implement its recommendation is deeply concerning and undermines its mandate. This requires an agent intervention to ensure accountability and improve governance. On group governance, we commend the completion of governance oversight across all 13 entities and timely appointment of governance structures. The department clean audit records and 98 invoice payment that reflects strong financial discipline. Nevertheless, the operating budget at 120% of the year-to-date budget is unsustainable, and high vacancy rate, particularly in strategic position, delays the report submission and infrastructure challenges, threaten the effectiveness of oversight and must be urgently addressed. On group legal, we acknowledge the achievement of out of 14 KPIs to 12 KPIs. And we commend a strong performance in legal advisory, contract management, and legislative compliance, disciplinary process, and at 99.7% prosecution success in municipality courts. However, a vacancy rate of nearly 48 is unattainable and exposes the city to legal and financial risk. Delay in payments of legal invoice and compliance of accommodation, and the failure to achieve unqualified audit due to contingency liability are a serious concern. The implementation of the integrated legal management system must be prioritized. On group risk and assurance, Speaker, we welcome the overall performance of 91%, commend the commend the continuity progress under the Operation Clean Audit. The regularization of a write-off of 4.5 billion signals decisive action in addressing historical challenges. The strengthening of probate advisory service and rollout of integrated assurance software are important milestones. However, a 60% vacancy rate significantly undermines the department effectiveness as it delays from the bid committee and the payment process. This issue must be addressed urgently. On group strategic and policy coordination, department achieve performance targets is noted. Progress in integrated planning, ward priority collection, intergovernmental collaboration, and resolving Auditor General's finding is commendable. Concern remains regarding the operating expenditure budget, zero capital expenditure, and delays in key coordination process such as Mayoral Lekgotla, IGR nomination, DDM1 plan. These delays undermine the strategic alignment and the planning. On the Office of the Chief Operating Officer, achievement of 63.15%, its target indicates progress, but also significant underperformance. We commend the achievement in infrastructure capital, PPP, development of smart city initiative, inner city regeneration, and recognition work of engineering center of excellence. However, underperformance in repairs and maintenance, with only 39% of the budget spent in the mid-year, is a serious service delivery failure. Weak revenue generation and delay in capital project preparation and further threatened the financial sustainability. While the absence of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure is welcome, broader risks relate to financial sustainability, aging infrastructure, slow innovation integration must be addressed decisively. But Speaker, in all these department KPIs, whatever that they've reached, doesn't reflect the service delivery on the ground. And we're urging the council to look at their KPIs so that service delivery can be seen on the ground, just because of residents cannot only rely on us by making these speeches. Remember, as council and administration, we have signed a contract with residents based on service delivery. Our people want to see the reality, and that's the language that they understand. By so saying, Speaker, I know the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mokoena. Deputy Mayor Masuku.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. All the concerns are noted and truly appreciated. We ask Council to note the report.
Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor. Member in charge. Chair Magwenchu.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask Council to note the report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Recommendations on pages 28.19 and 29.10 are the items agreed to. Thank you.
We're now on item 62, which is performance assessment report for Sorry, apologies, councillors. Item 63 is the recruitment and appointment process of the executive head for social development.
Thank you so much. You only human STC. ACDP, Councillor C. Rawlson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I greet you all in the precious name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen. Greetings to you, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, Deputy Executive Mayor, MMCs, councillors, distinguished guests, and the residents of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, I rise on item 63, and now my computer's shut down. Apologies, Madam Speaker, this is not fair. Madam Speaker, I rise on item 63, the recruitment and appointment process of the Executive Head of Social Development. Madam Speaker, the ACDP supports the recruitment and appointment of the Executive Head of Social Development. We hope that the assessment panel has made the right decision. The ACDP furthermore hopes that this process has not facilitated cadre deployment, but is based on merit, experience, and expertise. We wish Mr. Libya all the best and every blessing pending the due diligence by the city manager and his team and the acceptance of the contract. God bless the sovereign state of Israel. God bless South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor D. Foley.
It's pronounced Foley, Speaker, but that's fine.
Apologies, Councillor Foley. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, members of council, the residents of Joburg, all protocol observed. Good day to you all. I, Councillor David Foley, rise on item 63, which we are currently busy with. Speaker, please note the Democratic Alliance reject the selection process and appointment outright. We base this on the following. The panel interviews were held on the 9th of December 2025 at Sappi Building, 48 Amershoff Street, 8th floor, Bloemfontein. The third panel member listed as the external expert was Mr. Lasiba Arnold Malotana. In a press statement in July, on the 29th of July 2024, the Democratic Alliance, a member of the provincial legislature, Jack Bloom, wrote to the public protector requesting an urgent investigation into the suspicious appointment of Mr. Arnold Lasiba Malotana as the head of the Gauteng Health Department. Mr. Bloom stated he was concerned about the serious allegations regarding Malotana's involvement in corrupt activities. The Special Investigative Unit is reportedly investigating him and two other senior officials for their hand in the tender rigging scheme through which they allegedly scored millions of rands in kickbacks. Another allegation was that Malotana did not possess a necessary master's degree for the position at the time of his application, and his appointment was postponed until he obtained it. Mr. Malotana is criticized in the Public Protector's report for the irregular appointment of Dr. Ashley Mtunzi as the CEO of Tembisa Hospital. He is said to have ignored material discrepancies and rubber-stamped Mtunzi's appointment. We all know the massive corruption and looting at the Tembisa Hospital currently being investigated. On the 14th of October 2025, the Gauteng Premier, Panyasa Lesufi, suspended head of Gauteng Department of Health and Wellness, Lasiba Arnold Malotana, with immediate effect, and the Democratic Alliance in Gauteng called for his axing. This is approximately 2 months before he was part of the selection panel. How can this happen in the city of Joburg, a world-class African city? This is certainly not world-class in any way. We recommend the whole interview process be started from scratch, with new panel members vetted to ensure they are clear of any potential allegations, but I guess that will be difficult with the cloud that hangs over the cadre deployments across the country. We reserve our rights going forward on this item. My fellow councillors will elaborate on the candidate details. One thing is for sure, this will never happen under the mayorship of Helen Zille. Change is critical for the city of Joburg. End of 2026, 2027 is a year of DA governing with a majority. Ensure you are registered so you can vote out a failing government and vote DA in both ballots, the councillor and the party ballot, to take Joburg forward. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Foley. Action SA, Councillor Achuma.
Speaker, niphumeleni nimshoweta naba councillor Cllr nishoweta naba councillor aba Action SA. So Action SA cannot support item 63, and we do so deliberately and firmly on the basis of the principles on governance of accountability. Nakensa.
Thank you, Councillor Chuma. DA Councillor B. Jacobs.
Executive Mayor, Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, especially officials, all protocol observed. I rise to speak on item 63. We wish to formally object to the recommendation before council regarding the appointment of the executive head for social development. Madam Speaker, let me be clear. This objection is not about any individual. It is about governance, fairness, and the credibility of the recruitment processes within the city of Johannesburg. The social development portfolio is not merely administrative. It oversees statutory social services for vulnerable communities and specialized development programs. The vacancy circular dated the 31st of October 2025 clearly requires a degree in social science, social work, or related field at NQF level 7, together with 12 years experience, including 5 years at senior management level. However, the recommended candidate does not appear to hold a qualification in social development or social work, while other shortlisted candidates do. Council must therefore ask, what definition of a relevant degree was applied during the shortlisting? And what was the standard applied consistently across all candidates? On experience, this report reflects candidate number 2 clearly has 8 years senior management experience, while the recommended candidate's managerial experience remains vague. In addition, only the CV of the recommended candidate has been attached to the report. This does not align with good governance practice. Council cannot properly compare merit, assess fairness, or verify compliance without sight of all shortlisted candidates' credentials. Why were the other CVs not provided to enable an informed and transparent decision? The report further states that if the recommended candidate does not take up the post, the position must be re-advertised. However, there were 4 interviewed candidates. 3 performed satisfactorily, and 1 ranked second with experience and a Bachelor of Arts in social work. On what basis does the panel propose a re-advertisement instead of considering the next ranked candidate? This creates the impression of a single candidate process, which raises concerns. This is clear procedural irregularity and does not meet governance, audit, or legal compliance standards. For these reasons, the Democratic Alliance has no alternative but to reject this report in its entirety and reserves its rights pertaining to this item. We remain committed to fairness, transparency, and an equal opportunity for all officials and residents in the city of Johannesburg. Approving this in council today says to our officials, we do not care about your hard work, we do not care about your experience, but we will approve this because we approve political connections. I urge this council not to approve this report and consider our officials. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Essen Guze from the African National Congress. Is Councillor Guze here? Oh, there you are.
Yes, I am here, Speaker. Speaker, let me just rise on the established protocol. Speaker, we have read and understood the reports as the African National Congress. However, we want to convey a clear message to the administration that before everything is properly concluded, a proper due diligence must be conducted. However, we approve the report.
MMC Zungu.
Greetings, the Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor. Greetings to the MMCs. Greetings to the Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, fellow councillors and guests. Speaker, we have noted all the comments, but however, it must be noted that some of the comments may at some point misleading. I just want to state that in actual fact, it was 5 candidates that were shortlisted, not 4. This position was advertised, Speaker, internally and externally, receiving 97 applications, and all of whom attended interviews by the approved selection panel. Therefore, Council is requested, Speaker, to approve this appointment of Mr. Libia, and is duly qualified, Speaker. He holds a BA, a degree in social science, and I fail to understand that whenever, especially when it comes to black professionals, there's always this narrative that they are either not qualified or maybe they are thieves. It's just incorrect. I feel that I've never had a.
MMC?
Okay.
Councillor Belinda.
Madam Speaker, I would like to call a point of order on the MMC with due respect. Firstly, he's misleading the House. He's talking about the fact that...
What's the point of order?
My point of order is that he's misleading the House. He talks about only black candidates. How many of those candidates are black? Are they racist?
Colleagues. MMC, please continue.
Thanks, Speaker. I'm not going to debate Councillor Echozon Jogu, but the fact remains, Speaker, that whenever our black brothers are trying to rise, there's always this one person who wants to put them down.
Councillor.
Speaker, I believe that the appointment of Mr. Libia.
Can you take your seat, please? Councillor Jacobs.
Thank you, Speaker. Once again, I'd just like to reiterate the Honourable MMC is misleading the House. The matter is not about the candidates, but it's about the procedural deficiencies within the system and cadre deployment.
MMC, can you continue?
But Speaker, that's not a point of order, Speaker. Speaker, maybe just to not waste time, I will request this House to approve the report, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Colleagues, the recommendations is on page 63.8. Is the item agreed to? I'm going to put it again. Oh, colleagues, please. Please, colleagues. Can I restart? But please don't play in my mouth. The recommendations is on page 63.8. Is the item agreed to? The students are watching you. They are watching you. Colleagues, there's no clear indication who has it. There's no clear indication who has it. Those who abstain, can we see? There's one at the back that abstains. ACDP abstains. Can you help me count, please? Oh, they're counting. They've got abstain. Those who says no.
Speaker, can you please ring the bell?
Before we start the process.
Ukuthi maniphakamisa zabathi niphakamisa nabo.
The voting process has started. I asked this morning that we are disciplined. We are having small caucuses outside without asking to have a caucus. We are ill-disciplined. And if you have just walked in, please don't lift your hand. Please don't lift your hand. You have no right to vote because you are outside. We are so ill-disciplined as public reps.
Speaker. Speaker.
Councillor Dladla, we are busy voting. Councillor Dladla, we are voting.
Mbosula is raising a hand and he just came in now. Your ruling is that those who...
Can you lower your hands? Can you lower your hands? Can you please lower your hand? Just hold it. Can the yeses raise their hands? Can lower your hands, colleagues. Okay, the people that abstained was 2. Colleagues, those that said no was 85, and those who said yes, it's 107. The item is carried. Councillor Niemand.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. In terms of Rule 84, please note that there is opposition to this item and we reserve our rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councillor Niemand. Can we go back to our agenda?
Councillors, back to item 1. Item 1 is the performance assessment report for the Community Development Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025.
Now, can we see what's happening? An item is called into record and we all decide to walk out. I think really we should not be complaining if people are not here when we vote. Thank you, STC.
Once again, item 1 is the performance assessment report for the Community Development Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025, read with item 2, which is the performance assessment report for Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025. And lastly, both items read with item 3, which is the performance assessment report for Joburg City Theatre for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025.
Thank you, STC. Councillor J, member in charge, Councillor J. Makome, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good day. Can I uphold the protocols that have been raised by the previous speakers, Madam Speaker? I rise in this House to present items 1, 2, 3 as read into the record by the Secretary to Council for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Makome. Councillor Elsa Monse from the Patriotic Alliance.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, the Deputy Mayor in absentia, Whip of Council, Patriotic Alliance, Joburg 11, under the capable leadership of MMC Kenny Kunene in his absentia, fellow councillors, and most importantly, the City of Johannesburg's residents. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on item 1 to 4. While these reports are essential for tracking processes, they also highlight the equal important issue of shortcomings. Plans may look good on paper, but implementation still remains inconsistent in many areas. And that is where the real challenges lies, not in what we promise, but what we deliver. As the Patriotic Alliance, Madam Speaker, we note this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Simonse. Councillor Munyai, I'm not sure what those signs are. But I don't need you to get up, thank you. Councillor Harris is not here.
Madam Speaker, I'll be speaking on behalf of Councillor Harris.
Councillor, you're fine, you can carry on.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Konza.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will I stand to speak on item 1, 2, 3, and 4. We already greeted everybody. The Community Development Department is one of the gems of the city of Johannesburg. Unfortunately, it is flying under the radar, doing the bare essentials to get by. The reports tick all the boxes, but there is so much left unsaid. 1, Region B is arguably the most challenged region, especially the high-density areas plagued by a raft of social ills. Yes, programs were offered, and these are not ongoing or geared for maximum impact in the lives of the children and the young adults at risk. 2, it is good to see 100% of operational libraries were open. There is no plan to deal with the non-operational libraries. The question is, did LIS really achieve full compliance when so many facilities are closed and the open facilities are crumbling? Percentage spent on repairs and maintenance is wholly inadequate. The target is 8% of operating expenditure. The regression of facilities is appalling. They are looking old and jacked. 3, one of the primary mandates of the Joburg Theatre is 1, to provide quality, well-managed and accessible theatre and live entertainment venues, and proactively work to develop new audience and markets. The ACDP argues this department, urges this department to do more to encourage the pursuit of creative and visual arts as visible career choices. 4, the 6 to 10 October school holiday program hosted in Westbury is simply not enough. A more sustainable plan is needed to draw alongside learners. 5, the Creative Native Vintage Motor Show and Kreshman Tapiwa Nyaunda exhibition at the Jack are indicative of events launched to tick boxes, but not geared to showcasing the depth of facilities Joburg has to offer. 6, the nuclear swimming pool is closed for some time now. It is concerning that there were seemingly no plans to have all pools operational during the peak swimming season. 7, and lastly, Madam Speaker, the 77% reduction in wasteful and unauthorized expenditure must be commended. The ACDP notes these reports. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mkwanza. Councillor Shumba, Action SA.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to you, Speaker, Mayor, Rally Deputy Kgoro, incoming Mayor Hemen Mashaba, Samtseu, What
was that?
Speaker, Department Comdeve.
Can you take your seat, please, Councillor? Councillor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Earlier on, you ruled that one of the councillors to withdraw when they said the outgoing executive mayor. Now, she's repeating that in Setswana, saying the mayor and the deputy executive mayor are outgoing. May she kindly withdraw unconditionally. Thank you very much.
Councillor Shumba. Councillor Shumba.
Speaker.
Maybe you purposely did it in the language that you did it, because I would not understand. Can you withdraw? There's no one that's outgoing. We are all outgoing. We are all going. So stop with that one. Stop that one. I've ruled and I'm not taking hands. I have ruled and I'm not taking hands. So withdraw, please. Can you withdraw?
Speaker, it's fine. Speaker, it's fine. I can withdraw. Marquillo, Mayor, What?
No.
But
Councillor, I don't know what Khoro was, but withdraw. Withdraw and finish. Withdraw unconditionally so that we can carry on. Ek weet nie wat het jy gesê nie, so kan jy aangaan asseblief?
Maar they can be mayors forever, Speaker.
No, can we please look at the mic?
Thank you, Speaker. Nikira, I just meant he's walking out. He was walking out, but it's fine.
Don't mislead the House.
I withdraw.
Mislead the House.
I withdraw, Speaker. Mayor Rahatsuka Kgoro,
Carry
I
on with
withdraw.
your speech.
Thank you. As I said, Speaker, the department painted this 95.8% performance, over 3.2 million residents reached, and more than 1,000 jobs created. Programs across sports, recreation, arts, and libraries are active, and communities are benefiting. That is important. But Speaker, performance must be tested against governance, matlole, and credibility, because activities alone is not enough. Let me start by Joburg City Theatres. The entity achieved around 94% of its targets, exceeding key indicators such as attendance, youth participation, and SMME support. This shows that the entity is capable of delivering programs that reach people. However, there is a serious governance concern. The report confirms that there has been no reduction in irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, despite a clear target to reduce it. I get to iPhone 17. Speaker, can I be protected? Turning to Johannesburg City Zoo, City Parks and
Colleagues,
Zoo.
can we stop? Can we stop, colleagues?
Speaker, the entity reports a 93%.
Can you speak into the mic?
Thank you, Speaker. I will do so. The entity reports a 93% performance achievement, but the issue here is not just performance, it is credibility. Only 53% required reporting information was submitted, and institutional compliance is at 67%. This weekend's oversight and raises.
Colleagues, can you take your seat, Councillor? Chairperson of Rules. Can you switch off your mic?
Chair. Speaker, you indicated to us this morning that you have students from the University of Johannesburg. And you see, Speaker, the other thing is that, you see, if we don't respect the decorum of this House, now tomorrow you'll want to speak and people are not going to respect you. Now I'm saying I'm speaking as a
Thank you, Councillor.
I'm speaking as a chairperson of the rules. There's no point, there's no...
Can you be seated, Councillor? Chair, please. Councillor of Action SA, Shumba. You have 2 minutes left. Can you carry on? Can you carry on?
Speaker. The entity reports a 93% performance and achievement, but the issue here is not just performance, it is credibility. Only 53% of the required reporting information was submitted, and institutional compliance is at 67%. This weekend's oversight and raises a fundamental question. Can Council rely on performance that is not fully supported by proper reporting? Beyond the entities, there are broader financial concerns across the department. Revenue collection remains weak, spending is inconsistent with targets in some areas, and cost pressure, particularly in operation areas, are not being addressed decisively. What we are seeing here, Speaker, is a pattern. Delivery is happening, but governance is lacking behind, and that is how institutions begin to fail. Not immediately, mare tsapi, bare biki mak mere, Speaker. when financial discipline and accountability are not enforced. As Action SA, we do not believe Johannesburg must choose between delivery and governance. That's why some say, we expect both. We expect clean financial management, credibility reporting, and service delivery that is sustainable. We will support this report because there is measurable progress, but we are equally clear that the current approach is not sufficient. And this is why change is necessary, because in 2026, residents will not just be voting on performance figures. They will be voting on whether the city is properly managed. Operation Fix Johannesburg is about a new governance that will correct the weaknesses, a governance that will enforce financial discipline, strengthen oversight, and ensure that every report tabled in this council can be trusted. Register to vote on IEC, vote right, vote Action SA, vote elang samtseu, mushimane wa ko tshwane. O tlo go nna mayor ya mo Gauteng.
Raadslid, baie dankie vir jou bydrae wat op sekere plekke onverstaanbaar was. Councillor Rawatane from the EFF, I hope I didn't dissect your surname. Can you switch off your mic, Councillor?
Thank you, Speaker. It's Raholane. In English, it's Regulane. Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak on item number 123, Community Development Department and its Digital Media Performance Report, 2025 and 26. Thank you, Speaker. Let me greet the leader of the EFF in Council, Dr. Nkeni, the Caucus Sweep Councillor Tabisa Mohabi, fellow councillors, guests in the gallery, and most importantly, the residents of Johannesburg, whose lives must improve as a result of the work we do in this council. Speaker, when we look all these reports together, community development, Joburg City Theatre, Johannesburg City Parks, what becomes clear is that we are dealing with a department and entities that are functioning, but not transforming the lives of our people at the scale required. Yes, there is activity. Yes, there are programs, but the real question is, are residents feeling the impact in many communities? The answer is no. Speaker, on the issue of city parks, the residents continue to live in areas where parks are not maintained, grass is overgrown, and public spaces are unsafe. These are not just aesthetic issues. They affect dignity, safety, and quality of life. When parks are neglected, communities lose safe spaces for children, for reaction, and for social life. On Joburg City Theatre, we are seeing an institution that is struggling to attract audience and generate revenue. Theatres are not reaching the working class communities of Johannesburg. They remain largely disconnected from townships and young people who should be the future of the creative economy. This means infrastructure is undisrespected while communities remain excluded. Speaker, across the department, another major concern is how performance is measured. There is too much focus on activities and compliances and not enough focus on the real impact. We are told how many programs are implemented, but how many lives are changed. The EFF has always been clear. Government must not measure access by report, but they must leave experience of the people. Speaker, there are clear steps that must be taken to close these gaps. Firstly, the department must strengthen community-based programs, ensuring that services and cultural activities reach townships and underserved communities. Secondly, entities like city parks must improve maintenance planning and responsiveness, so the public spaces are safe, clean, and usable.
50 seconds.
Thirdly, Joburg City Theatre must implement a strong audience development strategies, including taking theatre into communities and supporting local artists. Fourthly, performance indicators must be changed to focus on impact, not just activity. We must measure who is being reached, not just what is being done. Speaker, at the center of all this is principle. Public resources must serve the people. If parks are not maintained, if theaters are not acceptable, and if programs are not reaching communities, then you are fulfilling mandate. The residents of Johannesburg deserve a community development department that is not only active, but visible, impactful, and respectful to the daily realities. That is the standard we must insist.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Councillor Mashinini from the African National Congress.
No, thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor in absentia and all councillors in the House. I think firstly I must just correct one of my councillors who talked about the Mayor of Gauteng. There's no Mayor in Gauteng, Mayor of Gauteng, it's the Premier. So I think that's one of the things we need to do. One of the things that we've seen here, Speaker, is we've seen improvement of 95.8% improvement, which is something that, Speaker, cannot be protected, Speaker. The people who are making noise.
Colleagues, it's your own councillor.
Okay. So there's an improvement of 95%, 95.8% of people who are going to the libraries and the museums. But Speaker, one of the things that we need to highlight in these things is we are seeing a lot of that on paper, but in reality and the lived experience of the people, it's not really happening. We are seeing these numbers. I think the MMC, we just need to go, when we are doing our oversight, to check those things in real time. Because most of the services that they claim that they're happening, we even sometimes question our flagship parks, because they say that they're flagship parks, but when you arrive there, it's just a recipe for disaster, which we need to assist, because we know that there are challenges, where there are many challenges. We've seen, again, there are challenges, they're not problems. It's something that can be resolved in this time. We are seeing that 18,000 trees have been planted, trying to combat the global warming that is happening. 1,000 jobs were created. We need to give credit where it's due. However, I think one of the things that I am hoping is one day to read the report and not come with however, because there are many good things that are happening, but there's many challenges that keep coming back, and we are not dealing with that the way we should be dealing with. The African National Congress firmly believes in the entities such as city parks and zoo, and city parks and zoo, and a central on building the livelihood and inclusive and environmental sustainable city. For the vision to realize a performance must be not only be reflected in reports, but be invisible and tangible in our communities. Item 3. 94% overall achievement in 94% overall achievement and a clean audit track record of a surplus of 2.5 million. The program that is Arts Alive, the school outreach initiatives, and the major productions that ensure that the theater remains accessible to the communities, not just the entertainment, but the tool for the education and the national building. Speaker, when we're speaking about the theater in ComDev, it's one of the most performing ones, but I think we need to replicate this in all departments that are there, because it's not nice seeing only one. Every time when we are reading this, we are only seeing one. And it's a challenge for all of us that we are seeing that the department is not performing the way we think it should be performing, because there are improvements since within the term that we are speaking about. But we need to see a lot of things happening in real time, and we need to be coming back, because we know that when people see spaces that the grass is not cut, the public open spaces are dirty, it becomes an opportunity for some who dream about expropriating the land that belongs to the city. So we need to cut the checks, cut those things, and try to improve in the security, because most of the departments and facilities owned by the city City and ComDev are under threat because there's a lack of security that is happening there. And we need to be looking at that. And Speaker, I think there's a turning point. We are seeing improvement from the last report that we saw at this time last year. So there's something that is happening. So I think we are driving to the right direction. We know that a lot of people will be standing up and trying to do some electioneering, not reading the reports to the latter. But I think if we work hard and continue like this, the MMC is on the right track, and I think we are working so hard. So the Community Development Section 79 Committee is putting pressure, and with the pressure that they are putting, it's noticeable. And I think next time when we are coming through, there won't be a however. We'll be talking about the positives that people can see, because ComDev is one department that you are able to see the changes that are happening in real time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mashinini. Can we have the MMC of ComDev? MMC Amat.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, Executive Mayor, the Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, councillors, and the residents of the city of Johannesburg. I was still waiting for Umazibugo because he's very passionate about what's happening in the department. So I don't see his name here, Umazibugo. You know that abantu abafake izibuko, they have a different way of seeing things. Sometimes babonela izinto, khona babonela kude, sometimes khona babonela eduze, akiri major. So it depends on how you interpret the report. However, the department has done a commendable work, and we have noted the concerns from the councillors. It's an area of development from our side. We will ensure that we sanction that. So I would like Council to note the report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, MMC. Member in charge, Chair Makome.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, indeed, Madam Speaker. Next time we won't be having the however cliche. Indeed, the community development is a stellar department, Madam Speaker, high-performing department. And with all things being considered, Madam Speaker, we don't need the cacophony, the pandemonium that we have enjoyed during the presentations by earlier speakers. And from that end, Madam Speaker, we'll keep this flagship department running. I therefore recommend that Council notes and approves the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Member in charge. Colleagues, the recommendations. Colleagues, the recommendations are on pages 1.36, 2.14, 3.20, and 4.20 are the items agreed to. Thank you so much, STC.
We now proceed with item 5, and that is the performance assessment report for the Group Corporate and Shared Services Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025, read with item 6, and that's the oversight report of the Section 79 Corporate and Shared Services Committee on the 2025-26 second quarter budget and performance assessment report of Group Corporate Shared Services for period October to December 2025.
Thank you. Thank you, STC. Member in charge, Councillor T. Rapadu. In his absence, is there anybody from the Section 79? Yes, Councillor Nguze.
No, thank you, Speaker. I rise to table item number 5, item number 6, as read by the Secretary to Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Nguze. From the PA, Councillor Z. May.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, PA Caucus Leader, MMC Kenny Kunene in his absentia, esteemed guests, and most of all, our residents watching. Madam Speaker, the Patriotic Alliance notes this report with great concerns. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The IFP, Councillor D. Mangani.
Madam Speaker, allow me to stand on the protocol observed. I rise to speak on behalf of the IFP on item 5 and 6. Speaker, the report before us shows that the city has achieved 87% performance in the second quarter. While this may appear positive, the IFP is concerned that this performance has declined from the previous quarter, and most importantly, it does not fully reflect the realities on the ground. We acknowledge areas where the city is doing well. Labor stability has improved, vacancy rates are under control, disciplinary processes are functioning, and there are no audit findings. These are the important indicators of stable administration. However, Madam Speaker, stability alone is not enough. There are serious concerns regarding performance. The organizational redesign has stalled, not due to complicity, but due to delays in payment. Occupational health and safety compliance remains poor, putting workers at risk. There are ongoing delays in digitization and system modernizations. Skills development efforts are based on outdated assessments. There are early warning signs in financial management, including irregular and wasteful expenditure. These issues point a gap between what is reported and what is actually being delivered. Madam Speaker, the IFP believes that the city is administratively stable, but operationally underperforming. If these challenges are not addressed urgently, this decline in performance will continue. The IFP therefore calls for stronger accountability for non-performance, urgent improvements in health and safety compliance, acceleration of key reforms, especially, here's this word again, digitization, and a clear shift towards performance that is measured by real outcomes, not just reports. Madam Speaker, the people of Johannesburg expect a city that works, not only on paper, but in practice. The IFP support the noting of this report, but calls for urgent corrective action to improve improvements. Honourable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Councillor D. Foley from the DA.
That's it, Speaker.
Foley.
You got that right. Madam Speaker, members of council, residents of Joburg, all protocol observed, good day to you all. This is item 5, the performance assessment on the GSS team. So here are some of the important facts in relation to the report. The institutional review update. The transaction advisor who was appointed in January 25 was not paid, and as a result, the project stalled in September 2025. I'm not sure if payment has been made yet for the project to continue. I'm sure the MMC can advise. Under the section Health, Safe and Secure Working Environment, some departments reported as non-applicable under physical compliance. Reasons were not provided, for example, group legal and contracts, executive mayor and GCSS. If your building is broken, I guess it's not applicable. Change is coming. Economic development, building reported a 23% systems compliance and 24% physical compliance. Should staff even be using the building, you know? Reported deviations continue to reflect the detachment of senior management from ensuring compliance. Do the officials even care about their staff? Change is coming. As far as the disabling incident frequency rate, it ranged from 2,654 to 3,196 in quarter 2. It's the highest disabling injuries were in JMPD, Joburg Water and Health. Others were in community development, JRA, City Power and JOSCO. That is a lot of injured staff per quarter. What is actually going on? Skill development and interventions, the recovery of the skills development levy as an annual target in the second quarter. Rebates were received, approximately 9 million. There was a 14.5% achievement of the implementation of skills audit interventions for the employee level 7 and 8 against a target of 55%. And of course, we've asked these questions and the committee waits a response to this. In a first quarter memoranda was circulated to heads of departments on the revision of the disability quota from 2% to 3%, on consultative meetings on people with disabilities, representation in the workforce, as well as a memorandum to address gender parity at top management level. With the 2% not achieved previously, I doubt the 3% will be achieved. GSS, luckily, as a department, is leading with a 3.3% achievement. Right, concerns as a summary here. The city's poor compliance with the Occupational Health and Safety Act, despite that, is a KPI in the scorecards of heads of departments. Reported non-compliance of user departments in implementing SLAs, service level agreements. This was pronounced as delays in the core in payment of Telkom, as well as delays in the payment of the transaction advisor in the institutional review. Delays in the digitization of HR processes and the records management system by Group ICT. This is critical to effective staff management. And then, of course, delayed implementation of interventions from the skills audit that was conducted in 2018. Are these interventions still relevant for the current needs of the organization, is the question that may be asked. A point to mention is that the chairperson of the Section 79 committee on the 3rd of March 2026 was not available for the in-committee meeting or the main Section 79 GCS monthly meeting. Many attempts were made to contact the chairperson to no avail. I then volunteered, as agreed by the legal representative and the other councillors, to continue with both meetings. Also, there would be no points or no items for GCS this week, or this month, sorry. Similarly, in the same meeting, is that the GCSS MMC, who was signed on twice in the meeting, online it was, when I requested to engage with a query, he did not respond. This means the MMC was logged on, but not really participating, which is very concerning. Joburg deserves better, which will happen if you register from now until June the 20th, 21st, before the election is proclaimed, so that you can vote DA. Democratic Alliance with Helen Zille becoming the mayor. Both ballots for the councillor and the party ballot must be marked DA. We are tired of non-effectual management and with no consequence management. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jay Sondag from Action SA.
Madam Speaker, fabulous 44 councillors of Action SA, esteemed guests in the gallery, all protocol observed. I rise to speak on item 5 and 6. Madam Speaker, the report must not only be received, but it must also be confronted with honesty. An overall performance of 87% with 13 out of 15 KPIs achieved may appear acceptable on the surface, but when we compare it to the 93% achieved in Q1, it becomes clear that the city is moving in the wrong direction. 6% decline is not just a number. It is a warning sign, and we cannot afford to ignore warning signs. The regression in performance is not accidental. It is the result of avoidable failures. Madam Speaker, the delay in the organizational redesign is deeply concerning. A critical reform process has been brought to a standstill, not because of complexity, but because the city has failed to meet its own financial obligation. This is not just administrative issue. It is a failure of governance and accountability. The continued rise in the disabling incident frequency rates is unacceptable. Workers in this city are being exposed to unsafe conditions, while those responsible for enforcing compliance are failing to act decisively. Occupational health and safety is not optional. It is a legal moral obligation. Madam Speaker, this financial performance in our city paints a serious trouble picture. The department has only received 35.88% of its year-to-date revenue. This is not a minor shortfall. It is a serious underperformance driven by failures in compensation for occupational injuries and disease-caused billing. At the same time, expenditure sits at 34.81%, presenting a misleading picture of control. Action SA would like to be clear on this one. There is nothing efficient about controlling spending while failing to collect what is owed. This is outright mismanagement. Madam Speaker, furthermore, the understanding on corporate printing, alongside proposed 10 million budget cuts, reveals poor planning and weak oversight. The issue before us is clear, Madam Speaker. Delayed transformation and stalled reform, ongoing safety risk for workers, weak revenue collection system, poor alignment between budgets and actual needs. These are not technical glitches, they are governance failures. Madam Speaker, we cannot, it cannot be a business as usual. We must act decisively. Firstly, all contractual obligations must be honored without delay. Service providers cannot be expected to deliver when the city fails to pay. If there are failures, there must be consequence. Secondly, occupational health and safety compliance must be enforced with agency. Departments that fail to protect workers must be held accountable, firmly and without exception. Thirdly, the collection of revenue must be strengthened immediately. Billing inefficiencies cannot continue to undermine the city's financial position. We must modernize system, improve accordingly, and close gaps that allow revenue to slip through the cracks. Fourthly, Madam Speaker, if we are serious about becoming a smart city, then we must move beyond talk. Lastly but not least, budget must reflect reality. Over budgeting and underspending are symptoms of poor planning, and they weaken public trust. Every cent must be planned properly and spent accordingly. Madam Speaker, the residents of Johannesburg expect a government that delivers and that takes accountability seriously. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sonda. Councillor P. Nhlapo from the EFF.
Greetings to the Speaker, the Mayor, the EFF Caucus Leader in absentia, the EFF Chief Whip, the MMC of the EFF, and all councillors in the House. Speaker, I rise on item 5 and 6. As the EFF, we strongly believe to once more pronounce our concern that performance does not match the budget that was approved. Too many targets are not met while money continues to be spent. This shows weak accountability and poor planning. Key services like human resources, ICT, and administrative support must work properly because they affect the whole municipality. When these departments fail, service delivery to our people also fails. We also note the delays in filling critical vacancies and slow progress in improving systems. This cannot continue. Our communities expect a capable and responsive administration. We call for strict consequence management for underperformance, better monitoring of spending, and faster implementation of plans. The city must use public funds wisely. The EFF note the report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Councillor P. Shange from the African National Congress.
Mangbonge somlomo gibingelele giphinde ngibingelele usodolopha umeya nesekela lakhe ngibingelele kuWhip nesekela lakhe ngibingelele wonke ama MMCs ngibese ngibingelela wonke amakhansela khona ngaphakathi kule nkundla kakhulukazi amakhansela akamdala uThambo kwinhlangano engisuka kuyona kakhulukazi amakhansela alidisha ama-ward speaker okwamakhansela afeyisana nobuhlungu ngazo zonke izikhathi. Ngibingelele kumphakathi wethu waseGoli, ngibingelele kuyihambeli zethu ezikhona la, ngibingelele wonke ama-official we-City of Johannesburg. Ngithathele thuba ngibingelele bonke abasebenzi be-City of Johannesburg nama-shop strat kaSAMU ngokuphelela kwawo. Speaker, ngifuna ukusho ukuthi as the African National Congress, we see the performance has declined, and we want to make sure that we request from the side of the city manager to assist in terms of making sure that the departments, managers do comply in terms of health and safety issues. Because if they don't do so, Speaker, we will have many problems. But we are also saying, Speaker, as the African National Congress, as much as we note this report, we request that as councillors, we need to do our work. Remember, for us to receive 6% decline, Speaker, at times it is because of the oversight that we do. We are not doing it properly, so that we come back and make sure that this work happens. Our duty is to whip as councillors and make sure that these key performance indicators that are set by ourselves are achievable, Speaker. And if we don't do so, it means we are failing ourselves. And coming here, Speaker, blaming anyone for making sure that contractors are not paid, this is not happening. Meanwhile, when the time for budget arrives, people, they distance themselves from voting for the budget. How must I pay and who must pay that from which pocket? As much as we are speaking of collection of the revenue, Speaker, it is our duty as councillors sitting here to stop playing too much politics, but do our work as expected by residents of Johannesburg. Because we are expected, Speaker, as residents, as councillors here, to make sure that we do represent our constituency more than political parties. Because our political parties are the ones that have sent us here, but people that are voting are people of Johannesburg, not looking at what we are doing in this council. Speaker, we are noting as the African National Congress that there is a decline. And we are saying in our Section 79 committees, let's go back and do this work and make sure that we achieve moving forward. And Speaker, we're hoping that the city manager can play a bigger role in making sure that these managers, they do perform, they do bring reports that are proper, so that when we sit in the committee, we get also reports that are properly. Speaker, we understand it is 2026, a very silly year, that everybody wants to be seen doing work. Meanwhile, it's just an issue of pictures, it's just an issue of making noise. But we are saying as councillors, let's go back to our committees at Section 79 and do our work. And in so doing, we'll make sure that we are saying we are serving the city of Johannesburg residents, because those residents are a priority more than anything. And I want to take this opportunity and thank all colleagues that made sure that the budget is approved, so that we are able to pay these contractors that people are speaking about, but do not care about those contractors. And the African National Congress notes report, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Shange. MMC Zungu.
Speaker, angibingelele futhi kuwe, ngiphinde ngibingelele usodolobha waseGoli, na wonke nje amakhansela akulo mkhandlu waseGoli, Speaker. Speaker, I have noted all the comments, and specifically maybe Councillor Foley, I might have maybe missed that moment when you requested a comment from myself. I do attend meetings and I sit in meetings. I respect the committee, and really I apologize if maybe there was some misunderstanding, but I will address this maybe outside this meeting. Speaker, this report complies with Section 41 of the Systems Act, which requires regular performance reporting to Council. It is basically a report that outlines overall performance of the department. Between the period of October to December 2025, the department achieved overall performance of 87%, with 13 out of 15 quarterly KPIs achieved, 2 not achieved, and 2 annual KPIs. This reflects a slight decline from 93% achieved in Q1. The KPI has not achieved the implementation of organizational redesign and the disabling incident frequency rate. Rectifying measures have been put in place, Speaker, to address these challenges and improve performance in the next quarter. Council is therefore, Speaker, requested to note this report. I therefore ask Council to note this report, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much, MMC. Member in charge, Councillor Nguze.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think it is critical that we speak the appropriate language in this council, at least because we have visitors, kids from the University of Johannesburg. I'm raising this, Speaker, precisely because the Speaker from the Economic Freedom Fighters greeted the EFF MMC, and we do not have such. And at least the kids must live here understanding that we only have members of mayoral committees, but we do not have MMCs of political parties when we are in council. But however, I ask the council to approve the reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Member in charge. Colleagues, the recommendations are on page 5.6, 6.8, and 6.9. Are the items agreed to? Thank you. STC.
Item 7 is the performance assessment report for the Development Planning Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025. Also read with item 8, which is the performance assessment report for Johannesburg Development Agency for 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025. And both items lastly read with item 9, and that's your oversight report of the Development Planning Section 79 Committee on the 2025-26 second quarter budget and performance assessment report of the Development Planning Department and Johannesburg Development Agency for the period October to December 2025.
Thank you so much, STC. Member in charge, Chair J. Kaldin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, I rise to table item 7, performance assessment report for the Department of Development Planning. Item 8, performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Development Agency. Item 9, oversight report for the Development Planning Section 79 Committee on the 2025-2026 second quarter budget performance assessment reports for the Department of Development Planning and JDA. Thank you.
Thank you, Member in charge. ACDP, Councillor N. Mkonza.
Yes, shalom, shalom once again, Madam Speaker. Kindly remind me as soon as I hit 1.5 minutes because I have combined these two items, 7 and 8. So as soon as I hit the halfway, please remind me so that I jump to the next one. Madam Speaker, at the outset, the ACDP wishes to acknowledge and commend the department for achieving an overall performance of 84.5, and with all SLAs met during this reporting quarter on the development planning. This reflects a level of commitment and administration capability that must be recognized. However, Madam Speaker, while we commend the performance on paper, our role as Council is to interrogate sustainability, efficiency, and impact. In this regard, the ACDP Caucus remains concerned about key financial indicators. The reported figures for operational expenditure at 41%, revenue collection at 35%, and capital expenditure at 47% present a worrying trend. These figures suggest potential inefficiencies in spending, challenges in revenue generation, and delays our underperformance in capital project implementation. If not urgently addressed, Madam Speaker, the weaknesses may undermine the department's ability to translate plans into tangible developmental outcomes for our communities. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the ISDP which is intended to integrate systems and significantly enhance analysis, reporting, and decision-making for both internal and external stakeholders, was officially launched on 28 August 2025. Yet to date, members of Council have not been able to access or utilize this platform. This concern was raised in the previous quarter without any resolution or feedback, Madam Speaker.
You have 1 minute, so you can jump to the next one.
1 minute left. Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Then item 8, the JDA.
We have 44 seconds left.
No problem, Madam Speaker. It just jumped. It's fine. That's fine. I'll just quickly summarize. Okay, the JDA, the ACDP notes with serious concern the JDA continues to underperform, particularly in relation to capital expenditure. For this reporting quarter, CAPEX performance stands at a mere 37%, reflecting an 8% regression when compared to the same period in the previous financial year. This continued decline is deeply troubling, especially in the absence of clear, credible, and satisfactory mitigating factors from the entity. CAPEX is not merely a financial metric.
I've just done what you've asked me, Councillor. IFP, Councillor M. Nyembe.
Recently, angiphinda ngibonge Speaker. I rise to speak on item 7, 8, 9. The purpose of this report is to assess the first quarter performance of the Development Planning Department and its related entities. The department has 19 KPIs and has achieved 16 in this quarter. We note that the department increased its performance. As we note the improvement in performance, we agree with the committee that the debt should submit to the committee a recovery plan to improve grant revenue performance. Also report on the operational processes and procedures of the illegal outdoor advertising operations established during the reviewed period. Sengvala Speaker, ngiyawezwa amaqembu abhiza aphikisana ngomeya ozongena nonjani. Ngifuna ukutshela abahlali base City of Johannesburg ukuthi the IFP is a solution and you are more than ready.
Thank you, Councillor Nyembe. Can we have Councillor Stewart from the DA?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on the Development Planning Core Department and the JDA. The latest quarterlies have delivered some expected results, and we once again find ourselves having to highlight a set of issues that seem to be left in a state of perpetual limbo.
Councillor Stewart, just hold on. Legal is just showing me that on my left-hand side, at the back, there's a lot of movement. And we expect people to listen to us. Please, colleagues, and you don't just come with moving with your feet, but you are also moving with your mouth. So it makes a noise. Thank you, Councillor Stewart. We've stopped your 1 minute that we took.
So I'm starting afresh, Madam Speaker.
No, you can carry on.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak on the Development Planning Core Department and the JDA. The latest quarterlies have delivered some expected results, and we once again find ourselves having to highlight a set of issues that seem to be left in a state of perpetual limbo, issues that seem to be stuffed in a can and kicked down the road repeatedly. As members of the Oversight Committee, we are left only to wince at the sound of tin clinking on the tarmac. In the DA, we raise these issues repeatedly, not to simply score points, but because we know that in a matter of months, the problems of the department and the city will be ours. We will be the inheritors of the true state of the department and the city, and we have to own the legacy of lethargy, corruption, and indifference. And so it is within that context that I briefly lay down some new points of objective concern regarding the department, and I can only appeal to the MMC and senior officials to take the criticism in the spirit in which it is represented. Beginning with the core department. Firstly, the LIS and TAS system failures brought statutory planning functions to a standstill for over 2 months. However, the quarterly report does not reflect that downtime in its reported target achievements, which presents us with undeniable evidence that the practice of copying and pasting whole sections of previous quarterly reports and possibly thumb-sucking other figures is still alive and well. It does not need to be stressed that disinformation in quarterly reports is serious, and it's high time that the MMC and the Executive Director take these matters seriously so that we as councillors can at least pretend that there is a sense of professional ownership of the reports that are sent to Section 79 and to Council. It is on this note that the DA must insist on a stability plan for all of the digital platforms, especially the LIS, TAS, and CPMS systems, to be presented to the Section 79 in our next formal sitting. Secondly, in response to questions surrounding actions taken against repeat or habitual offenders in the outdoor advertising industry, we were subjected to an insulting response. In effect, we were nonchalantly told that the outdoor advertising industry is a bit like construction, and if you're currently involved in an illegal development, it does not bar your company from applying for rezonings or building plans on other properties. Likewise, outdoor advertising, you can be caught erecting numerous illegal billboards, but it has no bearing on your ability to continue to apply for new billboard sites, nor does it tarnish your reputation with the city. Not only is there no credible mechanism in place to rectify illegal, unethical operators' behavior, but the department has no inclination or desire to put its thinking cap on, or to simply Google what other cities do with regards to illegal billboard operators. Thirdly, the department needs to develop a sense of urgency regarding the planning archives, not only their digitization and safe storage, but access to them as well. Just recently, the MMC's office, in response to a formal written question submitted to Council requesting access to approved parking plans for a site development, stated that they needed to source them from archives. Now, 6 months later, after numerous follow-ups, the parking plans have still not been made available. It shouldn't take more than 48 hours to access these archives. Again, between the MMC and the Executive Director, this doesn't seem to be a matter of any particular importance. It would seem that the decline has now become so pronounced that honouring commitments in official questions to Council is considered optional at best. Moving on to the JDA. Firstly, the CEO is currently under investigation on a range of charges centred around possible fraud and financial mismanagement. Yes, people are innocent until proven guilty. However, it is both ethical and customary to remove a person under investigation until such time as their name is cleared or they are charged. Not doing this is simply opening up the door for potential interference in an ongoing investigation. The DA urges the department to place the JDA CEO under temporary suspension, with pay of course, until the investigation has been concluded. Secondly, the broader financial state of the city has forced JDA to mothball a significant number of projects in its pipeline. On the surface of things, this can be blamed entirely on financial necessity, but stripping CAPEX funding for construction projects is not the straightforward exercise that many people in the city think it is. Projects need to be analysed in terms of where they are in the pipeline and whether they are the kinds of projects that can be safely mothballed and picked up again at a later stage without needing additional funding or without progress to date being undermined or completely nullified. And this type of approach to stripping the JDA CAPEX budget has not been universally applied, and it leaves councillors on the Section 79 with a strong view that many JDA projects have been defunded in such a way that in subsequent financial years, these projects will either have to be started afresh or will require large additional capital to compensate for non-existing site security, neglect, and decay. The above concerns are related to a broader and more systemic concern. In a climate where departments have little capital for projects, they are left only to focus on operational matters and day-to-day service delivery. This should then be an area where the department and the city in general choose to demonstrate their worth. You may not be able to change the CAPEX situation, but you can compensate by raising your game on operational matters. This unfortunately hasn't been the case. Rather, the financial state of the city is being used as a crutch or a smokescreen. As DA councillors on the Oversight Committee, we're increasingly subjected to shoulder shrugging, the passing of the buck, and technically ignorant responses to simple questions. The culture of a lack of individual accountability and consequence management is now in our faces more than ever. The department is on autopilot, and the DA finds itself in a precarious situation where we can only attempt to quantify the true nature of the beast that we will have to tame after November this year. The DA would urge both the MMC and the Executive Director of Development Planning to introduce an immediate strategy to salvage the next 2 financial quarters and beef up the quality of reporting and transparency, so that you stand at least some chance of being able to provide the incoming DA administration with a handover that can be delivered with a sense of dignity and professionalism. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. Before we go to the next speaker, I would ask that we go home and we read, or right now, you are supposed to have your rule book with you. Can we all read Rule 30? All of us, can we read Rule 30? So that we can understand the code of conduct. We are having councillors that are bending over other councillors and that are speaking while we have people that are on the podium. Can we please go and read Rule 30? Councillor, you can't call a point of order on me on that. I'm going to the next councillor. Councillor Mabunda, Action SA. Rule 30, Rule 30. Councillor Mabunda.
Councillor Siwai, Madam Speaker. Kiemetse Councillor Mabunda.
Just hold on, Councillor. MMC Twako and MMC Zungu. Please, please, MMCs, please. Councillor, you can carry on.
Yalewa Speaker. Akulebwe mzamaiso wa msebetsi kelebwe basebetsi mo le nna baiti ba rona ba kgetheileng nka lebala jwang ba bohlale ba botjhabela the 44 fabulous councillors of Action SA. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on items 7 and 8, but with a strong emphasis on JDA. Which is the performance assessment report.
Councillor, please just hold on. I'll let them keep your time. MMC Twako. Please, MMC. No, no, no. There's time for caucuses. We can ask for a caucus. I'm also a party leader. Councillor, please. Councillor, you can carry on.
Ke boele ke phete hape mtsamaiso wa mosebetsi ke re ko leboe ke leboe basebetsi mo le nna baiti ba rona ba kgetheileng nka lebala jwang ba bohlale ba botjhabela the 44 fabulous councillors of Action SA. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on items 7 and 8, but with a strong emphasis on JDA, which is the performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Development Agency for 2025-2026 financial year, for the period of October to December 2025. As Action SA, one of our priorities to fix Johannesburg, we are saying, bring back jobs and investment. Certainly, this cannot happen with a weak and unsustainable JDA. Johannesburg doesn't need more slogans or empty promises. It needs strong leadership, experience, and a clear plan, and that's none other than Operation Fix Johannesburg under Herman Mashaba. Madam Speaker, while we welcome 147 EPWP jobs that were created during this period under review, we believe more could have been done, and the JDA that is working can contribute to more sustainable jobs and everlasting economic development in the city. We are tired of JDA that is always facing budgetary constraints, severe cash flow problems, late payment of invoices leading to the collapse of the SMMEs, and incomplete projects affecting key service delivery areas. We believe this important agency of the city can survive with a complete overhaul, highly skilled personnel, and a new business model. With those words, Madam Speaker, we note this report with concerns, and we say, "Hayi ne pula ya mashaba, hayi ne."
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor V. Tefu from the ANC. Councillor V. Tefu. Oh, sorry. Councillor Masetla, apologies. Johannes Masetla.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to yourself. Greetings to both mayors, the EFF party leader, EFF party whip, EFF deployed MMC Makafula, EFF deployed MPEC chair, Spetela Rasurute, EFF Caucus, fellow councillors, Joburgers, UJ student, and the city manager of the city of Joburg, Dr. Brink. Speaker, as the EFF, we note the reported performance of 84.2% with 16 out of 19 KPIs achieved. This reflects improvement from the previous quarter, and it confirms that there is indeed institutional capacity in the department. We further commend the finalization of the long outstanding GIS maintenance contract. This is a critical intervention that will enhance spatial planning, coordination, and data-driven decision-making across the city. We also acknowledge the enforcement action taken against illegal outdoor advertising with 18 structures removed. This is a necessary step in restoring compliance and protecting the integrity of our urban environment. However, Speaker, these achievements cannot overshadow the serious governance and operational failures reflected in this report. The prolonged downtime of the LIS-TAS system from mid-September to December represent a collapse of core administrative function. During this period, applications could not be properly processed, tracked, or managed. We must ask, Speaker, who is being held accountable for this failure? What is the value of delayed investment during this period, and what measures are in place to ensure that such breakdown never happens again? The introduction of manual process, while necessary, has created a backlog that the department itself admits may result in errors and audit queries. Speaker, this council must not ignore this warning. This is how irregular expenditure and audit findings are born. The department has spent only 41% of its budget against 50% target. This underspending attributed to procurement delays and slow invoice processing reflects institutional inefficiency. Speaker, underspending is a failure to deliver service to our people. Even more concerning is the negative expenditure reported under contracted services. This raises serious red flags about financial controls and accounting practices. This council must demand a detailed explanation. We note that the entity achieved 89% of its KPIs in the JDA, which, although commendable, reflect a slight decline from previous years, 93%. We further note the creation of 174 EPWP work opportunities, which is a positive step. We must ask whether these workers are going to be insourced in future or not. The entity has spent only 37% of its KPI against 40%. More alarming is the reported operation deficits and extreme escalation in extreme expenses. The report also highlights ongoing cash flow challenges resulting in service providers not being paid within 30 days. Failure to pay service providers on time not only undermines trust, it destroys.
Thank you, Councillor Masetla. Councillor V. Tefu. Is Councillor Tefu in the house? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Jama ngilochise ngoba umuntu nomuntu unesikhabo vana umuntu alochise ngesikhabo vana ngizwe abanye abakhuluma isikhuwa thina simaNdebele ngizakuthoma ngokulochisa ingonyama yekhethu mabhoko wesithathu sithokoze ngokuthi ingoma iyaphuma unyaka lo ukhulumile umlomo ongathethi imanga wathi bobaba abakhulelwe bentwana nizibambe ngambili sithi mabhoko sindweni umhlaba unethuli mhlazana kunganathuli kuza kuliwa isigenge side sakonomagenge lizipho libuhobobo ngumfazi amabela amade wamunyisa abantwana abangaphetsheya kweligwana eligwana wena mabhoko awisa ubukhosi wakasomtshатshana sele bungamele ngemlanjeni ingathana kusubukhosi wakasomtshатshana ngasibukhomba ngemlanjeni ngasibukhomba ngesikhundla awopho mabhoko ngonyama awopho zinyana likanyumbabo. Madam Speaker, Whip of Council, Councillor Kazamula Chauke, Chair of Chairs, Councillor Bonani Marema, Executive Mayor, Councillor Dadasilo Morero. I'm not sure if he's still in the house. And the Deputy Executive Mayor, Councillor Loyiso Masugu, members of the Mayoral Committee, visitors in the gallery, residents of the city of Johannesburg, fellow councillors. Madam Speaker, I rise on item 7, 8, and 9, the performance assessment report for the Department of Development Planning for the 2025-2026 financial year for the period October to December 2025. The performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Development Agency for the 2025-2026 financial year for the period October-December 2025, as well as the oversight report for the Development Planning Section 79 Committee on the 2025-2026 second quarter budget and performance assessment report of the Development Planning Department and the Johannesburg Development Agency, JDA, for the period October to December 2025. Madam Speaker, the performance summary shows that the department, the report is part of a scientific method used by the department to measure performance in a comprehensive manner in accordance with relevant legislative framework as indicated herein. We therefore appreciate the correctness of numbers through which we can put scrutiny on both the achievements as well as the shortcomings by the department in a transparent manner. The performance summary shows that the department has 19 KPIs which are applicable for reporting in the period under review. Out of the 19 KPIs applicable for reporting, 16 KPIs were achieved, while 3 were not achieved, which gives the department an overall percentage of 84.2%. A proportional target of 50%, which the department had initially set for itself, was not achieved on operating expenditure. Instead, only 41% was achieved, and this is attributed to lower expenditure on contracted services and general expenses due to delays in the appointment of service providers. This area requires some tightening of bolts and nuts to improve through better results in the future. The CAPEX performance in Q2 indicates a moderate level of expenditure against planned targets with variations across funding sources, By the end of Q2, year-to-date expenditure amounted to 18.6 million compared to year-to-date target of 22.1 million, resulting in an achievement of 42%, which shows a slight underperformance against the initial spending plan, which is another area of concern. On external loans, a budget of 35.7 million was approved, out of which year-to-date expenditure reached 19.1 million, exceeding the target of 17.8 million, thus translating into a performance of 54%, with which we are pleased as the committee. We welcome the progress made towards implementing some of the departmental strategic programs, responding to city priorities as indicated in the executive summary, which include the following: contribute to climate change commitment, improve customer care services, which is the area that affects most of councillors due to lack of interaction between residents and service providers in a consistent manner. The Smart City project, the implementation of deprivation areas, under which we take serious noting on the Early Childhood Development Centers compliance program, as well as the Spaza Shop compliance program, and the capital project implemented in deprivation areas. And on the Spaza Shop registration program, we also welcome the turnaround time, that which is going to see the process being worked on timeously and dealing with the backlog. Madam Speaker, we do acknowledge challenges that were experienced by the department and its entities during the quarter under review, just as much as we equally take cognizance of the mitigation efforts that the departments brought about in response thereto. We encourage them to jack up in fixing the mess that was inherited from the 2016 disaster under Mayor Mashaba and the DA. And as the African National Congress, we approve the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tefo. MMC Mgina.
Greetings, Madam Speaker. Acknowledgements and greetings to the Executive Mayor, to fellow MMCs, to the Chief Whip of Council, the Chair of Chairs, and all councillors that are present in this gathering or in this chamber, residents and guests. I greet you all. I think let me just take this opportunity to thank councillors for the points that they've raised in their submissions and indicate that they are all noted, and we are committed to address concerns that have been raised. And I want to also acknowledge the fact that you are also, councillors, acknowledging the challenges that we are faced with in the department. The issue of the CEO at JDA, I think it's a matter that is in court. The court is very clear on how we approach such matters. I don't think we have to say anything until there is an outcome of court, and then we'll take it from there. I think as to other issues that have been raised, we are happy to attend to them, but also happy to provide Section 79 with any report that they might want from us as to address the issue of transparency that was raised by Councillor Stewart, reporting and transparency. We're always willing to respond and give reports when they're needed by Section 79. Otherwise, I note all the comments. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC Mgina. Member in charge, Councillor Caldine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the Section 79 committee, we request that Council note and approve the reports. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, recommendations are on pages 7.6 8.5, and 9.12 are the items agreed to. Thank you so much, colleagues. We are now going to break for lunch. It is 14:05. We'll be back at 15:05. Sharp 15:05. Thank you. Chair of Chairs and what can we talk?
Speaker Arnolds, you were there with me. Participation of young people was very encouraging here, but we have to follow up on it, and I think it's something that we have to share with you going forward to analyze for us and give us your thoughts around that. The second one was at the West Rand Active Healthy and Responsible Citizens Games. The third one was a football weekend held at West Onaria Simunye Sports Center, and the fourth one was entertainment courtesy of youth, cultural, clap and tap groups, Pantsula, sports commentators, praise singers, and fine art. As you can see, we tried to reach out to young people where they are, but like I said, this is not everything that needs to be done. We still need your thoughts and advice on what else needs to be done. So all these programs have been posted on all social media platforms where our young people are found. I am tempted to ask a question, have you seen any of them? But I will not do that, I'm constrained for time. Today's youth are digital beings, and therefore there can be no successful program aimed at targeting them without being posted on social media. We assume. No? That's the route that I would encourage all stakeholders to follow if we are to turn the corner on the question of youth voter apathy. It's one of the solutions that we think there is. We need more. As I conclude, I think we have to start voter education at elementary school. That's something for you to discuss. Tell us if we're crazy, if you think we are. Tell us why you say we are crazy, if we shouldn't take it to elementary school. If you think it's a good idea, then give us also ideas on how we can approach it. Should it be part of the curriculum, or I don't know, you'll advise us in that regard. So, but we are thinking about this because we believe that it can shape the outlook of the children in life whilst they are still young, while they're still in a developmental stage. This may entrench the culture of embracing fundamental democratic principles such as voting. I don't know if any one of you have ever been exposed to the program that Japan and China has about their elementary school programs. One of the things that they do is to teach their children at that stage, from the first 3 years of their education life, they are taught about their culture, their democracy, the importance of why they have to participate in their government. So I think that's one of the ideas that we need to explore, maybe not necessarily in this meeting because you already have an agenda, but think about it going forward, and please give us feedback on that, in that regard. So we believe that this will lessen the burden on us of having to educate the young people early, to educate them rather in their teens and early 20s when ideas have already been formulated in their minds. So we know that it's a mammoth task, but it has to be done. So with those few words, I would like to wish you a fruitful engagement. I will be here watching the proceedings and making a lot of notes with the idea of coming back to yourselves for further engagement. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Can you please give our Honorable Speaker another round of applause? I think the Provincial Speaker touched on some of the most important things that we need to ponder about. The idea of elementary school, the idea of ensuring that we promote active citizenry at an early age. The idea that, politics also, or democracy is not only linked to the ballot. How do we ensure and how do we promote active citizenry outside of election cycles? Those are some of the things that we need to ponder about. Those are some of the solutions that need to come out of this room, and I'm glad that the Honourable Speaker touched on that as part of setting the tone. I'm just going to some housekeeping rules. There are those things, name tags. Can you please put them in front of this, in the screen in front of you? Those names in the screen in front of you. Those who are seated, can you please remove them? Number two, a few housekeeping rules. You are councillors today, Councillor Morero and Councillor Masuku there. So no eating inside the chamber, no taking photos inside the chamber. You will get some of those photo opportunities, but for the full simulation of council, we need to carry ourselves in the way that, actual council works. Without further waste of time, we're going to call the people who are custodians of local government. The South African Local Government Association, some of you may have heard that. Mr. Abel Mahlatsi, who's the Senior Advisor for Intergovernmental Relations and Governance in the Gauteng province, to take us through the role of the organization in strengthening municipal governance and the upcoming elections. Can you please give Ntate Mahlatsi a huge round of applause?
Good morning. Good morning, honorable councillors. How are you guys doing today? Good. Greetings to the Speaker of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the Speaker of the Council Chamber, greetings to the Secretary of the City of Johannesburg, greetings to all esteemed guests, and most importantly, greetings to yourselves as honorable councillors. It is indeed a privilege to be standing here today, admiring the energy that young people have and the interest that they have when it comes to learning about issues of governance and oversight, when it comes to matters of municipal operations, etc., in the city of Johannesburg. My name is Abel Mahlatsi. I'm a Senior Advisor for Governance and Intergovernmental Relations at Cllr for the Gauteng province. I myself used to be, well, I'm an alumni of the University of Johannesburg. That is why I jumped at the opportunity to come here to speak to young people and sort of speak to them about the prospects of the future, especially coming from university and the fact that government is such a big organization, we don't know where to go. And I was very privileged and glad to be here because we're able to prove that there's even opportunities in local government, because a lot of young people only know government as being national government. They don't know that there's municipalities, they don't know that there's local government. So I'm here to give a presentation about the role of Cllr when it comes to issues of governance and capacity building with regards to municipality. So Cllr stands for South African Local Government Association, and Cllr was established in 1996 and was officially recognized in 1998 under the Organized Local Government Act. Cllr represents all 257 municipalities in the country. It's basically an organization of municipalities that come together to speak in one voice. We are Schedule 3A public entity, and we represent all municipalities in all provinces in South Africa. So Cllr is a voice, a partner, and a catalyst for developmental local government. Our core mandate is to represent local government interests, support municipalities in governance and administration, influence policy and legislation to the benefit of municipalities. Remember I said we are the voice of local government, so we make sure that we represent the interests of municipalities, and we promote cooperative governance to make sure that other spheres of government, provincial and national government, invite us to the table, ask us our opinions, so that we can be able to work together as different spheres of government, because we are one government, although we are having different spheres, but it's important that they also listen to local government, which is very important because the most important sphere of government is local government. Because when you wake up in the morning, you switch on your light, electricity, local government. When you open your tap to pour water in your kettle to make coffee, water, municipalities. When you drive out the road, municipalities. The robot up the road from your house, municipalities. That is why it's very important that there's cooperation between the spheres and local government is invited, so that the closest government to the people, which is local government, is invited and they contribute to the discussions, to the planning and the budgeting of the government as a whole. And like I've indicated, we do policy and advocacy for local government. We engage national policy processes. We provide inputs into laws, particularly those that are affecting municipalities. We advocate for the increase of funding for municipalities, particularly given the fact that municipalities are the implementing agents of policy and service delivery, given the fact that they are the sphere that's closest to the people. That is why it's very important that funding of municipalities be prioritized, because they are the implementing agents of policy. Ourselves as SALGA, we are guided by, we promote the implementation of the Municipal Systems Act, the IGR Framework Act, the Municipal Structures Act, the White Paper on Local Government, the Municipal Finance Management Act, the Public Finance Management Act. So our key role as well is to provide capacity building to municipalities. You know, in order to be able to implement legislation and policy, you need to be capacitated to be able to do it. So what we do, we provide training, we provide workshops, we undertake seminars, we do research on behalf of municipalities, and we generally provide support to municipalities so that they can be able to better implement policy and legislation. You know, it is very important to sort of diversify your source of knowledge and your source of capacity. That is why municipalities such as the city of Johannesburg, for an example, they come to us when there's issues to say, there's this particular issue, can you please come and support us? Can you please come and provide advice to us in order for us to be able to make the best decision ever? For an example, when it comes to issues of oversight, I specialize on issues of oversight. So in a municipality, there's oversight committees. One example is the Municipal Public Accounts Committee. They undertake oversight over council and the executive to make sure that there's ethical governance, there's good governance, and there's good decisions that are being made in the municipality. So we provide capacity in the sense that we remind them of their roles, number one. Number two, we do research on their behalf. For an example, if there's a legislative change, the city comes to us and say, what is the impact going to be on our affairs? So we do research, we provide capacity and advice to say, in the interest of good governance and best practice, we advise that you take this particular decision. So we're basically an advisor, capacity builder of municipalities, a representative of municipalities, in order to make sure that local government is as strong as possible to be able to implement policy and legislation in the most effective and efficient manner possible. So I am very privileged to have stood here before you today, and I'd like to encourage you to participate. You know, when I was your age, we didn't have these platforms. So that's why I'm glad that there's at least change that's taking place to make sure that you learn about governance and how local government operates from a young age. So please do not be shy to express your opinions. As the Speaker of the Provincial Legislature indicated, don't hold back, but do it in a constructive way, in a respectful way, so that there's a good outcome out of that. So you're very welcome. I'm very excited to interact with a couple of you. And if you need more information with regards to SALGA, please do not be hesitant to speak to me. I can share more information. I can provide advice to say what are the career prospects, etc., etc. So thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm going to end there.
Can we please give Dade Mahlatsi another round of applause? I think the most important thing that he said, I think a truth that we have all come to accept, that indeed local government is the closest form of governance to the people. It affects the lived experiences of our lives. It affects, bread and butter issues. It affects, how we drive on the road and how we bath, So it's very important that we understand the critical function of local government. And I want to stress that point, that because more often than not, when it comes to local government, there's been a lack of enthusiasm from the people as opposed to, the general elections. And it's very important to emphasize those points. And speaking of elections, I'm not sure why the mood is so somber, unless most of councillors here support Kaizer Chiefs like myself. So we are in a, so you need to be lively, you are councillors or young people, unless of course you are like me, you support Kaizer Chiefs, so I understand, you are pardoned. So speaking of elections, we are heading into the local government elections. We're still waiting on the Minister of Cllr to proclaim, obviously in consultation with the President. We are heading into the final voter registration weekend in mid-June. Who here is registered to vote? All of you. At least some of you are honest. And that I'll ask to confirm if they are telling the truth. But can we please now welcome Date Moses Pitso, who's from the Provincial Office of the Electoral Commission, Communications and Outreach, who's going to now speak to us from a technical point of view, from an elections point of view, about the role of the IEC in addressing voter apathy, democratic consolidation. Can we please welcome Date Pitso with a round of applause?
No, thank you, Program Director, and good morning, everyone. Madam Speaker, in the interest of time, please allow me to stand here on the protocols already observed. A short introduction of the IEC. We are established according to Chapter 9 of the Constitution to administer elections for all spheres of government, to ensure that those elections are free and fair, and to provide an election results within 7 days. The Constitution says within a reasonable time, but legislation says 7 days. That's really what we are about as the IEC. However, I've been requested here to speak on two issues: electoral integrity and youth voter participation, and what the IEC is doing to address both. I will speak first on youth voter participation. The Stats SA, or Statistics South Africa, population estimate report indicates that in the voting age persons category of 18 to 19, there is over 4.5 million youth, of which the IEC has only registered 400,000. So it shows you that we're having a difficulty in that age category to register youth, because remember, in the country, you are allowed to register from the age of 16, but you can only vote at the age of 18, because it's a right that is given to adults in this country. 16-year-olds are not adults. Now, in the next category of ages 20 to 29, more than people have been recorded by Stats SA, and the IEC has only 4 million on the voters' roll, which is really where you are. You feature in that age category, but some of you may be in the age category 19 to 20, but we're having difficulties. Now, in response, the IEC has undertaken 3 projects countrywide, 2 at educational institutions and 1 within communities. In communities, we have employed municipal outreach officers to provide voter education, but also to provide voter registration across the country. One of the main stakeholders are the youth not in schools and the youth not in employment. These are the youth that in some quarters they are referred to as they're doing auction management. So as the IC, we have employed staff to engage with these people in the townships that are not working, to try and engage them on their rights and responsibilities in our democracy, but also for them to register as voters. At tertiary institutions, we have a campaign currently running. Here we employ students as staff to register other students on campuses, but also in their residences, to register them as voters. We employ students to register other students. So since the beginning of March, more than 20,000 students have been registered across universities and TVET colleges only in this province. This is a countrywide project, but in this province, we've registered more than 20,000 students across campuses and TVET colleges. And a similar project was undertaken in September last year, and over a period of 3 weeks, because we were piloting it, we registered more than 15,000 students at TVET colleges and universities. Now, ordinarily, throughout the year, the IC deploys its staff separately to register and provide voter education at the universities and TVET colleges, just to buttress this project that we are undertaking at universities. Now, at schools, the IC has signed a memorandum of agreement with the Department of Basic Education, which ends at the end of 2030, to provide voter education and voter registration in schools. IC staff is currently deployed to undertake these activities on a daily basis. And as we stand right now, the project has registered more than 4,000, given civic education and registered more than 4,000 learners at schools to ensure that these people are on the voters' roll. Now, regarding the second issue that I was asked to speak to, electoral integrity, as you are aware, the IC is a creature of statute. We are established in terms of the Constitution, but our activities and powers are contained in legislation, one of which is the Electoral Commission Act, but the others are the legislation that provide us authority to undertake elections at national, provincial, and local sphere of government. This year we'll be using the Municipal Structures Act, but also using the Municipal Electoral Act. Now, noting that nothing we do as the IC is discretionary. So the IC also works with political parties and independent candidates through structures such as political liaison committees, and these are established at the 3 spheres of government, at municipalities, at the provincial level, and also at the national level. At voting stations, parties and independent candidates are allowed to have people representing them. These people are called agents. These people represent the interests of parties or independent candidates during voting, to make sure that as we undertake our activities there, their interests are protected. These agents have the right to object if they notice that our staff are not carrying out their duties in terms of the law and in terms of the said procedures. And lastly, there is also electoral justice, which provides for parties and independent candidates to appeal against any decision of the IC in relation to the outcome of elections. These appeals can go up to the Constitutional Court. Now, parties also, as we undertake the counting of votes, parties are represented to observe how we count votes and how we capture the votes on the system, the result system of the IC. If they have issues with what we've captured on the system, parties are allowed to also object to that. And if they're not happy with what we do as the IC, they can take the matter to the Electoral Court up to the Constitutional Court. Now, in conclusion, the electoral edifice in the country provides for voter participation both by candidates and political parties, but more importantly, for ordinary citizens to participate in their democracy. The IC is at the coalface of ensuring that. I thank you.
Can we please give Ntate Pitso another round of applause? The IEC are the custodians of elections of our democracy in this country. They make sure that our elections are free and fair. I always implore people to say, you know, go to the IEC website. In my opinion, they've got one of the most advanced election agencies website in the world. Or you can even go as far as checking into a ward, how many votes, you know, were cast in a particular voting station. So, you know, they really work hard in ensuring that South Africa's electoral democracy is sustained and safeguarded. I think as far back as about 5 years ago, so they even introduced the idea of registering from the comfort of your own home, where you don't even need to go to a particular voting station to register to vote. You can do it in your phones right now if you're not registered to vote. Because I saw some of you were raising your hands and I don't believe you. So if you are not registered to vote, you can go to the IEC website now at the comfort of your own phone and register to vote. That's how much the Electoral Commission is working to ensure that, you know, it promotes active citizenry. It, addresses the idea of voter apathy, the fact that we've got over 10 million people who are eligible to vote, but they're not on the voters' roll. It is a cause for concern. So I also, you know, I'm a big fan of elections of democracy because they're the cornerstone. A lot of people died, you know, paid with their lives. The road to democracy was carved with people's bodies for us to be able to sit here. So, you know, it's an honor, it's a privilege for us to be able to occupy some of these spaces. I got the privilege, Ntate Pitso, of being invited by the IEC in KZN on Tuesday. It was a thought leadership seminar, and I was asked to speak on the voters' role, you know, and Tate Apani said something that is quite profound, that the voters' role is the heartbeat of the Electoral Commission, right? Their voters' role obviously, you know, derived from the National Population Register. And my input there was very simple, that South Africa's voters' role is secured because it is derived from the National Population Register, unlike other countries. You know, biometrics only confirm, you know, what the Department of Home Affairs already has. That's how advanced, you know, institutions like the IEC is, you know, and we pride ourselves as South Africans to have an electoral commission that works impartially, election in, election out. So thank you so much, and Tate Pitso. I don't want you to be so somber. You know, we're here to debate, to engage. We are now going to go to the person who invited us here today, the owner of the house, Mastende of the house, the person who's in charge. We're now going to hear and receive the keynote address by the City of Johannesburg Speaker of Council, Councillor Margaret Arnolds. Can you please give her a round of applause? While the speaker is coming, I'd like to also acknowledge Ntate Sianodu from the Office of the City Manager. He's here with us. I would also like to acknowledge the group head for GSPCR. He's also here with us. So yeah, thank you so much for being with us. Take it down.
No, this mic is not right for me. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to the program director, Mr. Vusigumbi. And I know there's another program director as well. To the Honorable Speaker of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Mayor Morakane Mosupi, to Dr. Hussein Kovaria, Vice Dean at the College of Business and Economics at the University of Johannesburg, Mr. Abel Matlati, Senior Advisor, Intergovernmental Relations and Governance at the South African Local Government Association, Mr. Moses Pitso, Outreach and Communication at the Independent Electoral Commission, to the Office of the City Manager present, Mr. Siando, to the Integrity Commissioner present, to Mr. Zaid Ibrahim present, Men Nancy Ngwenya from the Public Service Commission, esteemed guests, colleagues, and young leaders gathered in this chamber today. I am disappointed to see that there are still young people that are not registered to vote. Before I start my actual speech, I want to say that if you are not registered to vote and you don't vote, you have no mandate to tell any government official that has been elected that they need to do their work, because you did not give us a mandate. You need to give us a mandate, and then you can talk. Normally, the people that burn the roads, that damage our infrastructure, are the guys that don't pay rates and taxes. And the one that pays his rates and taxes sits at home and doesn't make a noise, but complains via a letter or the proper ways of doing things. I just thought I wanted to bring that to your attention. It is both a privilege and a profound responsibility to stand before you in this council chamber, a space where decisions are taken, where voices are heard, and where the everyday realities of our people are meant to find expression through democratic processes. Today, however, this chamber takes on an even greater significance. It becomes a classroom, a platform, and a mirror, reflecting both the promise and the challenges of our democracy. We are gathered under a theme that could not be more urgent or more relevant, addressing voter apathy, youth democracy, and the 2026 local government elections. In advancing this important theme, I wish to extend a sincere appreciation to the University of Johannesburg, a leading institution of higher learning, for partnering with the City of Johannesburg Metropolitan Municipality in hosting this impactful initiative. We also acknowledge the invaluable contribution of the School of Public Management, Governance and Public Policy, as well as the university's Government and Stakeholder Relations Unit, whose collaboration has made this engagement possible. Partnerships of this nature are essential in bridging the gap between academia and governance, and in shaping a generation of active, informed, and engaged citizens. You need to be active, you need to engage, you need to register, you need to give us a mandate. This theme is not abstract, it is not theoretical, it speaks directly to the lived realities of our country at this moment in time. South Africa's democratic story is one of extraordinary courage and sacrifice. It is a story written by generations who believed, even in the darkest of times, that a different future was possible. We served, we suffered, and we sacrificed. It is a story of people who refused to accept exclusion, who rejected injustice, and who insisted on dignity, equality, and representation. But perhaps most importantly, it's a story in which young people played a defining role. I'm going to repeat. It's a story in which young people played a defining role. Young people were not passive observers of history. They were its drivers. They organized, they mobilized, they challenged authorities, and they reshaped the political landscape of this very country. They understood that democracy was not something to be waited for. It was something to be fought for. And when this democracy finally came, it brought with one of the most powerful tools any citizen can possess: the right to vote. Yet today, more than 3 decades into our democracy, we are confronted with a difficult and an uncomfortable truth. Participation in elections is declining. And it is declining more sharply among the youth. This reality forces us to ask hard questions, not about whether young people care, but about whether our systems, our institutions, and our leadership are creating the conditions that makes participation meaningful. Because voter apathy is rarely about indifference, it is often about disillusionment. It is about distance. It is about growing sense amongst many that their voices are not heard, that their votes do not translate into tangible change, and that the institutions meant to serve them are too far removed from their daily struggles. This is precisely why today matters. This mock council sitting is not just an academic exercise. It is an intentional act of democratic engagement. It is an opportunity to bring young people into the very heart of governance, into the processes, the debates, and the responsibility that define public leadership. Here in this council chamber of the City of Johannesburg Metropolitan Municipality, democracy is not observed from a distance. It's been experienced, it's been interrogated, and it is being practiced. Local government is where democracy becomes tangible. It is where policies are translated into services, where budgets are transferred into infrastructure, and where leadership is tested against the lived realities of communities. Local government is the only sector of government where you know where your councillor lives. You don't know where your MPs live. You don't know where your MPLs live. But when anything goes wrong, it is the local councillor. You don't refer to your MP, and you might have an MP living next door to you. But because you never see them, they are never on the ground. They only come when it's elections. And we go through exactly what you go through. When you don't have electricity, we don't have a switch at the bottom of our beds that we can just switch on and have electricity. When you don't have water, we don't have water. When you don't bath in the morning, we also don't bath. We also bath in a cup so that we only clean where it has to be clean and come to work. And spray all the sprays, and we smell good. But we also didn't bath. We don't talk to you because we also haven't brushed our teeth. We go through exactly the same things. We pull out our cars, and we also get into a pothole. So we have exactly the same experiences that you have. It's also where the consequence of failure are most immediate and most visible. When local government works, communities feel it. When it does not, communities also feel it, often in ways that directly affect their dignity and quality of life. And so when young people disengage from local government, it's not a minor concern. It is a fundamental challenge to the legitimacy, the effectiveness, and the future of our democratic system. We must therefore confront voter apathy, not as a peripheral issue, but as a central democratic challenge. We must ask ourselves, are we building institutions that are trusted? Are we creating platforms that are accessible? Are we demonstrating leadership that's accountable and responsive? Because democracy cannot be sustained by systems alone. It must be sustained by belief. Believe that participation matters, that voices count, and that change is possible. Today's program reflects a collective effort to address these questions. We have heard from institutions that form the backbone of our democracy, the IEC, which safeguards the integrity of our elections. We've heard from SALGA, which strengthens the capacity and effectiveness of municipalities, the provincial legislature, which ensures oversight and accountability. We will later hear from the university, which plays a critical role in shaping informed, active citizens. Each of these institutions carries a piece of the democratic project, but none can succeed in isolation. Democracy requires partnership between institutions, between government and society, and critically, between the present and the next generation. It is in this context that the role of young people becomes not just important, but it becomes essential. Young people are often described as the future, but in truth, they are also the present. They are thinkers, innovators, activists, and leaders. They are already shaping discourse, challenging norms, and redefining what participation looks like in a modern democracy. The challenge is not whether young people are willing to engage. The challenge is whether we are willing to listen, include, and respond. Elections remain one of the most important mechanisms through which citizens can exercise power. They provide a platform for choice, accountability, and renewal. But elections are not alone, and they are not enough. For democracy to thrive, participation must extend beyond the ballot box. It must be continuous, it must be informed, it must be meaningful. This is why the debate you will engage in today is important. You will consider whether the proportional representation electoral system remains fit to purpose in addressing the challenge of voter apathy, particularly among young people. Some of you will argue for reform, others will argue for retention. Both positions are valid within a democratic frame. What matters is not what you agree, but what you engage. Because democracy is not strengthened by silence. It is strengthened by participation, it is strengthened by debate, and by the willingness to confront difficult questions. As you take on your roles in this mock council, I encourage you to do so with seriousness, with curiosity, and with a sense of responsibility. Engage the issues, challenge assumptions, listen to one another, and most importantly, recognize that the skills you develop here, the ability to think critically, to articulate clearly, and to engage respectfully, are the very skills that democracy requires. To the young people in this chamber, I want to say your voice matters, your participation matters, your vote matters. Do not allow frustration to turn into disintegration. If you believe the system must change, then engage in changing it. If you believe leadership must improve, then hold it accountable, because democracy does not belong to institutions alone. It belongs to you. We cannot afford disengagement. We must choose participation. And we must choose to build a democracy that is inclusive, responsive, and worthy of the trust of our people. In closing, let us remember that democracy is not a destination. It's a continuous journey, one that requires vigilance, commitment, and renewal. Today in this chamber, we take a step forward in that journey. And it is my hope that each of you leave here not only with knowledge, but with a renewed sense of purpose, a commitment to to participate, to engage, and to shape the future of our democracy. You are the leaders, not in the future, but today. I thank you.
Thank you to the Speaker of Council for that keynote address. The reason why there was a slight change is because as much as you are in a mock council, but you are also students. Some of you at PhD level, some of you at master's level, honors level, others undergraduate. So we felt it prudent that before you take up this mock council, you need an academic who's going to also come. So that's why we made a slight change into the program. So the last speaker is our representative from the University of Johannesburg. I'm hopeful that some of you know him, the Vice Dean of the College of Business and Economics. The reason why we did the reason why we changed it in this manner is because as students, while while our colleagues from the IEC, our colleagues from SALGA spoke from a governance and technical point of view, we also need that academic point of view to be instilled as you prepare to take up your seats and engage in this mock council. Without any further waste of time, we're going to welcome our last speaker in this session, representing the great University of Johannesburg, Dr. Hussein Kuvadia, the Vice Dean of the College of Business and Economics.
Sani Bonani, Tumelang, good morning. I would like to acknowledge the Speaker of the Gauteng Legislature, Honorable Marekani Masupe, Speaker of the City of Johannesburg Municipality, Councillor Margaret Arnolds, Secretary to the Council, Mr. Andile, representation from SALGA, Mr. Malatsi, the IEC Executive and Electoral Integrity and Voter Participation, Mr. Pizzo, the Public Service Commission, Ms. Nancy Ngwenya, UJ faculty, HODs, esteemed students, as we say at UJ, all excellence observed. It gives me a great pleasure to address you on this auspicious occasion, where our students, you sitting in front of us today, will gain valuable and necessary practical experience of a municipal council setting. I would like to acknowledge and convey, before I start my speech, apologies from our Vice Chancellor, Prof. Mperi, and our Executive Dean, Prof. Malloy, who are unable to be with us here today, but have given their best wishes for such an event. Today marks a landmark moment, providing our students with the opportunity to engage in conversation of national importance, as we've heard from many of the other speakers. It also reflects a significant step in strengthening the relationship between the university and the city, building on many collaborative initiatives and projects between our two institutions. The Mock Council aims to engage students in the democratic process, enhance their understanding of local governance, and develop key skills in debating, negotiation, and public speaking. This experiential learning simulates the workings of a council meeting, allowing participants to deliberate, debate, and pass legislation, while fostering active citizenship and leadership. So the key objectives for today's discussion, what we would like to see from a university's perspective, is enhancing the understanding of public governance by providing practical insight into council operations, decision-making processes, and the role of local government in communities. Developing critical thinking skills, such an important aspect with regards to public speaking, teamwork, negotiation, and conflict resolution. In today's world, I think that is really important. Promoting civic engagement by encouraging students to take an active interest in governance and the role citizens play in shaping their communities. And lastly, fostering networking opportunities between students, the faculty that's present, professionals in government, and those that work with public policy. Furthermore, this initiative also contributes to the excellence in teaching and learning at the University of Johannesburg, that's bridging the gap between theory and real-work policy formulation, encouraging research and data-driven analysis promoting interdisciplinary engagement across many fields such as economics, law, political science, and strengthening the institution's roles in developing future policymakers and critical thinkers. For our students, this exercise provides an invaluable opportunity to develop comprehensive skills in policy analysis, negotiation, leadership, and collaboration. These are essential skills for careers in public administration, governance, policy development, and civic leadership. A central goal of this initiative is to encourage active participation. Democracy functions best when citizens are informed, engaged, and willing to contribute to shaping their communities. Through this experience, students take an important step towards becoming responsible and active civic leaders. And at the same time, this initiative creates a dynamic and impactful learning environment that ensures graduates are equipped with both theoretical and practical governance experience. So the university remains committed to enhancing youth employability. And this initiative right here today provides a meaningful insight into municipal functionings that equip students with a practical experience that will support their transition into the workplace. Such an important aspect. We are proud of our strong employability trajectory and aim to sustain it. And we hope that initiatives such as this will contribute to future opportunities, including potential roles within local government. So in closing, today's mock council sitting is more than a simulation. It reflects what can be achieved when academia, government, and young leaders, like those sitting in front of me, collaborate with shared purpose. It underscores our commitment to developing graduates who are knowledgeable, ethical, and engaged. So, to our students sitting in front of me here, approach this experience with seriousness and curiosity. The debates you engage in and the discussions you make mirror real-life governance challenges. Use this opportunity to strengthen your voice and deepen your understanding from a public service perspective. To our partners from the city of Johannesburg and all other stakeholders, we extend our sincere appreciation for your collaboration and commitment to bridging theory and practice. These partnerships enable meaningful, high-impact learning experiences for our students. As the University of Johannesburg, we remain steadfast in enhancing excellence in teaching and learning, enhancing student employability, and contributing to society in meaningful ways. Initiatives such as this affirm our role in shaping the leaders and policymakers of tomorrow. Finally, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizing partners from both different institutions, the Office of the Government and Stakeholder Relations at UJ, led by the Senior Manager, Mr. Rudy Peterson, Dr. Lasedi from the Department of Public Governance, Public Management and Public Policy for coordinating student participation, Dr. Nkensani from the city's Department of Group Communications and Marketing for overseeing the communication and outreach, and Mr. Vusi Gumbi from the city's Speaker's Office, together with colleagues who ensured a smooth running of this event. I thank you and I wish you well through the deliberations on this mock council sitting. Enkosi, siyabonga, bye danki.
Can you please give Dr. Kuvar another round of applause? I also feel important. I was acknowledged in the speech. Thank you, Dr. Kuvadia. On a serious note, we are at the end of our first program. We will have an opportunity for you guys to have a photo opportunity. We'll also use that opportunity for those who can late to get breakfast. But I need to emphasize this point, that also this program is also part of planting seeds of inspiration.
and it's now 15:12. STC, can we,
Welcome back, councillors. We resume with item 10, and that is the performance assessment report for the Economic Development Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period July to September 2025, also read with item 11, which is a performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Property Company for the 2025-26 financial year for the period July to September 2025, also read with item 12, which is the performance assessment report for Johannesburg Tourism Company for the 2025-26 financial year for the period July to September 2025, also read with item 13, and that's the performance assessment report for Joburg Market for the 2025-26 financial year for the period July to September 2025, and the above items are read together with item 14, which is the oversight report of the Economic Development Section 79 Committee on the 2025-26 first quarter performance report of the Department of Economic Development, Johannesburg Property Company, Johannesburg Fresh Produce Market, and Johannesburg Tourism Company for the period July to September 2025. Also tabled is item 15, which is the performance assessment report for Economic Development Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025, also read with item 16, and that's the performance assessment report for Johannesburg Tourism Company for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025, also read with item 17, which is the performance assessment report for Johannesburg Property Company for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025, also read with item 18, which is performance assessment report for Johannesburg Market for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025, and lastly read with item 19, and that's the oversight report of the Economic Development Section 79 Committee on the 2025-26 first quarter performance report of the Department of Economic Development, Johannesburg Property Company, Johannesburg Fresh Produce Market, and Johannesburg Tourism Company for the period July to September 2025.
Thank you so much, STC. In the absence of the member in charge, is there anybody from Economic Development, Section 79, that's standing in? Can we see who that is? Yes, Councillor, you may go.
Greetings, Speaker. I would like to table item 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19, as presented by the Secretary to Council. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Councillor D. Dews, DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on the performance of Johannesburg Property Company first and second quarter reports, all protocol observed. Today, I want to focus on just one single issue, key performance indicators, or KPIs. When KPI performance drops from 73% in the first quarter to 58% in the second quarter, in any institution, this should ring serious alarm bells. Especially, Madam Speaker, the Johannesburg Property Company manages a property portfolio worth over 10 billion rand. Surely, Madam Speaker, when critical KPIs such as investment attracted or facilitated within the city of Johannesburg, properties leased or social economic leases, including servitudes and sales, or revenue generated from outdoor advertising are not achieved, this has a direct and damaging impact on the revenue generated for the city. In turn, this affects our already strained cash flows and ultimately undermines service delivery to our residents. Surely, Madam Speaker, this is not rocket science. We desperately need to provide JPC with the funding and the mandate to conduct a roadshow in every single region across Johannesburg to advertise our vacant properties, inviting everybody in the property sector, as well as NGOs, NPOs, and community organizations seeking land for real economic opportunities. Large to-let JPC boards must go up like mushrooms across the city. From the young entrepreneur looking for a piece of land to start a car wash, to the MPO wanting to renovate a derelict unused building, to a major property developer, all will be shocked to discover, many of them for the first time, the unbelievable opportunities lying dormant at their doorsteps. Madam Speaker, we need the political will, the competence and the vision to turn
40
around the
seconds.
complete lack of accountability in JPC and transform into major revenue generating for the city. Instead of the limping 58% entity trapped by a coalition stuck in archaic socialist ideology that kills jobs and is delusional when thinking that only the state can implement instead of the state playing the critical role as a mere facilitator. And let us be clear, nobody
15
can call
seconds.
themselves caring or responsible with a 58% pass rate. Therefore, it's becoming blatantly obvious that only the DA have the best performing municipalities. No, that was just an ending. It was an ending. Just, if you just speed it up a bit.
Councillor from Action SA, I'm going to try to pronounce the surname Moticho. Councillor, I see your hand. You may speak, but not on the item. Let's hear what are you saying.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to speak on the item, Speaker. Since I'm also here, I'm going to donate my 2.5 minutes to Councillor Moticho. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Motala. Councillor Moticho.
Madam Speaker, greetings to the Speaker, fellow councillors, members of media, guests in the gallery, importantly residents of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on item 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19. Madam Speaker, the Department of Economic Development sits at the heart of Johannesburg's future. It carries the
Can
responsibility.
you just hold on, Councillor? On my right-hand side, please, councillors, let's respect. I don't know whether we've read Rule 30. Thank you, Councillor.
It carries responsibilities of driving growth, unlocking opportunities, responding to the crisis of unemployment, to our residents facing daily. But the reality confronting us today is that the department is not moving with agency, coordination, or impact required to meet that responsibility. What we are seeing is a pattern, not of a department that is failing on paper, but that is failing in execution. Programs exist, plans exist, strategy exists, but like life experience of residents tells a different story. Small businesses still struggling to access meaningful report. Informal traders remain trapped in systems that are slow and inaccessible. Young people are still waiting for pathways into the economy. This is not because the city lacks ideas. It is because the city lacks decisive implementation. And this is where the concern lies. Economic development cannot function in silos. It cannot be delayed by internal inefficiencies. It cannot be treated as a compliance exercise. It must be a high impact resulting driven function that reaches communities directly and consistently. Because every delay in this department is not administrative, it is human. It is a missed opportunity for someone to earn income, to grow a business, or to participate in the economy. We have seen what it looks like when the department is led with purpose. Under Herman Mashaba, there was a clear shift towards under Herman Mashaba, there was a clear.
Sorry, Councillor. Councillors, please. Can we allow the councillor to finish her speech? Thank you, Councillor. You protected.
Okay. Under Herman Mashaba, there was a clear shift towards enabling entrepreneurs, cutting unnecessary red tapes and making city more responsive to those trying to build livelihood. Economic development was approached with agency and intent. And even in the more recent leadership, through Nkuli Pundu, former MMC of Action SA. No. There were deliberate efforts to repositioning the department as an enabler, one that actively supports informal traders, strengthens partnership, and brings service closer to the people. That
Councillor, 20 seconds left.
That I hope possible. That benchmark we were seeing now falls short. That falls short of that standard. Madam Speaker, Johannesburg cannot afford a slow economic.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Volskert. Councillor Volskert from the PA. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Volskert from the Patriotic Alliance.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, Executive
Please
Mayor.
switch off your mic, Councillor. Apologies, Councillor Volskert. Thank you. Colleagues.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, Mr. Dara Morero in his absentia.
Can you just hold on, Councillor Volskert? Councillors, please. Please read Rule 30. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Executive Mayor in his exemptia, Joburg 11 councillors under the capable leadership of MMC Kenny Konene in his absentia, all councillors and distinguished guests in the gallery, and fellow citizens in the city of Johannesburg. Speaker, as a Patriotic Alliance, we note the report with great concerns.
Thank you, Councillor Volskert. Councillor Mkonza, ACDP.
Yes, shalom, Speaker, Madam Speaker. I stand to speak on item 15, 17, and 18. and then I'll manage my own time this time. The Joburg market continues to distinguish itself as one of the city's strongest performing entities, consistently demonstrating operational resilience and sound management. While we note the 6.6 underperformance against the budgeted
Councillor,
turnover.
move us slightly away from the mic. Thank you.
All right, let me do this. But you see, you're taking my time now, Madam Speaker. Yes. It is important to contextualize this within the broader market conditions, which may include fluctuations in supply chains, seasonal variations, and shifting economic pressures. Nonetheless, the entity's overall performance trajectory remains commendable and reflective of a well-run institution that continues to contribute meaningfully to the city's economic ecosystem. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the ACDP Caucus wishes to particularly commend the Joburg market for achieving 100% for compliance in paying suppliers within 30 days. This is not a small achievement, especially within the broader municipal environment where delays in supplier payments often hinder small businesses substantially and economic growth. This level of financial discipline speaks to strong governance, effective internal controls, and a clear commitment to supporting local enterprises. We encourage the entity to sustain and build on this standard, while also focusing on strategies to close the turnover gap and enhance revenue generation, ensuring long-term financial sustainability. Item 17, JPC. Madam Speaker, the ACDP Caucus is deeply concerned about this continued underperformance, downward trajectory in JPC. The entity's persistent underperformance raises serious questions about its operational effectiveness, strategic direction, and its inability to fulfill the mandate. As it stands, the inefficiencies within the JPC are undermining Joburg's ability to position itself as an attractive investment destination, and this cannot be allowed.
40 seconds left.
Now, speaking on the last item, item 15, the economic development. The ACDP welcomes the progress made in strengthening governance, particularly the improved resolution of Auditor General's findings and the reduction in UIFEs. This development signal a positive shift towards better financial discipline, enhanced internal controls, and a commitment to accountability foundations.
10 seconds.
Thank you. And then, Madam Speaker, however, these gains are overshadowed by the serious concerns regarding the performance.
Councillor V, ready from the DA. Councillor Mkonza, please switch off your mic.
Oh, sorry.
Good day, Madam Speaker. All protocols observed. I rise today to speak on item 17, primarily Metro Center and office space optimization.
Please speak into the mic. There's a councillor at the back there that's speaking very loud.
Okay, I'm starting again.
Can we just stop that, please? Councillor Reddy, you may continue.
Thank you. Metro Center has been decanted over the last 3 years, and despite assurances that this process would be completed by April 2025, the building is still not empty. The print shop remains, along with files, furniture, and fittings, all left behind during the move. The so-called emergency evacuation was, in my view, unnecessary, leaving the building abandoned, unprotected, and now exposed to vandalism, theft, and ongoing decay. Office space optimization, a rather fantastical term, is said to aim at consolidating city departments into an efficient, compliant, and sustainable precinct while maximizing financial sustainability by moving away from costly leases towards sweating city-owned assets. Newtown Junction, we are told, is a city co-owned asset, effectively suggesting that we are paying rent to ourselves. In reality, the city owns the land, while a private developer owns the long-term lease. This means we're in fact paying rent to a private entity. That raises a simple question. How does this achieve cost savings and asset optimization. This situation may well have been avoided had Metro Centre been refurbished from the outset, but instead we now sit with a near derelict building while the redevelopment remains unresolved. The transactional advisor was only appointed in September with his contract signed in December. We are told that he'll make a determination whether the redevelopment of Metro House will be city-funded or public-private partnership. And that will only be presented to us in the third quarter of this year, with public participation expected to be in the first quarter of 2027. This is a significant undertaking, and my concern lies with the independence of the process. The transactional advisor appointed, initially we were thought to have been appointed by National Treasury, is meant to be independent. Yet we now see a project steering committee made up of city officials appointing a project manager who is an employee of the city to oversee the process. So one must ask, where is the independence and how credible will the outcome be? We are told that this process will be transparent and in the best interests of the city. Let us hope that it is indeed the case, because ultimately, decisions of this magnitude must serve the residents of the city and not in the interests of a select few. I, for one, remain concerned and hope that the transactional advisor can act independently and without undue influence.
Councillor, your time is up.
Thank you.
Apologies, I didn't warn you, but apologies. Your time is up. Councillor D. Dladla from the EFF.
Speaker, Caucus leader of the EFF, MMC Tswaku, chairperson of HSD and our whip, Councillor Mohapi in absentia, and councillors of the EFF, councillors in general, and also our visitors from UJ. I rise to note item 10 to 19. With the following observations. We note the reduction of the UIFWs, 100% resolution of AG findings, and invoices paid within 30 days. We, however, also, for this reporting period, note the underperforming in the following KPIs. The issuing of informal traders permit, the spending on repairs and maintenance, and OPEX spending. Speaker, having said the above, I think it is also important to note the following, that here outside, Speaker, there are security officers who are employed by Mabutwane Security. These officers are also guarding this facility we are in. Coming here and going out with our cars after this meeting, we will be passing through them. But these officers have not, to date, have not been paid. They are paid when they are paid. They spend months without payment. The last pay they received was on the 12th of February 2026. That was their November, December salaries. And that was the last money that they received this year, Speaker. We humbly request your intervention. But also, Speaker, what is surprising is that these guards were employed without the knowledge of the Office of the MMC of Public Safety, who is the custodian of the safety and security in the city. We have been saying this all along, that all these privately employed officers must all be insourced and proper budget be made available to the department for it to be able to get proper tools of trade. Because this department knows the situation is embarrassing, that our people are being enslaved, and a political head of this department knows nothing about it. It can't be that these entities like Joshco are allowed to do as they please, put and abuse security officers in our city, which has one safety department. It is precisely this confusing of responsibilities that this is causing us problems. When the EFF proposed insourcing and passed, it was not for Joshco and others to hide private security under them, but the resolution was to cover the whole city and its entities. Speaker, again, it cannot be. We cannot accept this. Please urgently intervene. No worker and their families must be subjected to this ill treatment. Anywhere in the city or anywhere in this facility, worse where we are working.
50
Let's
seconds.
put a stop to this abuse. Speaker, again, you know full well that the EFF has a serious sympathy and very sensitive and important issue regarding the employment condition of security officers in the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Councillor M. Lowe from the DA.
Speaker, don't start the timer yet, please. I'm going to be speaking on item 13, which is the first quarterly report for Joburg Market. Now we can start the timer. All protocol
You have
observed.
2 minutes.
I know. So, in a High Court judgment given on 29 September 2025 in the matter of the Institute of Market Agents of South Africa, or IMASA, and the City of Joburg, COJ, as the first respondent, and the Joburg Market JM as the second respondent, together with 7 other respondents, the court pronounced in favor of the reasons why IMASA instituted legal action. Such amounts to, in brief, 1, to provide IMASA with a pre-sent plan in respect to the Joburg Market, which shall include a risk assessment and recovery plan or report within the stated period. 2, to implement such plan within a specified period in relation to A, repairs and maintenance to cold rooms, B, fire safety, C, electrical systems, and D, security, lift, and sanitation facilities. 3, for Joburg Market to allocate and ring fence an additional 20 million to implement such plan. And lastly, 4, to adopt and implement an immediate code of conduct or codes of good practice.
55 seconds.
The agents on whose behalf the action was brought form an integral part in the effective working of the Joburg Market, and that such action was promulgated by such a body in the first instance is indicative of a failure by the JM and the COJ to provide necessary and basic functions for and good management in the flourishing endeavor which is a cash cow for COJ, Joburg Market. In Joburg Market's possible defense, the management knows what is required, but is somewhat hamstrung by the inability to finance the necessary budget to realize this, as whatever profits are made are swept away by the city to supplement finances of those entities and departments which are underperforming and overspending. For already having spent 4 million, this matter now wants to be appealed by Joburg Market, and that might be throwing good money after bad. In a DA government, this will not be happening.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Bolane from the ANC.
Greetings, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor in absentia. Greetings to the Deputy Executive Mayor in absentia. And greetings to the Whip of Council. And greetings to all councillors present. And greetings to the community out there. Madam Speaker, we rise to engage with the Economic Development Cluster covering items 10 to 19. A cluster that sits on the very center of the city of Johannesburg, mandate to transform, to grow, and to create opportunity for its people. At the heart of this discussion lies the fundamental questions. Is the city doing enough to change the economic realities of its residents? Madam Speaker, the report before us reflects a mixed picture. There are areas of progress, and this must be acknowledged. The overall performance of the economic development remains below what is required. Programs are not delivering impact on scale. Coordination between entities is weak. Capital budgets are not being fully utilized. And most importantly, job creation remains a pipe dream. We wouldn't be doing justice if this lived reality will be treated like just a technical issue. In communities where majority are facing the economic exclusion is not theoretical, it is a daily experience. Here we speak of Pramfisherville, Toronko, Orange Farm, Deep Slot, Inner City, Ivory Park, Soweto, and other areas. Small business struggle to access markets, funding, infrastructure.
Madam Speaker, township economic revitalization should be used as a catalyst in transforming the impoverished communities of the city of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, and when economic development programs underperform, it is the communities that feel the impact most. We must have beyond compliance and reporting. We must move towards impact. We must issue that economic development is not measured by plans and presentation, but by jobs created, business supported, livelihoods improved and transformed. As the African National Congress, we believe in a developmental state, a state that actively intervenes in the economy to correct historical injustice and create opportunity for all, in particular, the impoverished. This means we must strengthen support for SMEs, particularly in townships and informal settlement. Madam Speaker, we must confront the issue of coordination. Economic development does not happen in isolation. It requires alignment between infrastructure, transport, finance, and special planning. Without this coordination, even the best programs will fail. To those who always argue that the city is failing, we say this. We acknowledge the challenges. We do not deny them, but we are committed to fixing them. As the great revolutionary Amilcar Cabral will say, quote, "Tell no lies, claim no easy victories," close quote. Because the work of economic transformation is complex, long-term, requires sustainable effort. Madam Speaker, the task before us is clear. We must improve implementation, strengthen accountability, focus on high-impact programs, ensure that every rand spent delivers value. Because ultimately, economic development is not about policy, it's about the people. It is not about whether a young person in Soweto can find work. It is about whether a small business in Alexandra can grow. It is about whether our city can become a place of opportunity for all. Because the future of Johannesburg depends on our ability to build an inclusive, growing, and transformed economy. Madam Speaker, let me go on tourism. Tourism is one of the most underutilized economic drivers in the city of Johannesburg. It has potential to create jobs, attract investment, and position our city as a global destination. Johannesburg is not just an economic hub. It is a city rich in history, culture, and diversity. From Vilakazi Street in Soweto to the inner city heritage site to our cultural festivals and creative industries, the potential is immense. However, Madam Speaker, the report before us reflects that this potential is not being fully realized. Visitors' growth remains limited. Economic impact below expectations. Global competitiveness remains a challenge. We must ask ourselves why. Part of the answer lies in coordination. Tourism does not exist in isolation. It depends on safety, infrastructure, transport, clean and functional public spaces. If these are not in place, tourism cannot thrive. We must also strengthen marketing and positioning. Johannesburg must be promoted not only as a business destination, but as a cultural and experimental destination. We must support local tourism, encouraging residents to explore and invest in their own city. We must empower small business in the tourism value chain. As African National Congress, we believe in inclusive economic growth. Tourism must benefit communities, not just large operators. We therefore call for stronger marketing strategies, improved coordination across department, investment in tourism infrastructure, support for township tourism. Madam Speaker, tourism is not about visitors, it's about jobs, livelihoods, and opportunity. We must unlock its full potential. We support these reports while calling for strong implementation impact. Joburg Market stands as one of the most successful entities within the city of Johannesburg. It is critical economic assets that support food security, agricultural value chains, and economic activity. It is a critical economic asset that supports food security, agricultural value chains, and with significant turnover and strong operational performance. It demonstrates what is possible when governance, systems, and operations align. While revenue performance remains strong, capital investment remains low. The present This presents a risk of long-term sustainability. Infrastructure must be maintained, facility must be modernized, capacity must be expanded. In a growing city, demands for food distribution and logistics will only increase. We must ensure that Joburg market remains competitive, efficient, and capable of meeting future demand. We must also recognize its role in supporting emerging farmers and small business. What's happening? Okay, thanks, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, Joburg must play a central role because as African National Congress, we are committed to food security, economic inclusion, and sustainable development. We therefore call for increased capital investment, modernization of infrastructure, strengthened support for emerging producers, expansion of market access. Madam Speaker, on JPC, Joburg Property Company as an entity holds one of the most powerful tools available to the city, land and property. Land is not neutral. Land is power. Land is opportunity. And in a city like Johannesburg, shaped by spatial inequality, how we use land determines whether we transform or reproduce inequality. We are dealing with property portfolio that could unlock affordable houses, economic development, inner city revitalization, township economic hubs. Yes, Madam Speaker, we must acknowledge the performance has declined. Asset utilization remains suboptimal. Revenue potential is not fully realized. Projects are not moving at the pace required. This is not just an operational issue, it's a missed opportunity for transformation. In areas such as the inner city, we continue to see buildings that could be repurposed for housing and economic activity standing underutilized. In township, land that could support small businesses and local economic development remains
45
underdeveloped.
seconds left, Councillor.
As the African National Congress, we believe using state assets strategically to drive development, reduce inequality. Johannesburg Property Company must become a catalyst for transformation, not just a custodian of assets. And in conclusion, Madam Speaker, as the ANC, we support the reports. And also, we're not going to speak about people who failed when they were in charge of this economic development. It's even painful when we hear people glory worship one MMC who never attended meetings of economic development. He only attended virtual meetings. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
MMC Mnisi.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, the Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg in absentia, Councillor Dada Morero, the Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Chauke, the COC, MMCs, and our distinguished guests in the gallery. Madam Speaker, I must correct the perception that suggests that the city lacks decisive implementation, which overlooks the very evidence of action happening across our municipality daily. Decisive implementation is about planning, prioritization, and accountability. And on all those fronts, this administration has shown the results. We have rolled out critical programs, ensured service delivery projects stay on track, and intervened in areas that previously were stalled. Where challenges existed, we do not shy away. We address them directly, learn and improve our systems. Implementation, Madam Speaker, is a process, but make no mistake, it is happening, and it is guided by clear targets and oversight. So while criticism is easy, let us not mistake accountability for inaction. The city is acting decisively, and we remain committed to ensuring every plan is executed for the benefit of our communities and residents, Madam Speaker. The security company, Madam Speaker, that is protecting this facility was appointed through the City Parks and Zoo panel, and I can confirm with you, Madam Speaker, all the employees are paid. So I am not certain where Councillor Dladla gets that information. Madam Speaker, I am not going to be, no, Madam Speaker, I'm not going to be bullied by Dladla.
Can you hold on, ma'am? Can you hold on, MMC? Councillors, can we stop doing what we are doing? No, councillors. No one screamed when you were speaking. No, no one screamed. No, Councillor, you, in your speech, you said you'll direct it to my, no, I did not recognize you. In your speech, you said you will direct it to me, so let the MMC speak. Thank you, MMC. Thank you, MMC. Can you continue?
Councillor Dladla, unless you are also Madam Speaker then.
No, Councillor, no.
Councillor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Speaker.
Colleagues, can we not do that? I've dealt with the councillor. Can we not do that? Councillor, MMC, can you continue?
Madam Speaker, as political heads, we don't interfere in the procurement processes, unlike others who must go and respond before Madlanga allegations raised by Commissioner Nkosi on a list of security companies that they submitted in Tshwane. Madam Speaker, we note and welcome the valuable inputs.
Can you just, I'm stopping your time. Councillor Nkonyeni.
It's very necessary.
MMC, switch off your mic. Councillor Nkonyeni, or you don't want to speak? Oh, Nkonyeni doesn't want to speak. MMC, can you continue? MMC, can you continue? MMC Mnisi,
point of order.
Continue?
Point of order.
Point of order. Mnisi, can you continue?
No, point of order. On a point of order.
Continue.
Withdraw what? For
MMC
Madam Speaker, we note and welcome the valuable inputs from councillors which enrich and strengthens the work of the department.
MMC Mnisi, hold on. Who's the councillor right at the back? Councillor Netemba.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Can the MMC please stick to the item? Because she did.
Can you switch off the mic at the back? Councillor Mnisi, can you continue? You have 2 minutes left.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm still on the item unless they want me to.
Can you continue,
to
MMC?
address the
Can you
issue of the
continue with
security
your
company
item?
list that was submitted. Madam Speaker, we note and welcome the valuable inputs from councillors which enrich and strengthens the work of the department and its entities. We request the council to note. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mnisi. The acting member in charge. Whoever that is.
Deputy Mayor will remove you, Wena.
Councillor.
Deputy Mayor will remove you, Wena.
Everyone is implicated in Madlanga Commission, so don't dare speak about CIC.
Remove no more. Chair Mogape. Chair Mogape. Chair Mogape. Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. We acknowledge all the engagement, including
Madlanga Commission.
No, thanks, Madam Speaker. We
We welcome all the engagements, including the response of the MMC, including the Madlanga issue. We persuade the council to note the report.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mogape, I'm not sure. A councillor was on the podium and you were just walking, cruising past the councillor. And I asked for Rule 30 to be read when you were just cruising. Thank you, colleagues. Recommendations are on pages 10.7, 11.23, 12.16, 13.4, 14.18, 15.6, 16.6, 17.23, 18.6, and 19.18 are the items agreed to. Thank you, colleagues. STC.
We're now on item 20, and that is the performance assessment report for the Environment, Infrastructure and Services Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the October to December 2025. Also read with item 21, which is the performance assessment report for City Power Johannesburg for 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025. Also read with item 22, and that's the performance assessment report for Johannesburg Water for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025. Also read with item 23, and that's your performance assessment report for Pick It Up Johannesburg for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025. And lastly, the items are read together with item 24, and that's the oversight report of Section 79 Environment and Infrastructure Services Committee on the 2025-26 second quarter performance assessment report of the Environment and Infrastructure Services Department, Pick It Up, Johannesburg Water, and Johannesburg City Power for the period October to December 2025.
Thank you so much, STC. Member in charge, Chair Nwepe.
Thank you, Speaker. Molo, Speaker. Molo to the Executive Mayor, the Deputy Executive Mayor, the Chairs of Chairs, Chairs of Section 79, not forgetting our Chief Whip, and the MMC, the viewers at home, our guests in the gallery. Speaker, I rise to table item 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Those are EISD department items for Council to note the report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Member in charge. Phrase Front Plus, Raadslid Boer.
Goedemiddag, mevrouw de Speaker, fellow councillors. I'm rising on item 22, the quarterly report for Joburg Water. If I got some time left over, I will speak on 21 as well. But 22 is the more important one, our water crisis in the city. The entity admits that the water revenue increased by 4.15% year on year, despite a 13.9% tariff adjustment. So in fact, our water income has gone down. Unfortunately, the cost of water, what we're paying to rent water, has gone up with 11.3%. So we can clearly see again, the gap between water purchases and water selling is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And the entity admits it. The non-revenue water is standing at 48.7%, consisting of commercial losses 11%, physical losses 25.5%, and unauthorized usage of 12.2%. Madam Speaker, we are running for disaster in Johannesburg Water as well. Our water is leaking, and then we are proud and say, but our water consumption is going down from 322 million kiloliters in 2024-2025 to 318 million. Madam Speaker, the water consumption is not going down because we are saving water. No, because there is no water in the taps what people can use. That is why the consumption is going down. So we must, instead of looking for positive things and saying, yes, we are achieving our targets, we are getting worse and worse. Our residents are without water in the taps all over the city. And Madam Speaker, it is no wonder because the report says that for this year, we got an average of 4,336 pipe bursts per month, and that is up from last year's 2,960. 4,300 bursts per month. That is about 140 bursts per single day, every day of the week, every day of the month. And there is no wonder that our KPIs that says we have to repair a pipe burst within 40 hours is only standing at 43%, because we cannot keep on fixing the bursts, because the sooner we fix them, the sooner they break again. Madam Speaker, City Power, Johannesburg Water is in dire straits. City Power not less. Their year-to-date loss is standing at 2.8 billion rand. Our purchases from Eskom are way above budget, about 1.15 billion, but our income is pretty flat. There as well, our non-revenue electricity is creeping up at 33%. Madam Speaker, and in the reports, the CEO report and the chairperson.
Thank you, Raadslid. Councillor R. Bitcow from the DA.
Madam Speaker, I rise to speak to item 22. However, as you insist on treating all EISD items as one when allocating speakers' time, so I will speak to all, especially as they are interactive and make a lot more sense when looked at as a whole rather than in silos. Madam Speaker, the infrastructure of this city is falling apart, and every councillor can attest to this. As councillors, we spend more time acting as call centres rather than being able to do our work as members of the legislature. And that goes for all councillors, not just DA. We are told that water pipe bursts per 100 kilometres are below expectation. But at the same time, we are told that only less than 44% of bursts were restored within 48 hours. That is a huge failure. But it's not surprising because there's a lack of funds for overtime and the administration has failed to bring in proper shift work. This lack is also one of the main contributors to our excessive water losses. Our lack of funds are further demonstrated by the failure to pay contractors because the city has not provided the funds to Joburg Water. Hence, Brixton Reservoir and Tower are way behind schedule, affecting about 1 million residents. On top of it, we have the refurbishment of Hurstville 1 and 2 at a standstill because of lack of payment. Yet the executive thinks it's fine to sweep money and use it elsewhere, which we have asked repeatedly where elsewhere is, but no answer has ever been forthcoming. Maybe we are investing in a fiddle for the mayor to play while Rome is burning. Madam Speaker, I have mentioned that I will cross-cut to other reports, as it's not ever mentioned in the entities report. Nobody mentions the delays due to electric cables being damaged, nor do we get a proper analysis of the damage to roads by water from pipe bursts. However, to the observant, it is interesting how often water damage to roads exposes the fact that the tarmac is only 20 millimeters thick instead of the required 40 millimeter. Substandard work at inflated prices because nobody cares. Madam Speaker, now let's look at the other end of namely sewers. Every sewer spill ends up directly or indirectly in our river systems. Clearance of water blockages are at 12.5% below target for 48 hours. However, it does not tell us how much over the 48-hour target the outstanding 17.5% is. Let me give you an example. There are 6 broken sewer pipes and discharging raw sewage into the Pampoenspruit for close on a year. That is 8,790 hours, not just over 48 hours. We are on a watershed with rivers flowing south and west into the Vaal Orange River system, and we have others running north and east into the Crocodile River system. As such, we are responsible for 2 major river systems. We have regular water samples taken in our rivers. Unfortunately, the results are not reported to us as regularly. However, let me make it clear, the biological pollution, read it as sewage, is totally out of control. Accepted levels of E. coli and Staphylococcus is 200 units per sample taken. Madam Speaker, we are at 200, but please note, we are at 200,000, up to 2 million per sample taken. What this means is that we are sitting on a powder keg with a fuse lit for a full-blown cholera outbreak. Already the results are in the Vaal River barrage area right down to Parys, and in the north it's in Hartbeespoort and Roodekoppie, Stam, and further afield. This is a legacy that is being left behind by this coalition of destruction. As I mentioned in the beginning, the similarities to the fall of the Roman Empire are there for all to see that care to look. The city is burning, but people in charge rather party, or as in Rome, have orgies and big feasts while ignoring the people at large. All I can say is shame on you, as there is a definite expose of a general lack of conscience. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pascal. Councillor Steenkamp from the Patriotic Alliance.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Ishmael Steenkamp had to leave, family emergency, but as the Patriotic Alliance, we note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harris, is someone standing in for Councillor Harris from the ACDP?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. With your permission, I'd like to speak.
Can you just...
Thank you very much,
please.
Madam Speaker. Greetings to you again, Madam Speaker. All protocols observed. Madam Speaker, I rise on item 22, the performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Water SOC Ltd and 2025-2026 financial year for the period October to December 2025. Madam Speaker, the problems that we are facing with the water is that the aging infrastructure is the main problem. We constantly have to repair infrastructure that is dilapidated, that is aging, that should have, through the 30 years that the ANC government has been in power, should have been maintained, should have been upgraded, not just maintained, Madam Speaker, like an ambulance, where you only respond when there is a problem or when someone calls you. But due to population increase, the infrastructure should not only be repaired and maintained, it should be upgraded to accommodate population growth, Madam Speaker. So had this been done, the infrastructure problems would have been far less, hence meaning that water flows would have been more consistent and the population would then have more water to drink. This is the problem. It is incompetence, unwillingness, and a general lack of will. The ACDP notes this report with great concern. I thank you. God bless South Africa. God bless the sovereign state of Israel. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mukasi from the EFF.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to EFF Caucus leader, Dr. Komisa Mgini, our Caucus whip, Councillor Thabisa Mohapi, fellow councillors, City of Johannesburg residents. Today we are called not just to debate the report, we are called to confront the state, the reality of our people. Because behind those shiny pages, behind those percentages, there is a painful truth. Our people are suffering. Let us engage honestly with this report. Yes, it tells us that the performance sits at around 80% with 12 out of 15 targets achieved Yes, it highlights achievement in water monitoring, waste diversion and environmental compliance, but we must ask a revolutionary questions. 80% for who? Because in the township of Johannesburg, there is no 80%. There is no partial service delivery. There is no water. The report itself exposes the crisis. It tells us that only 43.71% of pipe bursts are repaired within 48 hours, against the target of 90%. What does that mean in real life? It means families go for days without water. It means clinics cannot operate properly. This is not a delay, this is a water disaster. In Zanspruit, as I speak now, our people do not have water. In Orange Farm, communities rely on water tanks that never arrive on time. In Deep Sloot, the residents fight over a single tap. In Soweto, whole section go dry for days. In Alexandra, the infrastructure is collapsing under pressure. In Enedale, water shortages are now normalized. This is not governance, this is ignorance. Speaker, even the report admits the deeper structural failures. It tells us that when you include unfunded positions, the department has 50% vacancy rate, half the capacity needed to deliver services is missing. So how do you expect water to flow when the system itself is empty? Speaker, the report speaks about monitoring, it speaks about frameworks, it speaks about compliance. But our people are not drinking compliance. They are not bathing in frameworks. They need water, and they need water now. We must say it clear. Johannesburg is facing a water crisis, and that crisis has now escalated into a humanitarian disaster. And disasters do not need reports. They need urgent intervention. As revolutionaries, we do not reject progress. We recognize the work done. We recognize the effort by workers on the ground. But we refuse to be blinded by statistics while our people suffer. Because the role of leadership is not to celebrate mediocrity. It is to confront reality. Now, let me come to the last line of this report. The recommendation that we must simply not approve it, it must critique this, because approval without accountability is betrayal. Approval without urgency is complicity. Approval without intervention is a surrender. But Speaker, we are not anarchists. We are revolutionaries with responsibilities. We understand that rejecting the report does not fix the crisis. So we take a principled position. We will approve this report, but we do so with clear warning. We approve it because
42 seconds.
We are satisfied. We approve it because we are satisfied, not because the crisis is over, but because our people cannot wait any longer for intervention. Our approval must come with demand, immediate emergency responses to water shortages, acceleration of infrastructure repairs, filling of critical vacancies, prioritization of township in water distribution, accountability for failure to meet service standard. Freedom Charter reminds us the people shall govern, but today our people are not governing, they are suffering. And we cannot stand here comfortable while masses are thirsty. History will not judge us by how many.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Councillor Mashala from Action SA.
Tima mic.
Councillor Makasi, can you switch off your mic? Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on item 20 to 23. Madam Speaker, as Action SA, we acknowledge the efforts made by these entities. However, it is essential to highlight the significant challenges they face and the areas where we as a city are failing short in delivering services to our residents. At the same time, we must remind this council that better governance is not a theory. It has been done before. Let's begin with Pick It Up. Yes, they achieved 90% of the SDPIP targets for the second quarter, which is commendable. However, we cannot overlook the troubling fact that Pick It Up is currently operating with a staggering 56% vacancy rate. This alarming statistic directly impacts service delivery, contributing to illegal dumping and poor waste management in our communities. Furthermore, cash flow problems have delayed critical capital projects. As we celebrate these achievements, we must also demand accountability and a clear plan to address these vacancies and financial constraints. The oversight report paints a concerning picture, Madam Speaker. While Pick It Up shows resilience, Johannesburg Water has only managed to meet 24% of its performance target. This is unacceptable, Madam Speaker. Only 69 households in informal settlements received water against the target of 250. Madam Speaker, we must ask, how do we justify this failure to our residents? City Power, while achieving 67.66 of its KPIs, is facing a financial crisis that threatens reliable electricity supply. Madam Speaker, under former Mayor Herman Mashaba, over 2 billion was invested in electrical infrastructure. Outages were reduced through preventative maintenance, and the groundwork for energy diversification was laid. Today, we face prolonged outages, cable theft, and unspent capital budgets. Turning to the Environment and Infrastructure Service Department, while there has been a progress in waste diversion, the 50% vacancy rate remains deeply concerning. Delays in capital expenditure due to cash flow constraints are unacceptable. Johannesburg Water reports a 99.2% water quality compliance rate, which is commendable. However, a 74.40% collection rate and failure to meet basic service delivery targets highlights a systematic issue. Under former Mayor Herman Mashaba, new pipelines were laid, water tanker system improved, and leak response times strengthened. Today we see non-revenue water, a pipe burst, sewage spills, and corruption concerns. Madam Speaker, the contrast is clear. Where there was once investment and leadership, we now see decline. Action SA stands for infrastructure modernization, energy diversification, water security, and accountability. We remain committed to building an ethical, capable, and responsive city where residents receive the services they deserve. We will continue holding this administration accountable while championing real solutions for our communities. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mashala. Councillor Seku, DA.
Good day, Madam Speaker, councillors, the guests in the gallery. I speak on item 23. Pick It Up has long stood as one of the most stable entities within the city. However, this stability is now under serious threat. What was once a functioning and reliable service provider is steadily being undermined by deepening financial and operational challenges. At the center of the decline lies a severe cash flow crisis. This has resulted in the grounding of essential fleet due to fuel cut suspension, delays in the vehicle licensing, and the failure to settle valid invoices within prescribed 30-day period. Only 6% of the invoices have been paid on time. Such a situation is unsustainable and has cascading consequences for service delivery. Despite commendable efforts by the staff and relatively strong performance indicators in certain areas, the entity is being crippled by systematic and internal constraints. Recently, landfill sites have refused entry to waste collection vehicles due to non-payment. This has led to unacceptable scenes where trucks, unable to offload, resorted to dumping waste on the public roads out of their frustration. Furthermore, the closure of garden sites and ongoing disruption in refuse collection are placing the city of Johannesburg in an increasingly hazardous position. If left unaddressed, our city risks becoming overwhelmed by uncollected waste with serious public health implications. Operational challenges are further compounded by shortage of wheelie bins due to supply delays. Logistics and security constraints are persistent, with staff transportation hampered by unresolved impasse with taxi association and insufficient support for night shift operators. While it is acknowledged that certain waste diversions and public education targets have been made, these achievements are not reflected in the lived reality of the residents. Moreover, the lack of progress in developing new landfill sites is deeply concerning, particularly given the existing sites have estimated remaining capacity of only 2 years. The people of Johannesburg deserve reliable, dignified service delivery. They deserve water in their taps, electricity in their homes,
18
and
seconds.
consistent uninterrupted refuse collection. The DA is committed to providing that. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Moepi, EFF. Not in the House. Councillor, I'm not sure, but it was sent from your office, and if my mind serves me right, Councillor Moepi resigned. So who's the councillor that's speaking?
No, Speaker, Councillor Mkasu speak on that item.
So it's done.
And Councillor Miepi, he's still the councillor here.
Okay, so where is Councillor Moepi? Makasi spoke on
Apology.
behalf.
I send the apology for Councillor Miepi.
Okay. Councillor Zondo? Aye, human beings make mistakes. Human beings make a mistake. Councillor Komane, your surname has said you are disappointing her. Councillor Zondo from the ANC.
Greetings, Speaker. I'm rising on behalf of Councillor Zondo.
Thank you.
Yes, as ANC, we note the challenges faced by the entities. We also welcome and note a positive achievement attained in the quarter under review in these difficult circumstances. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Who's standing in for the MMC? Thank you, MMC. Mgina.
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We have noted all the points raised by councillors, and we will definitely forward them to the relevant MMC and officials. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, MMC. Member in charge, Councillor Nwepe.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, uzozungithuke. The ubizi senemi yami ngakhona. Angazi ukuthi.
Can you say it so that I can repeat after you?
Okay, let me just fix this. Now let's do. Okay, Nwepe.
I'll practice it on my own, not here. Thank you, Councillor.
All right, thank you, Speaker. As I would like to thank the study group, the officials, and acknowledge everything that has been said, Speaker. I also want to educate our residents, Speaker. Here, I've got some pictures that I took, something that are happening in our wards, Speaker. So, as you heard, some of the councillors are speaking that there's so much sewer blockages, and some of them, they are taking 48 hours. Some of these reasons, we need to educate the residents, because if you can see here, this is a sewer blockage. It emanates from encroachment. Some of the residents are not making our job easy and that of the officials. So I thought, let me just print this out so that they can see it, that we normally speak to them to fix it. I'm not speaking to anybody else but the residents of the city of Johannesburg. And I do not interrupt anyone when they speak, please. And then, this is City Power, Speaker. You can see here, the residents are connecting as well themselves to the City Power poles, street lights. So I want to correct as well, as we're correcting as councillors, the officials, we need to also educate our residents not to do these things, because it tempers to the cash flow of the city of Johannesburg. Right now, we as a study group, we are taking note that there's, if I go back here, J-Water non-revenue sitting at 48%, unbilled consumption 12.2%, and commercial loss 11%, 25.2 loss. These are coming
20
from the
seconds
leak, Speaker. So, and again, Speaker, there's this, pick it up. Pick it up is working, we are working, because in our study group, we always advocate that what we see in our wards, we should see in the officials' papers. But now, I'm saying to us as councillors, let's go back as well and educate our residents because of the litter. If you can see here, there's a skip bin, but they litter on the floor. Okay, Speaker, thank you. I'd like council to note and approve the report.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Councillor. I'm certain residents has listened. Colleagues, the recommendations are on pages 20.5, 21.18, 22.3, 23.9, 24.54 to 24.55 are the items agreed to. Chair of Chairs, before STC reads into record, please. No, Chair of Chairs, come this side. Before he reads the item into record. Thank you.
Butter.
Yeah, not very.
I'll come back now.
STC.
Councillors, we are on item 30, and that is the performance assessment report for the City of Johannesburg Legislature Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025, also read with item 31, which is the oversight report of OCOL on the 2025-26 second quarter budget and performance assessment report of the Legislature of the City of Johannesburg for the period October to December 2025. Also read with item 32, which is the performance assessment report for the Office of the Ombudsman for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025. And lastly, read with item 33, which is the oversight report of the OCOL on the 2025-26 second quarter performance report of the City of Johannesburg Office of the Ombudsman for the period October to December 2025.
Thank you very much, STC. We now move to the member in charge. I see Councillor Ponsolbi, it's not here. Any member of the Committee of Oversight to table the report for consideration? Councillor Zwane? Councillor Shackelford? Councillor Dagama? Councillor Mlife from the ANC?
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Let me take this opportunity to table from item 30, item 31, item 32, and 33 on behalf of OCOL, section 79 for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mlife. I see Councillor Zwane from Action SA is not here. Is there anyone who wants to speak on his behalf from Action SA? Thanks, Councillor Mnyai.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair of Chairs. Councillor, we have a councillor from Action SA in the same item that will speak. Councillor Zwai. Then we'll donate the 2 minutes of Councillor Margaret to Councillor Zwai. I nearly say, awithathe lento ayinabungozi.
Councillor Chwai, I hope I called your name properly. Apologies.
No, totally not. My surname is Swahili, not Twadi. Goeiedag, eerste spreker. Hoofdstad van die raad, leraar van ons Caucus van Action SA en al raadleden en die huis. Protect me, Speaker. Protect me, please.
Councillors, let's give him an opportunity to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. El Peshilala groet aan die inwoners van die stad van Johannesburg. Ek neem saam. Madam Speaker, ek neem kennis van punt van 3.3 sources Action SA. Thank you so much.
So, councillors, I'm even battling to understand if that's Afrikaans or that's, but let's move. Let's move, councillors. Councillor from Freedom Front Plus, Councillor Smith.
Good afternoon, Chair of Chair. Councillor Smith is not in council today, so his 3 minutes are up for sale. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boer, and we will move to Councillor Mkonza from ACDP.
So, am I taking the 3 minutes from FF Plus?
Councillor Mkonza, you've got 3 minutes and it started.
Thank you, Speaker. I stand to speak on item 30 and item 32 only. So I'll try and summarize quickly. On item 32, let me start with item 32 so that I focus on the ombuds. We acknowledge the 100% departmental performance without having to speak about the unresolved complaint by the Orlando East entrepreneurs from JPC, which took over 14 years. We also note the non-achievement of the gatekeeping KPIs, which stands at 71%, and the CAPEX and the non-payment of invoices within 30 days. The ACDP Caucus will closely monitor the unspent CAPEX on case management and recommend that the CM assist the office in resolving the non-payment of invoices as they claim that these are beyond their control. On item 30, at the outset, the ACDP wishes to acknowledge the department's 21% improvement in performance compared to the previous quarter. Additionally, we acknowledge the 100% implementation of oversight program, the 5% improvement on ward councillor convened meetings from 49% to 54%, though worryingly low from the previous quarter, which directly affects the voter apathy. On community-based planning meeting, 67% of councillor participation must improve, and we all have to play a role in improving the voter apathy and the trust on politicians in general. The engaged citizenry KPI exposes all of us of the immaturity or inconsiderate. This reporting quarter registering 44.6%, which does not justice to the voter apathy and the overall trust on politicians. The performance may not be a true reflection owing to the inconsistent or late submission of attendance registers, to mention a few, which negatively affects audit, governance, and litigation risks. One question, Madam Acting Speaker. Do we have any
30
consequence
seconds.
management? Sorry?
30 seconds.
Thank you. Acting Speaker, one question. Do we have consequence management for some of us who does not comply with the code of conduct with regards to councillors not, in areas for rates and services charges for more than 90 days? If not, kindly consider the direct deduction from such councillors with immediate effect, looking at the remaining 8 months that we have, all of us as outgoing councillors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mkonza. Now we're moving to Councillor Mokoena from the EFF.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker, son of the hunter. Greetings to EFF Caucus, fellow councillors, guests in the gallery, and most importantly, residents of the city of Johannesburg. Speaker, when we look at these reports together, what becomes clear is that we are dealing with a system that is busy but not necessarily effective. Yes, meetings are happening, reports are being written, oversight visits are being conducted. But the real question is this oversight changing the lived reality of residents? Because if it was, we could not still be dealing with the same complaints. Water leaks, sewage spills, billing errors, potholes, and delays in basic services appearing again and again. Speaker, let us start with the Office of the Ombudsman. On paper, the Ombudsman is performing very well. High resolution rates, targets achieved, and complaints processed, but when we dig deeper, a different picture emerges. Residents are still complaining about the same service delivery failures. These are still delays in fixing infrastructure, still billing issues, and still poor responsiveness from departments. What this tells us is that the Ombudsman is treating symptoms, not fixing the system. If complaints keep coming back, it seems departments are not implementing solutions permanently. Speaker, another concern is financial and operational discipline. We see issues like poor capital spending, delays in paying invoices, and slow implementation of system. These are not small technical issues. They affect how fast services are delivered to our people. Speaker, when we move to the legislature, the situation is equally concerning. Performance are sitting around just above half of targets achieved, and key areas like public participation, ward governance, and petition management are not functioning at the level expected. We are told that thousands of residents are being engaged, but the data cannot even be verified properly because attendance registers are missing. This creates a serious problem. We cannot claim success if we cannot prove it. Speaker, even more concerning is the backlog of over 1,000 unresolved petitions. These petitions represent real issues raised by residents, and when they remain unresolved, it means the voices of the people are being ignored. Speaker, the EFF has always been clear. Oversight must not be a tick box exercise. It must lead a real accountability and real consensus. We therefore propose the following. Firstly, departments must be forced to implement Ombudsman recommendation within strict time frames with consciousness of failure. Secondly, the city must strengthen internal accountability system so that recurring complaints are eliminated at source. Thirdly, the legislature must improve data integrity and reporting so that performance is credible and variable. Fourthly, the backlog of petitions must be addressed with clear turnaround times so that residents receive responses to their concerns. Speaker, at the heart of all these reports is one issue, a gap between reporting and reality. Until gap is closed, residents will continue to experience poor service delivery, regardless of how
10
good the
seconds,
reports
Councillor.
may look. The people of Johannesburg do not need reports, they need the result. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor. ANC, Councillor S. Pomezi.
Thanks. Greetings, Speaker, to you. Greeting to our Chief Whip. Greetings to all the councillors and also the gallery, including the community of Joburg. Speaker, I'm standing here on item 30 up to 31. Okay. Okay, Speaker, on that item, the key highlights on the performance against the oversight accountability. The report on the legislature fully achieved its key KPIs of the implementation of the oversight programs. It reached 100% on that quarterly, which it was targeted. The key activity, it included the 8 oversight visit. We also have the 21 Section 79 portfolio committee meetings, and also increase on the councillors' public meeting 5, and also 13 oversight reports on the executives 2025 and 2026 first quarter performance. In addition, on the political side leaders, which conducted targeted oversight visit, including the schools visit to address the issue of safety, incident and educational matters, including the service delivery inspection, e.g. electrification in the informal settlement, that it needed emergence, service readiness checks, a site visit in Soweto following the building collapse. We go to item 31. The Office of the Speaker reported a high activity during the quarter, including the intergovernmental engagement, the civic education, the community-based program, gender-based violence initiatives, and service delivery walkabouts. A total of 15 speeches were delivered, and a Facebook engagement grew by 43%. The previous indicators measured speaker engagement was replaced with the smart city indicators, though its purpose and measurement remain unclear. The Office of the Chair of Chairs focused on supporting the Section 79 committees, strategy planning oversight, coordination and stakeholder engagement, key service delivery issues identified during oversight visit included the electrification and water leaks, house challenges, school safety, the CBD service delivery, and major infrastructure projects. The Office of the Whip of Council managed the multi-part. The coordination and research support and councillors' discipline. The monthly areas monitoring revealed that 11 councillors were overdue on payment beyond 90 days. This is simply those councillors, they need to pay the overdue payment. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor Pomezi. Chair of Chairs, Councillor A. Marema.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. You know, I'm sitting here, I'm watching, I just saw a message that popped up. When I opened that message, I see one leader in the country swimming in some hole with, oh, sorry.
No apologies, I pressed by mistake.
Thank you very much, Speaker. By that, I wanted to say we are not scared of being criticized. When issues are raised at times are not raised to demoralize us, but are raised for us to correct, are raised for us to become better. Like those who are swimming, they are also teaching us that perhaps we need to build better swimming pools for them. I arise to ask council to, after, of course, I agree that there's a whole lot of things that I have taken as a stock from the discussions and the debate. One of the fundamental things that comes out as strong is that what is written in the paper must be what is happening on the ground. There must be some sort of a balance between the two. The report may look very good on the paper, but is it the reality on the ground? We take that point, and as a point of correction and a constructive criticism, we take that and we will definitely look into that. I ask council to approve. Thank you.
Who's the acting member in charge? Councillor Modise.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all the participants. With regards to all matters, I submit that we should at least adopt all the reports. Thank you.
Thank you so much, acting member in charge. Recommendations are on page 30.11 and 31.9. Are the items agreed to? I see the chair of chairs and Councillor Belinda is having a beautiful conversation.
She wants cough. She doesn't want to go to the swimming pool.
Thank you, colleagues. It was just a very light note. STC, can we go to the next item?
Councillors, item 34 is the performance assessment report for the Public Safety Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025, also read with item 35, which is an oversight report of the Section 79 Public Safety Committee on the 2025-26 second quarter performance report of the Department of Public Safety for the period October 2025 to December 2025.
Member in charge, Councillor H. Makuba.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor in absentia, the Deputy Executive Mayor in absentia, and I'm going to say all protocol observed. I rise to table item 34, the Performance Assessment Report for the Public Safety Department for the 2025-2026 financial year for the period October to December 2025. That goes together with item 35, oversight report of the Section 79 Public Safety Committee on the 2025-2026 second quarter performance report of the Department of Public Safety for the period of October 2025 to December 2025 for council consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Member in charge. Action SA, Councillor K. Moate. I hope I've pronounced it right.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to you, fellow councillors, members of the media, guests in the gallery, most importantly, residents of Johannesburg. Speaker, I rise to speak on item 34 and 35 respectively. The report tells us that the 92% target has been reached, but the residents of Johannesburg are not living in a 92% safe city. They are living in fear. Because outside of this report, a lawyer is gunned down in cold blood, communities are overrun by drugs, families live next to drug dens and illegal activity with no protection. Crime is no longer an exception. It is becoming normalized, and that is the reality we must confront. Speaker, the real problem here is not that the department is doing nothing, it is that what is being done is not enough and not effective where it matters the most. Yes, the report speaks about thousands of operations, increased enforcement, inspections and interventions. But Johannesburg is not crying out for more activity. It is crying out for results, because if thousands of operations are happening, are our communities still under siege? One of the biggest failures in the city is our inability to confront the drug crisis head on. Entire communities are being destroyed, young people are being lost, neighborhoods are controlled by dealers, and law enforcement is often absent or inconsistent. And when leaders like Xolani Khumalo stand up and fight against drugs in their communities, they are attacked, undermined, and politicized. Instead of being supported, they are turned into political targets. This is unacceptable, because these are the very people doing the work that government should be leading on. Speaker, the report measures operations, compliance, outputs, but it does not measure whether a mother feels safe walking home, whether children can play outside, whether communities are free from drugs and violence. And until we measure that, we are not solving the problem. Speaker, this is why Operation Fix Joburg is coming, because safety cannot be managed through reports. It must be enforced on the ground. Action SA will take the fight directly to the drug networks, strengthen visible policing in communities, protect whistleblowers and community activists, and restore law and order within Johannesburg. We will not tolerate a city where criminals are most powerful than the residents. We have done it before. Speaker, under Herman Mashaba, this city showed that when there is political will, things change. Lawlessness was confronted, the inner city was being reclaimed, residents could feel the difference and see the difference. That is the standard we are returning to. The days where communities are left to fight crime alone are coming to an end. Under Action SA, your Terrell and James will multiply, Xolani Khumalo will multiply, your Dr. Nasipe Moya will multiply. Operation Fix Joburg, we are going to take this city. We note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor R. Pelzer from Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocols observed. I rise to speak on item 34, Performance Assessment Report for the Public Safety Department for the 25-26 financial year, for the period October to December 2025. In this period, only 2 KPIs were not met: percentage of compliance improvement on high-risk buildings focusing on hotspot areas, and number of vehicles tested for roadworthiness. So there is some room for improvement on the KPIs. Madam Speaker, in this performance assessment report for the Public Safety Department for the period October to December 25, important, October to December, a key output was speed enforcement. 458,027 violations detected via fixed and mobile cameras, and roadside checks, including 54,027 through fixed cameras and 375 high-speed arrests where criminal thresholds were exceeded. Round of applause is in order, I suppose, except our current problem is that since then, since December, the cameras were not operational. No speed enforcement and no income for the city. Considering that the department spent a total of 1.97 billion rand against a budget of 1.72 billion rand, reflecting an overspending of more than 250 million
50 seconds
rand.
left.
Currently, no camera speed prosecutions and overspending on budget. This does not look good at all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Pelser. Councillor M. Smosa from the Patriotic Alliance.
Greetings in that powerful name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Greetings, Madam Speaker, Chief Whip of Council, PA Joburg 11 councillors under the capable leadership of our caucus leader, MMC Kenny Kunene, in his absence, fellow councillors, guests in the gallery, and most importantly, residents of the city of Johannesburg. Item 34 and 35, the Patriotic Alliance notes this report with deep concerns. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Smosa. ACDP, Councillor Rolson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I greet you all in the precious name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Again, amen and amen. Greetings, Madam Speaker, all protocols observed. Madam Speaker, I rise on item 34, the Public Safety 2025-2026 Mid-Year Performance Report measured against the 2025-2026 Departmental SDBIP. Madam Speaker, the AC... Am I protected, Madam Speaker?
Councillors, can we please not do that?
From the noise.
No, you on this side. On this side there's, and especially somewhere there in that corner. Thank you, Councillor Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the ACDP notes the program interventions that were undertaken in the second quarter, which include roadblocks, roadside checkpoints, joint operations, inspections, patrols, as well as educational campaigns. Madam Speaker, the ACDP calls on the department to urgently respond to calls of the residents of Riverlear, who have warned the city of an impending disaster that is looming in the Riverlear and Nasrec precinct area. Madam Speaker, the Zamas are using explosives and drilling equipment beneath the homes of the residents of Riverlear, as well as near the fuel and gas pipelines situated next to and below the FNB Stadium. The ACDP calls on the Department of Public Safety to elevate this matter and to work in collaboration with the Mayor's Office, specialized police units and mining executives, and to do everything possible to protect the lives of the residents of Riverlear and the lives of those visiting the FNB Stadium. The TC Esterhazen Primary School is also affected by the Zamazamas, who leave dead bodies at the back of the entrance of the school, leaving school children completely traumatized. This is completely unacceptable, Madam Speaker. Zamazamas are terrorists. Let's call them what they are. They are terrorists, as they are terrorizing our communities.
40 seconds left.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And they need to be dealt with as terrorists. Our people deserve better. God bless South Africa. God bless the sovereign state of Israel. I thank you.
Councillor Moshala, can you please come back to your seat? Oh, okay, it's not Councillor Moshala there. Because those three councillors there, no, IT is at the back, the seat in front of IT, the next seat. There's a lot of disruption there, and they disrupted Councillor Rolson earlier on. It's two lady councillors and then the gentleman. You can't do that, councillors. Thank you. Councillor Maila from the DA.
Madam Speaker, the Honorable, the Leader of the Official Opposition, the Honorable, the Whip of Council, Honorable Members of Council, the City Manager and your top management team, the people of Johannesburg, greetings and salutations. The South African Police Service Act 68 of 1995, which establishes the country's metropolitan police services, was amended through the Subs Amendment Act of 1998 so as to provide a framework for the establishment, functions, and control of these municipal police services, practically to give effect to the provisions of Section 206, subsection 7 of the Constitution of the Republic. It is from Section 64, capital E, of the Subs Amendment Act 83 of 1998 that we learn that the functions of the Johannesburg Metropolitan Police Service within the Department of Public Safety are traffic policing, the policing of municipal bylaws, and crime prevention, which is a shared mandate with the South African Police Service in line with the provisions of Section 205, subsection 3 of the Constitution. The reason I'm reminding all of us of the constitutional and legislative framework that established the JMPD is because we are concerned as the DA about the levels of serious and violent crime as well as the near total neglect of bylaw enforcement across the city, especially in the Johannesburg inner city. Madam Speaker, this second quarter performance report of the Public Safety Department coincides with the third quarter crime statistics released by the South African Police Service for the period October to December 2025. In these crime statistics, we find that 7 police stations situated in our city are listed among the top 30 police stations in the country that recorded the most contact crimes in the quarter under review. Before I tell you which police stations these are, please allow me, Madam Speaker, to explain that contact crimes are defined as crimes in which the victims are the targets of violence or instances where the victims are in the vicinity of a property that criminals target and are, as a consequence, subjected to the use of violence or threats thereof by perpetrators. Contact crimes are such crimes, Madam Speaker, as murder, attempted murder, rape, assault GPH, or assault with intent to inflict grievous bodily harm, and all categories of robbery, including robbery with aggravating circumstances, such as carjacking, robbery at residential premises, and robbery at non-residential premises, which are sometimes colloquially referred to as the trio crimes by the police. The 7 police stations that give us a bad name as a city in this category, Madam Speaker, which category brings the most fear of crime to the 6 million residents of our city, were listed as follows in the crime statistics referred to herein above. Number 1 is Alexandra, which is second in the province, only from Tembisa, and it is ranked number 8 in the country of 1,163 police stations. The second police station that gives us a bad name in the city is the Johannesburg Central Police Station, which is ranked at number 4 in the province and number 12 in the country. Third is the Jeppe Police Station, ranked number 6 in the province and number 14 in the country, followed by Ivory Park, which is ranked number 7 in the province and number 15 in the whole of the Republic. Hillbrow is number 5, and it is listed or ranked as number 8 in the province and number 17 in South Africa. Ruotipoort is the 6th police station that gives us a bad name, and it is ranked at number 9 in the province and number 19 in the Republic of South Africa. The last of the 7 is Eldorado Park, that is ranked number 11 in the province and 24 in the country. Madam Speaker, one would have expected that the deployment of the JMPD as part of its crime prevention mandate would be informed by these crime statistics. but we have a leadership of the department that is so incompetent that it does not even know that the JMPD's traffic policing mandate includes ensuring that there is sustainable speed law enforcement across the city. As I speak, and as you would have heard from my colleague from the Freedom Front Plus, and because of this incompetence, we still don't have speed law enforcement in the city since the previous contract lapsed in this very quarter on the 23rd of December 2025. Police visibility is almost non-existent in the
Councillor
city.
Maila, can you take your seat, please? Please also mention which point of order you're standing on. Thank you, Councillor.
So, Speaker, you intimidate me right now, so I must not speak because you are intimidating me.
You must speak, but you must...
I'm raising on a point of order, a personal point of order. How? So I must be intimidated right now because you don't want me to speak.
Please come.
How? Speaker, it's Rule 71. Read Rule 71 there.
It's very clear when you get up, I know. Thank you, Councillor Maila.
No, Speaker, I've said
you done.
It's Rule 71. I just want to say, Councillor Maila must withdraw incompetent. We're talking about the good doctor here. Commissar, incompetent.
Thank you, Councillor.
We don't have, we're not even calling.
Councillor Komane, speak to your councillor next to you. Thank you, Councillor Maila. There's no incompetent MMC here, please.
You must withdraw.
Thank you, Councillor Maila.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Police visibility is almost non-existent in the city, especially at night. I have lost...
Councillor Maila, can you please withdraw? Incompetent. Colleagues, wait. Councillor Maila, just hold on, Councillor Maila. Before I take any hands. In fact, Councillor Maila did not say any names of someone being incompetent. Thank you. Councillor Maila, carry on. I'm not going to take hands. I'm not taking hands. I'm not. Councillor Maila, carry on.
Thank you very much.
He didn't mention names. Councillor Maila, please carry on.
Listening is a skill, Madam Speaker.
Can we allow Councillor Maila to carry on? Thank you, Councillor.
Madam Speaker, listening is a skill. Police visibility is almost non-existent in the city, especially at night. I've even lost count of the number of public safety-related complaints I received in this very quarter, ranging from noise, pollution, or disturbance of the public peace, to people simply deciding to block residents' driveways with their motor vehicles as they visit liquor outlets that often operate without the requisite licenses. It is as if we do not have the largest metropolitan police service in the country. Madam Speaker, it was in this very quarter that we were told by the Commission of Inquiry into Criminality, Political Interference and Corruption in the Criminal Justice System, or the Madlanga Commission, that a JMPD officer, Johannes or Makhatle, was allegedly abusing his position and the city's resources to further the criminal interests of criminal cartels. Madam Speaker, the DA notes the second quarter performance report of the Department of Public Safety for the 2025-2026 financial year. We continue to express the hope that the people of Johannesburg will, in the upcoming local government elections, choose the only party with a proven track record of clean governance and an unshakable commitment to constitutionalism, the rule of law, and meritocracy. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. EFF, Councillor Mkasi. EFF, Councillor Mkasi.
Oh, thank you very much, Speaker, again. Greetings to EFF Johannesburg Battalion led by Dr. Mqini. Our newly...
Councillor, just hold on. The councillor behind you, no, I'm keeping your time. The councillor behind you, it's your own councillor on the podium, the councillor next to Councillor Komane. It's your own councillor, don't do that to him. Thank you, councillor, I've kept your time.
Revolutionary greetings to EFF Johannesburg Battalion led by Dr. Mqini. Our newly sworn in Commissar Kukube, who serve at the Central Command Team of the EFF, the highest decision-making body in between assemblies. Fellow progressive councillors, most importantly, the EFF Ground Forces and City of Johannesburg residents. Speaker, let me begin by unapologetically congratulating Councillor Thabisa Mohapi on the elections as chairperson of the HSD Section 79 Oversight Committee. This is not a ceremonial appointment, it is a political statement. Councillor Mohape is a proven ground force of our struggle, not new to leadership. She serves in the Gauteng Provincial Command Team responsible for community safety, and she sits within the PCC and the PDC, the most disciplined and progressive machinery of our movement. In the EFF, we do not organize women, we place them at the center of power. We do not ask for permission to empower women, we take that space decisively. We are not apologetic about women leading, we are deliberate about it. Because when women lead, the struggle advances, and when the struggle advances, the people move closer to true freedom. Today, we are not just debating the report, we are debating the safety in Johannesburg. And we must be clear, the fight against crime is linked to fight against poverty and inequality. Let me be direct, the department under the EFF leadership is working. And we are not speaking from emotions, we are speaking from facts. Crime in a priority categories has decreased by 0.84%. Police visibility now covers all 135 wards. Over 5,000 operations were conducted. More than 1,600 arrests were made. And over 3,200 traffic operations took place. Nearly 100,000 vehicles were stopped and seized. Over 52,000 individuals were seized, and more than 1,300 incidents were detected through CCTV. And importantly, our emergency management service continue to respond to crises across the city, saving lives through faster responses time, fire intervention and disaster management operations. This means lives are being protected, communities are being reached, and the city is becoming more responsive in times for emergency. The economic freedom fighters has always been clear. Crime does not exist in isolation. It comes from poverty, it comes from unemployment, it comes from inequality. And as Amilcar Cabral reminds us, tell no lies, claim no easy victory. We do not lie, we do not exaggerate. We present facts and we face reality. Yes, we still have minor challenges. Compliance in high-risk building is at 20.35%, below the 25 target. Hijacked buildings remains a threat. Infrastructure still limits policing capacity. But our approach is clear. We fix what is not working. We enforce accountability. We work with our communities. This report shows progress. City begins to work. Department restoring order. But one department cannot fix Johannesburg alone. For the city to work, all departments must function, leadership must be consistent, government must be capable. Let us end with the truth they avoid. The city does not run on boardroom or through courts. It runs on the backs of workers, workers who wake up early, workers who keep this city alive. And today, those workers are saying enough is enough. The PFA struggle is not just about wages, it is about dignity. And those who oppose it must be called what they are, defenders of exploitation, because you cannot claim to support service delivery while undermining workers who deliver it. You cannot speak of stability while workers remain in poverty. You cannot build a capable state on a broken workforce. Those who oppose PFA are comfortable with inequality, comfortable with black workers suffering, comfortable with systems that benefit few. We reject cheap labor. Speaker, we are not here to manage inequality, we are here to dismantle it, to comfort the oppressed, and to make the beneficiaries
10
of
seconds,
exploitation deeply uncomfortable. To workers of Johannesburg, we see you, we stand with you, we will fight with you, and to those who oppose them, you may delay justice, but you will not stop it.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Councillor Mokware. Councillor Mokware from the ANC.
Honorable Speaker, Executive Mayor in absentia, members of the Royal
Councillor,
Mayoral
please.
Committee, fellow councillors, guests in the gallery, the resident of City of Johannesburg. Speaker, I rise to present the performance of the public safety for the period of October-December 2025. The African National Congress acknowledges the Public Safety Department operational achievements in the second quarter. Yes, the quarter under review shows progress in crime reduction, emergency response, and visible policy. These gains important and they must be recognized. But let us be clear, good operations performance cannot be used to mask a deep structural failure. The report exposes the department that is not only financially unstable, but structurally imbalanced and increasingly unsustainable. Speaker, the department spent 91% of its budget on salaries. It's not functioning service delivery machine, it is payroll office. This is unacceptable. It leaves visually no room for equipment, infrastructure, or innovation. When 91% of this budget is consumed by personnel cost, it means our frontline workers are being set up for failure. They are expected to deliver a service without necessary tools, vehicles, and infrastructure.
Apologies, Councillor. You can carry on. Apologies.
Let us be clear, the ANC will never apologize fighting for a decent wage and protecting the workers. That is, in principle, we stand by. But what we are seeing here, it's not a victory for workers. It is a failure of planning. At the same time, expenditure exceeded the budget by 14%, while the revenue collapsed by 16%. That is not a minor variance. That is the serious failure of financial management. And what is the response? An over-reliance of traffic fines. Let us be honest, a sustainable public safety model cannot be built on the back of our motorists. The law enforcement must serve the public safety, not the revenue desperations. Speaker, the department has also failed where it matters most, enforcement and accountability. High-risk building remains a non-compliant. A targeted have not been met. We are told the problem lies with the private owners. But the question is simple. Where is the consequences management? Where is the escalation? Where is the decisive action to protect the lives? A target missed is not just a number. It is a potential disaster awaiting to happen. Even in basic operation areas, we see cracks. Vehicle testing targets were missed due to the expired equipment, poor planning. This is not a complex policy issue. It is a failure of a basic management. Speaker, perhaps most of the alarming is a complete absence of leadership. 100% vacancies rate at the top management level. It's nothing short of a crisis. A department without a leadership, it's a department drifting without accountability, without direction, and without an agency. We cannot continue to accept excuses about the delays, processes, and approvals. That the reality is that the critical posts are not being filled, and a service delivery is being put on a risk. Speaker, the risks outlined in this report are not theoretical. They are a real, immediate. Emergency response capacity is under threat. Infrastructure is aging and failing. The technology rollouts are delayed. Critical systems like CCTV, emergency communication remain incomplete. This is a department trying to operate in a modern environment without outdated tools and shrinking capacity. And while we note clean audit outcome, the government on a paper means a very little if it does not translate into an effective, sustainable service delivery on the ground. Speaker, the ANC will not accept a situation where a financial mismanagement becomes normalized, leadership vacancies are tolerated, and critical infrastructure continue to deteriorate. The African National Congress calls for an urgent, decisive intervention, immediate action to fill senior leadership positions, and credible strategy to stabilize the revenue without relying on fines. Most importantly, we need accountability where there is an underperformances. There must be consequences. Where there are delays, there must be agency. Where there is failure, there must be corrections. Speaker, the department has shown that it can deliver, but right now it is being held back by a poor financial disciplines, a weak structural planning, and a lack of leadership. If these issues are not addressed currently, the operation gains will not be sustained, and the residents of Johannesburg will pay the price. The African National Congress notes these reports. Under the leadership of Mayor Dada Morero, few days ago, the mayor handed 1,000 title deeds, not in 2019 or 2017. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Twako.
Molweni apha ekhanseleni. Ndicela ubulisa i-councillors of the EFF ezikhoyo today, the radical and militant councillors as that today. Also the councillors ezingakho ngolose ezilapha today. Anzubabulisa aba. Anzubabulisa aba. The problem yabo one is that we're busy up saying that there was a worker disparity in terms of salaries. Kanani nina ukhongolose. Benisenza ukuthi nibe ngathi sithaba bangafuna approval amali. But ke the money was approved, no problem. But I have a problem with the apartheid collaborators. Ne-apartheid spies ezingafuni ukuthi the workers of the city must get their PFA. They take it to court. They can't come here and say that they can rule Johannesburg if they don't want to take care of the workers. So, wrong olendo eniyenzayo. And some of them, they call me Nicodemously at night, asking that we should help them in their words on bylaw enforcement. And they come here now grandstand. No problem. But don't come back and lie and saying that the MMC deployed by the EFF working in the GLU is incompetence. You are lying. It's wrong, that thing.
So we've been helping them. And I can tell you now, there's a sense that there's something happening in Johannesburg because under this leadership and in the GLU, we've launched what is called a tactical reaction unit. Bayabazi, amachita, BMWs, and amachita at Baki. They've managed to control a crime. At least now, if there's a problem, we're able to unleash them. By law enforcement, of course, we're the yes, ma'am.
MMC, can you just hold on? Councillor Mbengwa?
No,
with respect,
I'll keep your time. I'll keep your time, MMC.
Yeah, we'll keep your time. Now, with respect to the MMC and with the respect to this decorum, we are appealing. We agree that in this house, we are not going to use the word lying. Unless if we want to maintain it that way. We respect MMC.
I want to use lying, man.
Councillor Mbengwa, please. Don't do that.
Mbengwa, hlala phansi.
Then you are economic with the truth.
Councillors, can you all sit? Councillors.
There is trouble in
Mbengwa,
paradise.
Can you stop? Councillor Mbengwa, can you stop what you're doing? Can you please stop what you're doing?
The apartheid
Don't do that. Don't. MMC, can you continue? We've kept your 1 minute that was wasted.
How many minutes do I have now?
No. You have 3 minutes and 41 seconds. They've used 1 minute of yours up. We've kept it. You have 3 minutes and 41 and 40 seconds now.
I'm left with?
You left with 3 minutes and 39 seconds as me and you, we are talking. Carry on, please. MMC, please carry on. I've kept your time.
Sorry. No, thank you very much. When we acquired the department, when we acquired this department, it was at its lowest. The morale was very low. JMPD was dysfunctional because of the administration under the Democratic Alliance or the Demonic Alliance. It was because they had no cars, no tools of trade, and all of that. So now, Mr. Yes, Uti, I'm very
just hold on. MMC, just hold on.
And he knows I was crying to him.
MMC. Councillor Mahila, no. Your leader is saying you must sit down.
It's a political speech.
Oh, sorry. MMC, can you be seated? Councillor Mahila, no, I thought you showed him. Sorry. Minister.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I rise on Rule 72. It's a point of order. The MMC has just referred to my party, the DA, as the Demonic Alliance. He is on the record referring to my party, the DA, as the Demonic Alliance.
Okay, we'll deal with it now.
He must withdraw that.
We'll deal with it now. We will deal with it.
I'm seated here and I'm respectful of him.
We are dealing with it.
Yes, not because I'm afraid of him.
No, it's...
But because I am respectful of him. So he must withdraw.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC, can you please withdraw Demonic Alliance?
Dani.
Please.
No, Madam Speaker, like Jani, like I just said, okay,
can you
disaster. Okay, Disaster Alliance.
MMC, please.
Yeah.
MMC, please call them Democratic Alliance. Please. No, I'm not entertaining anybody at the back. I'm talking to MMC. MMC,
okay, so
please.
Speaker, I wanted to ask, what is wrong with Demonic Alliance? Because I was not referring to them. If the shoe fits, wear it. If the shoe fits, wear it. I was not. Okay, are you demonic alliance now? Are you demonic alliance now? I'm just asking.
MMC. MMC.
Yes.
MMC.
Okay.
MMC.
That's fine. For the sake of progress, I'm going to withdraw. It's fine.
MMC.
Yes, Speaker.
Are you withdrawing demonic alliance?
Okay. For the sake of progress, I'm going to withdraw the word demonic, but I found them to be a disaster alliance.
No, MMC, no.
Okay, sorry.
No,
Okay.
MMC, no.
Okay, I withdraw.
Thank you,
I withdraw,
MMC.
Speaker.
Thank you, MMC.
For the sake of progress. Caucus,
MMC.
For the sake of progress.
MMC.
I calm me. Okay, Speaker.
Please, colleagues.
Speaker, we've heard Councillor Kabelo. Councillor Kabelo, we appreciate that you are putting all this, the issue of crime.
Can I, MMC,
Yes.
the MMC is on the floor. Can you please not do that? The MMC had withdrawn. No, 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 no.
Putin. Okay, there's a hand
I did
there.
not hear the
Let's
threat.
put the hand. Apparently someone said something. But they said something.
Who made a threat, Moseta? No, but we did not hear the threat.
Mpanyan is saying the MMC's neck is going to be broken.
No, no, no.
That's
Colleagues, when we opened up the meeting this morning, I said some of us are prepared to stay here for the whole night. So can we stop what we are doing? No, we did not hear him.
I'm scared of him.
We will check on the transcripts. We will check on the transcripts. No. Councillor Moseta, take your seat. Councillor Moseta, take your seat. Councillor Moseta, take your... Chair Mogape, can you control your caucus? We did not hear him. Councillor Mogape, can you control your caucus? MMC, can you please continue? Just hold on, MMC. Councillor Belinda?
It's off.
Councillor Belinda, can we move?
Madam Speaker, I'd like to call a point of order on you. And the reason why I'm doing so is Rule 72 is very clear. If anybody has a problem with your ruling, there is no debate. You don't allow the DA councillors to debate. But on that side, you allow debates before you continue.
Councillor Belinda.
It is totally unacceptable.
Councillor Belinda, I stopped everybody. That is wrong. Now you are wrong. There was no debate. There was no debate. You can go to the transcript. There was no debate. MMC, can you
must
please
withdraw.
continue?
Withdraw. The problem, Speaker, is that the Democratic Alliance, they have a problem in terms of we are competent. This government, we have a fully functional public safety. So it's fine. Now,
MMC.
Yes, ma'am.
Please don't mention that word demonic again.
Apologies, Speaker.
Please don't use it.
Sorry, Speaker.
Please don't.
Okay,
Thank
for the
you.
sake of progress. Okay, so Chief Charter, you know what needs to happen. We must set up that CAT unit, the CATT unit. Now you understand the councillors, they really want us to fight drugs legally. So Councillor KB, please tell your mayoral candidate of Ekurhuleni not to run amok and do things illegal. Uxolani. He must just, when he fights drugs, he must not become a vigilante. Wafika pa without reporting. Wafika without, he used to report before.
MMC.
He used to work with us before.
MMC.
He can't do that.
MMC.
So we are fighting drugs.
MMC, the meeting is still mine. Don't address the councillor. Speak
Call a
through me.
speaker. Call a
Please.
speaker. Call. So we are fighting drugs. We've got the TRU, we've got the K9 unit, and we're doing a lot of drug busts. We don't need vigilantes like the mayoral candidate of Ekurhuleni, Xolan. We are more than capable to that, but it's okay. It's okay. If he's got a tip-off, you've got the tip-off numbers. Let's come and work. Let him report. Angazenzela bulala bantu after that. Because with these things, what happened is that with the things that he did there with legally, people were shot dead and then he ran away. He ran like a chicken there. So we must not do that. On Councillor Mkar, Ngoken, we are busy.
MMC, can you take your seat?
MMC Zungu.
MMC, can you please take your seat? Councillor Mposula.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order. The MMC must not mislead this House. Rule 72. I'm rising on Rule 72. And he must not refer to our...
Councillor Mposula, on which rule are you standing?
I am standing on Rule 72.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, and I think it is very unfair. It is very unfair when we rise, on a point of order as Action SA, you always suppresses us. But the Reds, when they rise up, even if when they don't have anything to say, you allow them to speak, and it is unacceptable.
72. MMC, can you please wrap up? MMC, can you please wrap up? Councillor Mposula, can you be seated? Councillor Mposula, can you be seated? Councillor Mposula, can you be seated? Stop it, stop it, stop it. MMC! MMC! Are you done? Are you done?
Time is over, long over.
MMC, are you done?
The MMC is not going to talk.
Conclude.
Councillor
Never.
Chief, will please assist us there.
Who's switching off my mic?
MMC.
Someone is switching off my mic to speak. I want to conclude.
No,
People must
conclude.
not catch feelings, but relax.
Conclude.
Never mention the name of the EFF in vain. We are doing our best. We are working very hard under this GLU here. So we are working very hard. So
just wait, just hold on. Just wait. Ek kan niks hoor. Ek kan niks hoor nie. I can't hear anything. Just hold on. Colleagues, I want the MMC to conclude. But MMC, I need you to conclude with a speech that's to the item.
Okay.
And I cannot afford that we carry on and do what we are doing. On all the sides, can we stop what we are doing? MMC, you have 1 minute and 8 seconds left. Can you conclude?
Okay, Councillor Mkware, we are busy with the appointments. But benfuna ingabi yami le MMC Zungu.
Just hold on.
Athethe with the HR. Can
Can you come in, Belinda?
Someone has switched off the microphone, Speaker.
It's me. I want to listen to the point of order from Councillor Belinda. I can't hear anybody and I can't hear what you are saying because everybody is screaming on top of their voices. There's something that was said, Councillor Belinda wants to tell us, but I can't hear. No, colleagues. We are all equal here. We are all equal. Councillor Belinda, can you come?
Madam Speaker. Sorry. Madam Speaker, do we have a chief whip in this house, firstly?
Yes, we do.
Secondly, Madam Speaker, you are out of order. You've just told us that the MMC has 55
Which
seconds
rule are you
left.
standing on?
Then Rule 72. And then once again, now you're giving him more time. You haven't given everybody else.
No,
it's just chaos in this
Let
house.
me interject you.
are the
I
cause
never
of
said
chaos in this
55
house.
seconds.
You are the one that is
I never
allowing for
said
debate.
55
And you
seconds.
make a ruling.
Please,
It must
Councillor,
go to the
I
Rules
never said
Committee
55
based on Rule
seconds.
72. It must go to the
That's
Rules
why you are not a
Committee.
mayor.
Councillor Belinda, I never said 55 seconds. I said 1 minute and 8 seconds, and the chief whip did go to stop councillors. I did do that. Please, Councillor Belinda, luister. Thank you, Councillor, Chief Whip.
Speaker, I will just ask for 5 minutes for all whips to come out and we'll talk about what's
No,
happening here.
the MMC must conclude first. Then you can
Yeah,
have your
you must
whips.
conclude and then all the whips must come
Yes,
and
then
account
you
of
can
what they
have
are
them.
doing in council.
I will close the item and then we deal with it. MMC, please.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Speaker. Councillor Mukware, what we'll do is that we're going to fix we are busy now with the shortlisting of the HOT. Hopefully we're going to finish that thing up. The issue of overexpenditure on the employees, when we arrived, they took 700 million. Boom, gone. I always have to go to MPEC, to the chair of MPEC. Yathathwa imali. And that's why I'm always overspending. It's not because of our making. We always look in terms of the budget. So in budget adjustment.
30
Can you
seconds
please,
left.
what is going to happen with that? And then the other one is the issue of the bad buildings. We can clean them very quickly. But I need an alternative
23
accommodation.
seconds.
We are
No.
So our problem, Speaker, very quick, our problem, councillors, everyone, is the radio room. It's the radio room. Okay, we are fixing the radio room. You've been trying to contact us and all of that. We are going to fix that. Okay, radio room and also speed enforcement. The HOT and the CM, they are busy with that.
Your time is up, MMC. Member in charge. Member in charge. Yo, that
Thank you,
councillor there.
Speaker.
Member in charge, can you go?
Yes. Honorable Speaker, the safety of Johannesburg residents cannot be compromised. While quarter two performance shows both achievements and challenges, it also provides clear direction for corrective action. In light of the above, Speaker, the committee recommends that Council approves the second quarter performance assessment report of the Public Safety Department. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Member in charge. The recommendations are on page 34.24 and 35.4. Are the items agreed to? Thank you so much. Chief Whip, you can have your 5 minutes with your whips, 10 minutes with your whips. We are coming back at, sorry, it's 5 minutes. We're coming back at 10 to 6. Councillor Lois, now you can see in light of the letter that you wrote. 5-2. Are we back? Franz, can you check the whoops? It's 5-2. Thank you. The whip is back. Whip, can you report back to us, please? Chief Whip, can you report back so that we can start?
Speaker, thanks a lot. We have discussed with the whips that they must control their entire caucus and make sure that we maintain the decorum of the House. So we have agreed. But there are some issues which they have raised, which I will have a word with you offline. I'll talk to you about it. And then I think, Speaker, we are done. We also go to the program of today because it's your prerogative, but they ask that as now we are going to item 36, and then you will cluster item 37 to 40, and cluster item 41 to 44, and then item 45. Then they were asking that if we're done with that, we can ask a break. We will come back tomorrow. That's your prerogative. I thank you, Speaker.
I'll check which item do we go to. Yes, I think if I'm not 14. 44.
Chief Whip, we are going to go to petitions. After petitions, we will take the community development. We'll cluster them together. The chairpersons of those committees has already asked us to do that. Then we will go to the environment and infrastructure. We are going to cluster them. And then we go to, and then we're going to go to the oversight of public safety. And then we are going to be done. As long as we have done with all the quarterlies, we are fine. And then tomorrow morning, we will do what is left. And hopefully, we'll come back and we'll all be much, much more sobered up. Thank you, colleagues. STC.
Councillors, item 36 is a second quarter report of the oversight activities of the Petition Standing Committee for the period October to December 2025.
Councillor, you are recognized.
Speaker, I just want to bring to your attention that the quarterlies are not yet completed. We still have the quarterlies, which is from item 56 up to item 61. Thank you very much.
Councillor Rambani, can you repeat what you said?
I just want to bring it to your attention that we still have some more quarterlies. The quarterlies are from item 56 to item 61, which is human settlement and health and social development. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we'll do that too also, so that we can finish and have no quarterlies tomorrow in our agenda, so that we can leave early tomorrow. Thank you, Councillor Rambane. That was an oversight by the table. Thank you so much. Right, can you read into? Okay, councillors, item 36. The member in charge, Councillor Mabuke.
Greetings to you, Madam Speaker, the Executive Mayor and his deputy in their absentia, members of Mayoral Committee, the Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairs of Committee, fellow councillors, City Manager and the staff, residents of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, I rise to table item 36, the second quarter report on the oversight activities of the Petition Standing Committee for the period October to December 2025. The report contains 56 new e-petitions and 56 progress reports, and out of those reports, the committee managed to close 13 petitions. The item is for noting by council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mabuke. DA Councillor Mnisi. Yes, yes, Councillor Mayoral.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I rise just to express a concern. I had thought that when council elected a deputy executive mayor, it was so that in the absence of the executive mayor, we should have a deputy executive mayor seated here. But if they are going to disappear, both of them, then what was the point?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mnisi from the Democratic Alliance. Councillor Mnisi not here. Right. Action SA. Councillor J. Mahlangu.
Tla ke leboge speaker. Ke leboge monyetla le tšhono ya go baya mabedi a mararo from Action SA as a petition committee. Greetings to you, Speaker, and following council members of the media cast in the Cllr, fabulous 44 councillors, resident of Johannesburg. I'll take from this thing for petition, item 36. As Action SA, we concern with the backlog of petition because backlog of a petition caused by the lack of communication between the petition units and the department. That needs to be agent taking care of. Only the community suffer because of this. Also, Speaker, to the unemployment, the special project that is being waiting soon to be assisted with backlogged. As an Action SA noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mahlangu. Councillor Mkasi from the Economic Freedom Fighters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to speak on behalf of Councillor Mkansi, and greetings to 29 Battalion and all protocols observed. As EFF, we know the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mkasi. Councillor Simalani from the African National Congress.
Greetings, Speaker, and greetings to Executive Mayor, and greetings to the comrades of African National Congress, and greetings to the Johannesburg resident. Speaker, I rise on item 36 about the oversight activities that we have done as the committee. Speaker, we must indicate that as a petition unit, we have acknowledged that we have petitions such as street lights. Remember, Speaker, we need to teach our residents we can't petition a street light. That's why we'll see a backlog, because some residents, they petition a street light. A street light is a service delivery. It needs to be attended within 24 hours. But
Councillor,
in the
can you
petition-
just move away from the mic, please?
Okay.
You're too close to the mic.
Okay, Speaker. Yeah, that's what we've seen as a petition unit, that even if we tackle all the problems, the backlog is that we don't teach our residents that we can't petition such things. We do have petitions that we've managed to close because we need the councillors to go back to the resident and tell them and teach them. Some petitions you can bring to us. But yes, Speaker, as an African National Congress, we plead to the House to note this report. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Semelane. Who's going to represent MMC Masuku? From the MMC is present.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We note all the inputs by the councillors. We are requesting the council to note the reports. Thank you.
Thank you so much, MMC Mnisi. Member in charge, Councillor Mabuke.
Madam Speaker, noting all the concerns raised by our colleagues, I therefore request Council to note this report.
Thank you so much. Councillors, the report is for noting. Is the item noted? Thank you.
Item 37 is an oversight visit, a report of Community Development Section 79 Committee to Dobsonville Swimming Pool in the Region D on the 3rd of February 2026, also read with item 38, which is an oversight visit report of Community Development Section 79 Committee to Dorothy Nyembe Park in Region D on the 3rd of February 2026. Also read with item 39, which is an oversight visit report of the Community Development Section 79 Committee to Moletsane Swimming Pool in Region D on the 3rd of February 2026. And lastly read with item 40, and that's your oversight visit report of the Community Development Section 79 Committee to Thokoza Park in Region D on the 3rd of February 2026. Sorry.
Thank you so much, STC. We don't have speakers on this report, but we will ask the member in charge for the record. Thank you, member in charge. Councillor Mokome.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good evening. Madam Speaker, all protocols observed. Madam Speaker, I rise on items as cited by the Secretary to Council, item 37, 38, 39, and item 40. Madam Speaker, we ask Council to note the report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. These reports, item 38, 39, and 40, they are for noting. Are these reports noted?
We proceed with item 41, and that's the oversight report of the Section 79 Environment and Infrastructure Services Committee's site visit to City Power's Cleveland substation. Also read with item 42, which is an oversight report of the Section 79 Environment and Infrastructure Services Committee's site visit to City Power El Dorado Park substation. Also read with item 43, and that's the oversight report of the Section 79 Environment and Infrastructure Services Committee's site visit to City Power Alert Substation. Lastly read with item 44, and that's the oversight report of the Section 79 Environment and Infrastructure Services Committee's site visit to City Power Raven.
Thank you, colleagues. These also do not have any speakers, but we call on the member in charge, Councillor C. Nwepe.
Thank you, Speaker. That's better. Speaker, I rise to table item 41, 42, 43, 44 for noting. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. The recommendations on page 4111, 42.8, 43.11, and 44.7. Are these items agreed to? Thank you so much.
Item 45 is an oversight visit of Section 79 Public Safety Committee at Integrated Intelligence Operations Center on the 17th of February 2026.
Can we get the member in charge, Chair Makuba?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I rise to table item 45, the oversight visit of Section 79 Public Safety Committee at Integrated Intelligence Operations Center, the IOC, on the 17th of February 2026 for council consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. This one also doesn't have speakers. Recommendations are on page 45.3. Is the item agreed to? We now go to
Councillors, we are on item 56 now, which is the report, which is a performance assessment report for the Human Settlement Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025, also read with item 57, and that's the performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Social Housing Company for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025. And both items lastly read with item 58, and that's the oversight report of the Human Settlement Section 79 Committee on the 2025-26 second quarter performance assessment report of the Department of Human Settlement and Johannesburg Social Housing Company for the October to December, for the period October to December 2025.
Thank you, colleagues. The member in charge is not here. Is there someone from housing that will table the report?
Yes, Speaker.
Yes, Councillor.
Greetings to you. Speaker, I rise to table item number 56 as read by the Secretary to Council. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor P. Mokwena from the Patriotic Alliance. Mokwena.
Greetings, Madam Speaker. Greetings, Executive Mayor in absentia. Joburg 10 councillors under the capable leadership of MMC Kenny Kunene, distinguished guests in the gallery, fellow councillors, all protocol observed. As the Patriotic Alliance, we note the report with deep concern. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mokwena. ACDP, is anybody standing in for Councillor Harris, or can we go past?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The ACDP notes the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rambane from the DA.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, first of all, I want to ask that the time allocated to Councillor Brand be allocated to me because Councillor Brand is not here.
It's fine, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, allow me to greet all councillors that are in the House, together with all the visitors. Good evening. Madam Speaker, the Department of Human Settlement second quarter performance for the 2025-2026 financial year paints a deeply concerning picture of systematic failure and underperformance. The department has achieved only 46.7% of its key performance indicators for the quarter. This is not just a statistics. It is a clear indication that the department is failing the residents it's meant to serve. One of the most alarming issues is the department's failure to meet its financial obligation. Only 26.79% of invoices were paid within 30 days, in direct contravention of the MFMA. This failure does not only expose the city to audit risk and possible penalties, but it also places immense pressure to service providers, particularly small businesses that rely on timely payment to survive. Equally concerning is the department's poor audit performance. Only 33% of Auditor General findings has been resolved. This points to weak internal controls, poor responsiveness, and lack of accountability. The fact that many of those issues remain unresolved raises serious concern about repeat findings and the risk of further reputational damage to the city. Across the board, a clear pattern emerges, which is weak planning, unrealistic target setting, poor coordination between department and entities, inadequate contract management, and a lack of consequence management. The department response appears reactive rather than proactive, and they will fail to address the root causes of those persistent failures. Madam Speaker, the failure to deliver basic services is most evident in the informal settlement. Targets for the provision of water and sanitation have not been met, largely due to delays by implementing agents such as Joburg Water, while mitigating plans have been proposed. There is little confidence that those will be achieved within this financial year, particularly in the context of ongoing financial constraints. The situation is no better when it comes to housing. Not a single flat was rehabilitated during this quarter, despite significant budget estimate exceeding 116 million rand. This raises serious questions about planning, procurement processes, and the department's ability to execute its mandate. Furthermore, delays in alternative housing projects in the inner city continue to escalate costs and delay much-needed relief for the residents. Service delivery failure are also reflected in the department's inability to meet service level standards. With only 2 out of 3 targets achieved, the concentration of title deeds in specific areas such as Cllr has negatively impacted overall performance, leaving many residents without security of tenure. In addition, The department has underperformed in supporting small, medium, and micro enterprises. Only 31 SMMEs were supported, raising concern about missed opportunity for job creation, local economic development, and inclusive growth. Madam Speaker, those failures are not isolated incidents. They point at deeper governance, financial, and operational weaknesses within the department. Without urgent and decisive intervention, those challenges will continue to undermine service delivery, economic development, and compliance with legislation requirements. In conclusion, the department must urgently improve its planning, strengthen accountability, and force consequence management, and ensure that its implementing agents deliver on their mandates. The residents of this city deserve better, and it is our responsibility to ensure that they receive the service they are entitled to. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rambane. Councillor Matabane from Action SA.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to you once more, fellow councillors, and most importantly, residents of the city of Joburg. Speaker, I rise to speak on item 56, 57, and 58, human settlements. Speaker, this department has become nonchalant and displays a worrying and a lack of agency. It is failing to properly manage its facilities, homes for the elderly, hostels, and other residential properties under its care. What is happening now in the inner city is a clear reflection of its failure. It shows a department that is not intentional about building a better functional and dignified city of Joburg. Promises continue to be made, yet to this day, they remain unfulfilled. The growing number of hijacked buildings is deeply concerning, and it appears that there is no clear vision, intention, or an appetite to address the crisis in the inner city. Speaker, to this day, we don't know what happened to the mayoral evacuation program. Buildings such as Vanin Court, Florence House, and Casemea still houses people, and the conditions of those buildings are really bad, Speaker. Speaker, when it comes to Joshko, the entity has become a clear example of maintaining a structure that is simply not yielding any results. Joshko is plagued by persistent instability, particularly at the top management level. The continuous rotation of senior leadership, coupled with prolonged acting positions that are never permanently filled, has created a culture of uncertainty and weak accountability. Another critical issue is the rental collection. Joshko continues to struggle to collect rent, which directly affects its financial sustainability and its ability to deliver quality housing services. This is unacceptable. An entity that cannot collect its revenue cannot function effectively. We therefore call upon the mayor, the MMC, to urgently intervene and address the ongoing challenges at Joshko. We cannot continue to pretend that everything is well when it is clear that action is required. As Action SA, we stand for decisive and ethical leadership. We believe that residents of the city of Johannesburg deserve reliable services, and that municipal entities must be led by capable, stable, and accountable leadership that can move the city forward. Action SA notes the report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Netemba from the Economic Freedom Fighters.
Thank you very much, Speaker. It's not Netemba, it's Nenemba.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much. Good evening to you, Speaker, and good evening to my fellow councillors. Good evening to the guests there in the gallery. Speaker, the Economic Freedom Fighters rise to engage on this report with a clear intention not to oppose for the sake of opposing, but to contribute meaningfully towards improving service delivery in the city of Johannesburg. Speaker, let me begin where it is important to begin, by acknowledging that there is work being done. The Department of Human Settlement is making visible efforts to bring services to the people of Johannesburg. We see in this, one, the issuing of 1,300 title deeds, restoring dignity and ownership to our people. The ongoing engagement with the communities, which shows that the department is not completely disconnected with the realities on the ground. These are important interventions, Speaker, and they must be recognized. But Speaker, we must not confuse effort with success. The reality remains that less than half of the targets in this quarter were not achieved. This is not a small gap, it is a very, very serious concern. And when targets are not achieved, it is not just numbers on the paper, it is people who remain without services. Speaker, one of the most concerning issues in this report is the complete lack of water provision in all informal settlements during this quarter. Now, Speaker, the easy thing to do will be simply to blame the Department of Human Settlement. But the EFF will not do that. We will be honest. The delays we are seeing are linked significantly within the space of Joburg water. So we must say it as it is. Joburg water is a major contributor to this failure. The slow pace of compliance, the delays in approvals, and the lack of agency in implementation, or directly affecting the poor of the poorest. Speaker, people in informal settlements are not interested in which entity is responsible. They just know there is no water. But here in Council, we must locate accountability correctly. Speaker, another issue that must be spoken about honestly is the question of the budget. The department is expected to deliver a high level, yet it is operating under serious financial limitations.
50 seconds.
This affects, one, the infrastructure rollout, two, maintenance of existing housing stock, three, expansion into informal settlements, four, so while we demand performance, we must also accept that resources matter. You cannot expect maximum output with minimum input. In conclusion, Speaker, the report shows a department that is trying, but yet succeeding at the level required. It shows an entity that is working, but under financial constraints. And it reflects a system that is not fully aligned. The people of Johannesburg are not asking for explanation, they are asking for delivery. The EFF will continue to support all efforts that move the city forward, but will also continue to speak when things are not working. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor T. Maluleka from the African National Congress.
Well, thanks, Speaker. Greetings to the Mayor, greetings to the Whip of Council, greetings to the MMCs, Chair of Chairs, Councillors, residents of Johannesburg at large. Speaker, as the NC, we are noting and appreciating the department's efforts to improve lives of our people living in hostels such as Madala hostels and other hostels that development has started in those areas. The department is clearly citing budget constraints, procurement delays, resilience in implementing entities such as your city power, Joburg water, and lack of project readiness. The department, Madam Speaker, is working hard to make sure that these problems are resolved and our communities can get the services they deserve. Speaker, we are also, Speaker, noting the report by Joshco that reflects both progress and significant pressure. There are achievements that must be acknowledged, and occupancy rate of 90.75%, the creation of 787 job opportunities, the resolution of 83% of internal audit findings, and the implementation of 92% of risk action plan. This is a clear indication of an entity striving to deliver under challenging conditions. But Speaker, also the aging infrastructure remains a high risk with limited mitigation. Maintenance performance is inconsistent with delays caused by construction stoppages and unrest continuously in this Chair, that is continuously affecting our residents in this particular development. These challenges directly impact the safety, dignity, and quality of life of our communities. Speaker, despite the challenges, this report also demonstrates potential effort and opportunities for recovery. Joshco must be strengthened, supported, and stabilized. But Speaker, in all of this, Speaker, is that there should be a stable leadership in both human settlement and Joshco in order for us to see more progress in this particular report, this quarterly reports that we are seeing. Thanks, Speaker. As the NC, we note this report.
Thank you, Councillor Maloleka. The MMC that's standing in for MMC Mabaso. MMC Nkena.
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and greetings to yourself and the Executive Mayor, as well as other MMCs, councillors, guests, and the residents of Johannesburg. We will note the comments as presented by different councillors and forward them to the MMC in charge, as well as officials of the department. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, MMC Mkena. The member in charge that tabled the report.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We note all the concerns made by the councillors. We therefore ask this councillor to note the report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, acting member in charge. The recommendations are on page 56.4, 57.9, and 58.7 are the items agreed to. Thank you so much. STC.
We're now on item 59, and that's the performance assessment report for the Health Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025, read with item 60. That's the performance assessment report for Social Development Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025. And both items are read with item 61, and that's the oversight report of the Health and Social Development Section 79 Committee on 2025-26 second quarter budget and performance assessment report of the Health Department and Social Development Department for the period October to December 2025.
Thank you so much, STC. Member in charge, Councillor T. Mohape.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to councillors. I rise to table item 59, item 60, and item 61 for council to note it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, member in charge. ACDP, Councillor Mkonza.
Shalom, shalom once again, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on item 59. I'll just go directly to the report without having to do anything more. Madam Speaker, at the outset, I must correct a matter that was previously raised in this House. Somebody from the Caucus attacked me the last time without reading and or properly checking the report. Today, the report reads July 2024 to December 2025. It's not a mid-year report, MMC. A careful reading of the document clearly shows that it reflects Q2 reporting and not the interpretation that was incorrectly presented. It is therefore important that members engage with these reports thoroughly and accurately before making assertions so that this House maintains the integrity and standard of its oversight function. Turning back to the substance of the report, Madam Speaker, the ACDP welcomes the 80.6% midterm achievement, inclusive of dependencies, as a positive indication of progress within the department. We further commend the TB program for achieving a success rate that slightly exceeded its target, reflecting effective implementation of primary healthcare interventions. This aligns strongly with the ACDP's policy position, which emphasizes that, I quote, the focus of the ACDP is to enhance the health of our nation through primary healthcare and education. Prevention is better than cure, unquote. Indeed, Madam Speaker, health outcomes are not isolated from broader socio-economic realities.
50 seconds, Councillor.
They are fundamentally linked to the economic well-being and productivity of our nation. We therefore encourage the department to sustain and scale such preventative programs as they remain critical in building a healthier and more resilient society. God bless Africa, especially the families of those affected by the 70 murders per day in South Africa, the people of Sudan,
10 seconds left.
the people of Tanzania, especially Mr. Tindulusu, who's been arrested without trial. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
DA Councillor J. Horwitz. Is Councillor Horwitz here? No? Oh, okay.
Apologies, I rise to speak on item 59. Ladies and gentlemen, councillors, colleagues, and those in the audience, all protocol observed. This report speaks not only to performance of staff, but also to how the health department has used its funding to achieve the key performance indicators it is obligated to under the Constitution of South Africa to progressively achieve, and under the National Health Act, the city of Joburg is legally required to provide basic health care. This is not optional, it is not conditional, it is a legal obligation. But over the past year, and over the past quarter, we have already seen funding drying up because the ANC has had to start stockpiling money to have any hope of being able to meet its obligation to pay 10.3 billion under the political facilitation agreement. That is 10.3 billion. For those who are unaware, this is a political facilitation agreement. In other words, it's for a political reason. And frankly, the city of Joburg cannot afford this. Under the ANC leadership, their own report shows that health systems are being put on hold due to non-payment, service providers are not being paid, clinics are not being maintained, and infrastructure development is being delayed. In spending, a mere 13%, that's 13%, instead of 50%, which is the target. Children are missing immunizations, and there is no money for any program rollout to encourage mothers to bring their children in for this critical medical intervention. HIV and TB programs are under pressure and have not been able to close the gap left by the loss of USAID funding through the PEPFAR program. Those funding cuts have resulted in staff layoffs and reduced treatment access for millions of infected people and a massive reduction in HIV testing and treatment initiation. Outreach to vulnerable communities is failing. Drug rehabilitation programs are practically at a standstill. In River Park, situated in my ward, Ward 81, that service hasn't been funded for years, despite the facility being easily accessible by the most vulnerable persons to this scourge. Because government hasn't paid suppliers, such as for antiretroviral drugs, this has caused many such suppliers to declare bankruptcy. The effect on availability of ARV drugs is that these are terribly depleted, with no sign of rescue in sight. This is how a public health crisis begins. Residents are dealing with clinics without basic supplies, medication shortages, not enough
45
nurses,
seconds left.
and programs that only reach small pockets of the community. This is failed leadership. There is effectively no budget even for food parcels for the poorest residents. It's as if the leadership, through the government of local unity, has forgotten the poor. Only the DA has the willpower to actually address this kind of situation. We care about the poor. So let's be
12
clear.
seconds left.
Politics over patience will never work. Deals over delivery and political agreements over accountability
The
Thank you, Speaker.
ANC, Councillor Mpao. Councillor Reddy.
Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, can we please ask the people outside to be a bit quieter? This is quite disruptive.
Go and tell them.
I'm not sure who's outside.
Go and tell them.
We'll ask them.
Oh, sorry, at the
Councillor Mpao
entrance.
From the ANC.
Thank
can
you,
check
Speaker.
who's outside?
Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Deputy Mayor, members of the Mayoral Committee, councillors, guests in the gallery, important the resident of the City of Johannesburg. I rise to address the performance of the Health Department for the period October to December 2025. This request is not merely a procedural requirement. It is reflection of our collective responsibility to the resident of Johannesburg. As the African National Congress, we remain guided by the fundamental principle that access to quality health care is not a privilege but a basic human right. This principle is rooted in our Constitution and continue to shape our approach to governance and service delivery. Let us begin by starting effect the Health Department recorded high level of target achievement. During the quarter under review,
reflecting the commitment and hard work of officials on the ground. As the African National Congress, we acknowledge that and welcome this progress report. However, Honorable Speaker, while the report reflects strong performance against target, it also confirmed that critical pressure remains, including infrastructure, backlog staffing, constraint and delay in capital projects, all of which directly affect the quality, speed, and dignity of service delivery by our communities. Our role in this council is not to celebrate percentage, Speaker. It is to represent the people of Johannesburg, because the question we must ask ourselves is very simple. Does this performance translate into a better and improve life's experience for our communities? Honorable Speaker, we are all well aware that performance indicators can be met while challenges persist on the ground. Yes, the report speaks of alignment with the integrated department plan and the service delivery and budget implement plan.
45 seconds
It
left,
uses
Councillor.
all the current terminology and checks all the administrative boxes, but our people do not live in reports. They live in communities where clinics are
20 seconds.
overcrowded, where receive and show, and where digging is too often compromised. In fact, Honorable Speaker, the report itself reminds us that 88% of the department
Thank you, Councillor. The time is up. IFP, Councillor T. Nkomo.
Greetings to you, Speaker. Greetings to Executive Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Whip of the IFP, Councillor Makub, all councillors in the House. As the IFP, we note the report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor. DA, Councillor Jacobs.
Madam Speaker, all protocol observed. I rise to speak on item 60 under the Department of Social Development that goes to the heart of governance, accountability and honesty in this council. We are told through badly scanned quarterly reports that progress is being made, that KPIs are being met, that services are being delivered, and that this administration is on track. But the reality on the ground tells a completely different story. Across the city, critical social development infrastructure projects have effectively come to a standstill due to lack of funding. We see this in facilities like the Devlin Shelter, the Bertram's Multipurpose Centre, and many others, while the list continues to grow. Let me draw to your attention a specific case, the Kotze Street Shelter. In December 2023, this facility was shut down. The official reason, as recorded in these chambers and Section 79 reports, was structural damage. Now, fast forward to February 2026, the shelters reopened. But, Madam Speaker, what did we reopen? A building that has simply been given a slap of paint to mask the unresolved structural issues? Water is still leaking from the roof. Bathroom facilities are flooding the facility. Gas cylinders are improperly stored in kitchen areas, posing serious safety risk. Madam Speaker, this is negligence dressed up as progress. Are the reports presented in this council fundamentally misleading? Because they can't be both true. You can't claim service delivery excellence on paper while communities are faced with unsafe, undignified, and substandard work. And perhaps most concerning of all, Madam Speaker, is the absence of leadership. Where is the EFF Mayoral Committee member for Health and Social Development? Why is she not fighting for budget? Where is her urgency? Where is the commitment to ensuring that shelters in the city meet even the most basic standards, let alone the standards of a world-class African city? Madam Speaker, this council cannot continue to accept reports that is substandard. In this very chamber today, Madam Speaker, we are confronted with yet another symbol of this administration's failure. We have had an absent mayor for most of the day. We have had an absent deputy mayor for most of the day. Now, I'm not sure whether they are tied up in mediation, internal battles, or simply avoiding accountability. But what I do know is this: the city of Johannesburg cannot be governed in absentia, while leadership is missing in action and communities are dealing with failing infrastructure and collapsing services. But no worries, Madam Speaker, because on this side of the House, we are not absent.
40 seconds, Councillor.
We are present, we are ready, we are government in waiting, and we have a mayor in waiting. Helen Zille, who understands governance, accountability, and what it means to run a functional city. Thank you.
Bravo. Action essay, Councillor Mpusula.
Greetings, Madam Speaker. Fabulous 44, all protocol observed. Madam Speaker, it is of a great concern that we find ourselves in a situation whereby a department that offers essential services is experiencing a huge budget cut. When you compare from period 2014-2015 and the budget that was allocated for Department of Health 2025-2026, there is a big difference. 2014-2015, Health Department was allocated 98.7 million. And on the budget for 2025-2026, 58.4 million. How can we have a budget of 58.4 million for 76 clinics? It is appalling. I'm trying really to make sense of it. As a result, Madam Speaker, we are having a situation whereby we have got staff shortage. We are running short of nurses, and they are working under pressure. As a result, most of them are leaving the system. They don't want to work for the city anymore. We are subjecting the doctors really to a situation whereby they have to perform under pressure because of shortage of doctors. Now, when it comes now to responsible pharmacists, it's a disaster. We don't have pharmacists. We are running the facilities with assistant pharmacists, and you find that one assistant pharmacist is responsible for 5 to 6 clinics. Doesn't make sense. We end up having the nurses doing a job that they are not even qualified for. They are not qualified to
do, quality assurance on the medication. And it is a matter of time, before there is litigation. Imagine if we can have a patient that is going to, have an adverse reaction because of a medication that, its quality has been affected, because we don't have pharmacists who will constantly check, the quality of the medications. And we learned that the nurses are performing that. And the MMC will agree with me that the nurses are not qualified, to do quality assurance. The city is depriving young pharmacists, the graduates, employment opportunities to be absorbed by the city. We can't have a mess like that. But if this is too technical for you, wait until Herman Mashaba becomes the mayor in the city of Johannesburg. There will be systems in place. If really this is too complicated for you, Action SA will come and run the city, and you will see, systems in place to ensure that, there's efficiencies. Look, at the moment, the electronic system has not been fully rolled out because service providers has not been paid. It is a mess. Things are falling apart. Now, when coming to social development, when it coming to social development, and we see things, funny things that are happening, people are campaigning using food packs, and we see it in our wards, whereby, councillors of an organization that I won't mention, they will do electioneering using social development, using, veggies and dry packs, to campaign and make sure that, they garner votes, because they don't have solutions to the problems that we are having as the city of Johannesburg. And it is about time the city and the residents must be aware of the inefficiencies of this current government,
50
the
seconds
GLU.
left, Councillor.
But it is not all lost. Madam Speaker, as I sit down, the winds of change are blowing. Thank you so much.
Councillor Ntwele, EFF.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Your Speaker, Mposula Ulimenemene, Fondin. No, Ilimenemene. We were doing oversight together. I thought when you were with us, Kanti, upegane nama loopholes. Ulimenemene when Mposula.
Councillor Ntwele, please.
Thank you.
Councillor,
there's a
can you
point
please
of order, Speaker.
Just
there.
take your seat, please, Councillor. I've seen him. I'm asking the councillor to take a seat. Councillor Munyai.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I rise in terms of Rule 72. I would like to ask you, Madam Speaker, is the word "linememe" allowed in this house?
I don't understand it myself.
Yes, just call our councillors that it's "linememe."
Councillor, I don't understand the word myself.
No, but you have a legal team that they can assist you.
No, we don't.
Yeah, because...
Councillor.
No, but Speaker,
No,
just ask your legal
let's
team
not
to assist
debate.
you. Then you
We
can
will
make a
tell you
ruling.
Once we have gone through it to check what it means. We don't know currently.
Are you reserving the ruling, Madam Speaker, for now?
No, just hold on, Councillor, no. We will get back to you later.
Should I call her that Kilimenemenelena?
No. Councillor, can you carry on with your speech?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to the party leader, Komisa Mqinitshwaku, our caucus whip, Faita Tabisa Mokhapi, the MMC of Health, Councillor Enima Kafula, the 29th Battalion of the EFF, visitors in the gallery, and all the residents of the city of Johannesburg. Speaker, I'm rising On item 59, 60, and 61, the performance assessment report for the health department for the 2025-2026 for the period of October to December 2025. The performance assessment report for the social development period 2025-2026 financial year for the period October to December 2025, and the oversight report of the health section 79 committee, second quarter budget, and the performance assessment report of the health and social development for the period October to December 2025. Speaker, not with outstanding that the fact that the department is the least funded with the mere quarterly budget of 7.9 million. Under the leadership of MMC Makafula, the department continues to perform outstandingly. During the period under review, the department reached 27 of its 33 KPIs. It should be noted that the reason for not reaching the targets for these certain KPIs are beyond the control of the department, as they were dependent on the department such as JDA. Delays at the SCM and non-payment of the construction and professional due to the cash flow crisis in the city of Johannesburg. The EFF gravely concerned about the budgetary constraint affecting the construction of the Cllr Clinic and Naledi Clinic. On behalf of the people of Ivory Park and Naledi, we are pleading with the city to provide adequate funding for the completion of the important infrastructure.
Please move slightly away from the mic.
Okay, Speaker. Speaker, the EFF family believes that there is nothing we can do. There's nothing we can achieve without involvement of our people. Hence, the department takes seriously active and engaged citizenry during the period under review. The department had two HIV awareness. I can't see, man. My eyes. As the EFF Speaker, the EFF family believes that there is nothing we can do. We can achieve
30 seconds left.
Speaker, on our people. Hence, this department takes seriously active and engaged citizenry during the period under review. The department had 2 HIV awareness campaigns across all the regions. The department had even
16
focusing
seconds.
on screening and testing diabetes and hypertension. Speaker, I can't see my eyes.
Your time is
As the EFF, we continue to be proud of the department and
Councillor Munyai, I believe it is something in the Bible. It speaks to someone called Judas Iscariot, and that is what the meaning is. It says you are similar to Judas Iscariot. That's the meaning of it. I've consulted. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you. Can we go to Councillor Tlhatshwayo from the ANC? Councillor Tlhatshwayo.
Thank you, Speaker.
ma'am.
I will talk on behalf of Councillor Tlhatshwayo. He's not well.
Councillor
Speaker, I will also talk about item 61.
Protocol, there are people asking for water. Apologies, Councillor. Councillor Tlhatshwayo, can you continue?
I'm Councillor Mparo, Speaker.
Oh.
I rise to address the performance of the Social Development Department for period October-December 2025. For the quarter under review, the department achieved 100% performance delivering on 23 out of 23 targets. This is a commendable, Speaker, achievement and reflects a department that is delivering, responding to the social realities facing the people of the city of Johannesburg. The African National Congress welcome and commends this performance. Through the expanded social package, over 60,000 residents have registered, within more than 14,000 new beneficiaries added in just one quarter, providing critical relief to households under service economic pressure. I can also see, Speaker. Sorry. Yeah. Family strengthening programs can oh. Let me start. Hey, I can't see really. Family strengthening programs can continue to reach vulnerable households, particularly in informal settlement, offering psychosocial support and helping restore dignity. However, Honorable Speaker, performance on paper does not mean the struggle is over. The report itself is clear that demand for services in increasing, whether due to homelessness, substances abuse, gender abuse, based violence, or youth unemployment. While the department operates with a 66%, Speaker, vacancy, on a 66% vacancy rate, this places economics economous strains on social worker and limits the depth and sustainable of
50
services.
seconds, Councillor.
Speaker, the African National Congress note the report. On item 61, Speaker, also the African National Congress note the report.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Makafula, can you switch off your mic at the back?
Is this one?
Can you switch off? Thank you. MMC Makafula.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to yourself, greetings to the Executive Mayor, greetings to the MMC's fellow councillors, special greetings to the EFF party leader and the Caucus whip, the 29 battalions of the EFF, and most importantly, the residents of the city of Johannesburg. Speaker, I would like to applaud both departments for their performance and improvement as compared to the previous quarter. And Speaker, I would like the House to note that the department successfully during this period launched a sanitary towel rollout program at Bupilong Clinic in Soweto. One of the programs that we achieved as this government, and one of the programs in the whole country the city of Johannesburg has launched, no other municipality has been able to maintain the dignity of a black child. Speaker, this initiative, the sanitary towels, it arises from a 2018 EFF motion that was passed as a resolution on council to provide the free sanitary towels at the City of Johannesburg clinics to combat period poverty. I'm very humbled, Speaker, as an EFF deployee and an MMC for Health and Social Development, to preserve and also to protect the dignity of a young black child by providing these sanitary towels. Speaker, we cannot dispute that the City of Johannesburg Department of Health is facing severe budget constraints with 19 million removed through rebasing and no operational budget allocated for 2025-2026. This crisis, Speaker, has halted capital projects, it has left invoices unpaid, like the other councillors have said, and it has threatened service delivery, and it has affected repairs and maintenance in our healthcare facilities.
MMC, speak away from the mic.
You, let's go. Speaker, I will speak on the budget, and I'm very glad that the CM as well as the Group CFO is here. I think we have heard from the councillors the serious concerns when it comes to budget constraints, and I hope really CM and CFO, we are listening when it comes to this. Not only is this halting the progress in the department, but it is halting service delivery to the residents of the City of Johannesburg. Speaker, I would like to clear some of the few issues that were raised by councillors. Number one, Speaker, I would like to also inform or even educate, as one of my professions, the councillors of what is happening, especially in health. Speaker, there's what we call different mandates for different spheres of government. So councillors, we need to read, we need to follow up which is which. Speaker, the medication itself is a mandate of the provincial government. We don't buy medication, we get supplied by the provincial government. Speaker, I would like to answer Councillor Howard when it comes to River Park Clinic and what she raised to say there is no budget for food parcel. That is an absolute lie, Speaker, and it must be corrected into this House. Speaker, in this budget adjustment that we have approved as the GLU,
Point of order.
we have...
You just hold on, MMC. Councillor Howard.
Correction, please, Speaker. In the last Health and Social Development Section 79 meeting that we had last week, where you were absent, the report shows that there is no budget for food parcels for this next quarter.
Speaker, thank you so much. Speaker, let me also educate Councillor Howard to say we have registered the incidents and our...
Point of order, Speaker.
Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard.
Let me correct the record.
I have not recognized you. Thank you. Can you take a seat, Councillor Howard?
Speaker, thank you. In quarter two,
Point of order, Speaker.
Speaker, I hope you have halted my
just
time.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm holding your time.
Okay.
Councillor Howard, you just raised a point of order, and now you're calling another point of order on another point of order. It can't be right. It's unprocedural, Councillor. Can we allow the MMC to continue?
Allow me to put forward my point of order.
Councillor Howard.
I've just been called a liar.
Councillor Howard.
Please, Speaker. MMC must retract that.
There's another hand on another point of order.
The Speaker, that MMC must retract.
Councillor Belinda. It's your councillor that's holding a
Madam Speaker,
open.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to once again call a point of order on you. The MMC continued speaking and she raised another point of order. Free speech is allowed in this house and point of orders are allowed in this house. The MMC continued and she raised another point of order based on what the MMC said, who's misleading the house. So please, can I request that you are not biased in this house? Please.
Councillor Belinda, she called a point of order, and she called another point of order, and another point of order. She called 3 points of order. No, councillors, if I do it on any other side where they call 3 points of orders, then you call me to order. Then you call me to order. How many points of orders has she called? I'm asking for advice and they are telling, but we can't ask a point of, we can't call a point of order on a point of order. Councillor Horwitz, can you give us the point of order that you are calling according to the rule book so that we can do that? Please give us which rule are you standing on which point of order?
I believe it's Rule 72, but I may be incorrect because I do not have it in front of me.
And what is your point of order?
My point of order is that I was just called a liar in this chamber. Yes. And I demand that the MMC retract that. And I'm well
Thank you.
within
Can
my
you
rights.
take your seat? We have registered what you have said. MMC?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
But now I've given you a chance, now you're pointing. I've given you a chance, now you're pointing. Have I ruled? Councillor, have I ruled? I was getting back to the MMC. Councillor Reddy and the councillor next to you. I have not ruled as yet. I have not ruled. I haven't said anything to the MMC. So give me the opportunity to speak to the MMC. Ek kan nie in die lug en praat nie. Ek kan nie in die lug praat nie. Ek kan ook nie, I don't do sign language. MMC, before you stand, can you withdraw liar? Can you withdraw liar?
Thank you, Speaker.
Now, why are you clapping? She hasn't even responded.
How?
Please, colleagues.
Speaker,
MMC, can you withdraw liar?
Liar, but she did tell
No,
a
but
lie.
MMC.
She told a lie, Speaker.
MMC.
She told a lie.
MMC. MMC.
Speaker, she was untruthful.
How many speakers do we have?
She was untruthful.
How many speakers do we have?
She got economic with the truth.
MMC,
yes,
can you switch off your mic? MMC Makafula, can you withdraw unconditionally and carry on with your speech? Let's move past that. Withdraw unconditionally, because now we are making signs of the cross and we are making all types of signs. Can you withdraw unconditionally so that you move on with your speech? Gaan verby waar jy gewees het. Pass, go through your speech. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Speaker. I withdraw.
Thank you.
Speaker, Councillor Howard did not speak economically the truth when it comes to the issue of food parcels. Speaker, our quarterly target is 40,000 per distribution, and we have done 44,000 in the period under review. So that is why I was saying she did not speak.
MMC, can you just take your seat again? Councillor Wax, I thought your leader had indicated that you guys are quiet and sitting. Okay, Councillor Wax.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have freedom of speech and expression in this House. I just want to say, first of all, there wasn't a point of order on a point of order. She raised a point of order on the MMC because she wanted to clarify.
Councillor Wax. Councillor Wax.
Can I finish?
Councillor
Can I
Wax.
finish? She raised
Councillor Wax.
the point. Secondly, she did not unconditionally withdraw as you instructed.
Councillor Wax.
And you just allow this to fly.
Councillor Wax.
No, please, can you
The
fix it?
MMC withdrew.
Not unconditionally, she changed the words. And you're allowing it to fly, madam. That is why our leader feels...
She withdrew the word that was problematic, liar. She withdrew the word that was problematic, liar. Councillor, I'm not sure, because your leader was saying we need to have freedom of speech. Now she's no longer saying liar. I'm not certain, because all of us here are now baffled by what is happening.
Speaker.
And that councillor at the back, I'm not sure.
Speaker, I rise
MMC,
on a
can you
point
carry on?
of personal explanation.
Now it's my time. Councillor Howard.
Councillor Howard, can you be seated?
So, Speaker, as I was explaining, the unhappiness that we have registered with regards to the standing still capital projects, especially under social development. With the CM present and this group CFO present, we humbly want you to please review this, because not being able to complete this project is causing a delay in service delivery. I want to speak, Speaker, on the issue on also human resource. We are really in short of pharmacists, nurses, clerks, cleaners, and doctors.
Left.
Speaker, I would like to speak on the issue that Councillor Bosula raised on the issue of food packs. I don't know which party he was referring to, but if my memory serves me well, in Ward 29 when we had by-elections, Action SA had food packs at that by-election. So anyone can buy food packs, so it's not on anyone to not have the food packs. So they must just relax a bit. Speaker, with that being said, Health and Social Development have made a great progress, especially with the coming the
30 seconds left.
quota in question. And with that said, so we will still be pushing on with the little budget that we have. CM and Group CFO, this please take into considerations the above mentioned issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillors, the recommendations are on page 59, 21, 60.5, and 61.15 are the items agreed to. Oh, sorry. Sorry, the member in charge. Apologies, Councillor Mogape.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like the councillor to note the report.
Thank you so much. Apologies, Councillor Mogape.
Councillors, we proceed with item 62, and that's the performance assessment report.
No.
Councillors, we resume with item 62, and that's the performance assessment report for the Transport Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025. Read with item 64, which is the performance assessment report for Johannesburg Metropolitan Bus Services for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025. Also read with item 65, and that's the performance assessment report for the Metropolitan Trading Company for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025, and above read with item 66, which is an oversight report of the Transport Section 79 Committee on the second quarter performance assessment report of the Transport Department, Metro Bus and Metropolitan Trading Company for the period October to December 2025.
Member in charge, Councillor Ndlela.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. I rise to table item 62, 64, 65, and 66 as read by the Speaker to Council. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Councillor Boer.
Goeienacht, mevrouw de Speaker. It is late and councillors will be pleased to hear that my favorite item was initially on the agenda as item 63, the assessment report for JRA. For some other reason, it has been replaced by the report on the progress of executive head social development. So it seems to me JRA's report has got lost, so I've got nothing to say. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Boer. Councillor Crichton.
Thank you, Speaker. Before I proceed, I just want to confirm that you got the request for Councillor Peterson to get through of my...
No, I did not.
Okay.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Well, I'd like Councillor Peterson to get three of my minutes. Okay, good evening, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. I hereby rise to speak on item 62, which pertains to the Transport Department's disastrous performance in the quarter. The Democratic Alliance notes the report with some serious concern. Some may recall that I stated in my last speech that the quarter before last, the MMC for Transport, Councillor Kenny Kunene, who I note is not in the House today, had thrown us under the bus, and then in the previous quarter, he subsequently put the bus in reverse and went over us again. Fortunately, the bus didn't go over us again this past quarter because the bus happens to be broken and can no longer move. One of the issues that we are particularly concerned about is that the Rea Vaya fell short of its passenger number targets by over 12,000. This was mainly due to the fact that Piatron stopped its operations due to non-payment, and only once the group CFO was engaged was the payment made. Public transport is a critical service, and these failures are actively undermining Johannesburg's ability to provide safe, efficient, and reliable transport for the residents. The procurement of 141 buses that were supposed to take place during the period under review has not commenced yet due to the financing process of the bus operating company having taken longer than anticipated. The Transport Department was also unable to commence with the Rea Vaya Phase 1CB due to the National Department of Transport stating that the city must first deal with operational issues with Rea Vaya Phase 1CA. The DA is extremely concerned about the ongoing delays to implement Rea Vaya's Phase 1. At a time when residents are struggling with unreliable public transport and increasing transport costs, this delay is unacceptable. The DA also notes with concern the fact that the Johannesburg International Transport Interchange has not yet opened due to the procurement process taking longer than anticipated. The Orange Farm Complete Streets project has also not commenced due to reprioritization of budget. These are further examples of how poor financial planning and mismanagement under the ANC-FFPA coalition that is failing the residents of Johannesburg. Investments in transport infrastructure should be a top priority and not an afterthought. At this moment, the DA has to note with concern the shocking contempt that MMC Kunene is showing the Section 79 Transport Committee by not attending the Section 79 committee meetings. What is sad is that the MMC's attitude towards the Transport Section 79 meeting seems to be rubbing off on the officials. I'm sure the members of this council, as was mentioned by Councillor Boer before me, would have noticed that there are no JRA reports being tabled at this council sitting. The reason for this is because the JRA did not even bother to pitch up at the Section 79 meeting. This is a deplorable state of affairs, and with the shocking performance that is happening under his watch, one would expect that the MMC would take these meetings more seriously. One must ask, is this a case of avoiding accountability or just being asleep behind the wheel? Johannesburg's transport system is in a crisis, and like many other aspects of the cities, the Transport Department needs urgent intervention. The DA demands immediate action to resolve the delays with Rea Vaya Phase 1, strict accountability from the MMC and his department from these ongoing failures. The residents of Johannesburg deserve a transport system that is efficient, reliable, well-managed, not one riddled with delays, excuses, and absentee leadership. The DA notes this report with great concern, and we will continue to fight for a city that puts the needs of its commuters first.
50 seconds.
I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor T. Tema from Action SA. The councillor not here. Okay, let's move. Councillor Komane from the EFF. Can they close this?
Honorable Speaker, Executive Mayor, Deputy Executive Mayor, distinguished councillors, residents of the city of Johannesburg following these proceedings across various platforms, and esteemed guests in the gallery, greetings to you all. Allow me also to extend my sincere and special greetings to the leadership of the EFF Caucus under the stewardship of Honorable Dr. Mqini, as well as the Caucus Whip, Honorable Thabisa Mohapi, MMC of Health and Social Services, Honorable Annie Makafola, and all the 29 battalion of the EFF. Before I proceed, Madam Speaker, I find it necessary to raise a matter of urgent public concern. Our roads in the infrastructure is rapidly deteriorating, with potholes widespread across the city. Blocked stormwater drains are contributing to severe flooding, which continues to destroy the livelihoods of our residents. In this situation, one must ask, where are the relevant entities and the leadership within the transport department? Our communities are indeed in need of effective service delivery, not grandstanding. A decisive and serious intervention is urgently required within this department. Honorable Speaker, I rise to address items 62, 64, and 65, and 66. The economic freedom fighters note the reports as presented. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Komane. Councillor Y. Twala from the ANC. The person is sitting. Point of order. Councillor Munyai.
Madam Speaker, apology, Councillor Tim Tema, he was at the bathroom, so he just came back, so you can give him an opportunity to speak.
We moved. Councillor, we moved. At the time when we called the councillor was not here. We have moved.
Okay, no, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. We need to be disciplined, and when we know we are going to speak, we need to be in the House. Councillor Y. Twala from the African National Congress.
Thanks, Speaker. Greetings to the Speaker, greetings to our Mayor, Councillor Dada Morero, greetings to the Deputy Mayor in absentia, greetings to the Chief Whip of Council, greetings to the Chair of Chairs, greetings to all the MMCs of this chamber, greetings to all the councillors that are working for the progress of the city of Joburg, and greetings to the residents of the city of Joburg. I'm going to speak on item number 62, 64, 65. I won't touch the last item, the oversight report. Transport is central to the daily lives of our residents. It determines access to work, education, and opportunity. The reports before us reflect progress, but also serious challenges. We see the expansion of infrastructure, but also instability and declining reliability. The most concerning issue is capital expenditure. When infrastructure budgets are not spent, service delivery is delaying. We must act urgently. We must stabilize operations, improve reliability, and restore confidence. As ANC, we remain committed to building an inclusive transport system that connects people to opportunities. We note these reports while we're calling for urgent improvements. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Twala. Councillor Peterson from the DA.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak on item 65. Today we are not debating ideology, we are debating facts. Those facts are contained in the Q2 performance report of the Metropolitan Tech Company for the year 2025 to 2026. Let me begin by being clear. MTC plays a critical role and a strategic role in the city. MTC remains the backbone of Joburg's smart city and safer city agenda. During this quarter, MTC successfully delivered customer engagement platforms on Metrobus and Pick It Up, improving service and an interface with residents. It achieved a cash collection of 101%, which was great, outperforming its own quarterly target. Actual sales were above budget and the customer retention was maintained at 100%. It continues to provide a low-cost broadband and enable digital inclusion with over 1.5 million devices accessing free Wi-Fi in a single quarter. These are noteworthy achievements. They show that there is technical competence and operational relevance inside MTC. But Speaker, good projects do not offset bad finances. And unfortunately, this report reveals that the company is operating on the edge of financial failure. The hard truth, liquidity and cash flow collapse. MTC's most serious problem is liquidity. As of the 31st of December 2025, MTC held a negative cash balance of 871 million, deteriorating from an already alarming 698 million in the prior period. The current ratio is 1.07, well below the acceptable norm of 1.5 to 2.1, indicating an inability to cover short-term obligations. Debtor days have reached an astounding 6,877 days instead of the acceptable 30 days. This means MTC is effectively bankrolling
40 seconds
the city
left,
while it itself is being starved of cash. Let me just jump to the end here. It also has to do payments to creditors, and they are once again in breach of MFMA, and they are not compliant. They are not compliant with Auditor General warnings either. The management of their shortcomings cannot be ignored, and we need to find a responsible way forward. Oversight means solutions, not just criticism. Urgently resolve the shareholder loan. Ring-fence MTC revenue. Enforce inter-entity debt collection. Stabilize executive capacity. Implement strict consequence management.
Thank you, Councillor. Can we have a acting MMC on behalf of MMC Kunene? Someone from the cluster? MMC Twako? I'm asking someone from the cluster. MMC Mgina?
I'm not in the cluster, Speaker.
Okay, no, it's fine, Madam Speaker. I think we will note the items as raised and the frustrations that councillors raised and forward them to the MMC responsible as well as his officials. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, MMC. The member in charge, Councillor Ndlela. Chair Ndlela.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We ask Council to note the reports. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. The recommendations on page 62.2, 64.5, 65.4, 66.16 to 66.17 are the items agreed to. Thank you. STC.
We move to item 67, and that's an oversight visit report of the HSD Section 79 Committee to Naledi Clinic in Region D on the 13th of November, 2025. Read with item 68, which is also an oversight visit report of the HSD Section 79 Committee to Bertram's Multipurpose Center construction site in Region F on the 13th of November 2025. Also read with item 69, also an oversight visit report of the HSD Section 79 Committee to the Diepkloof Community Clinic in Region D on the 13th of November 2025, and also read with item 70, and that's an oversight visit report of the HSD Section 79 Committee to Freedom Park Shelter for the Homeless in Region D and G on the 13th of November 2025. And lastly, read with item 71, which is the feedback report on the benchmarking exercise with the City of Ekurhuleni, Section 79 Oversight Committee on the Health and Social Development on the 12th of November 2025.
On all these items, we don't have speakers, so we will call on the member in charge, Chair Mogape. Thank you, Chair Mogape.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on items 67, 68, 69, 70, and 71 for council consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. The recommendations are as follow. Page 67.4, page 68.5, page 69.5, and the recommendations for 70 is on page 70.3, and 71 is for noting. Are these items agreed to, and is item 71 noted? Colleagues, we are done for today. We've done all the quarterly reports. We've done all the oversights. Tomorrow we will just do the balance. If we are early, we can do our work and then leave for home. I thank you so much. Drive safely and come back tomorrow. Thank you. Love you too, Nkonyeni. Bye-bye. Come.